Now, don't y'all just go ahead and start staring at us now. I'm just trying to make sure everything's working right. Because for some reason, JB just ain't on it today. I don't know why, but for some reason, JB ain't. But I'm making sure that we're going to be on it as much as possible. Welcome to the RBN special broadcast of the Third Party Summit. Today is day 2, and I am going to be your host for this hour. We're kicking it off. Please make sure to also give this stream a like. And if you're new, please make sure to hit the subscribe button if you're new to the channel. And if you wish to support this channel further, you can subscribe to our Patreon, and it's in the description down below, or you can see in the Chiron right here. Today, we're starting off with my homie, the dude that brings it day in and day out.
I try.
He watches these things so that we don't have to sit through it all. And then he gives it to you. Case study QB.
All wrapped up in a bow nicely. What's going on, family?
All wrapped up in a bow.
What's going on, everybody? Much love to y'all. It's good to be back with my people. And I'm hoping that we can strategize, learn something new, and as usual, progress the left. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. Had to wet my whistle really quick because we got a lot to talk about today.
Yeah, I should get a bottle of water too.
Yeah. Feel free. Shoot.
Yeah.
We it's so good to see everybody here in the chat. We don't have a whole lot of time because I don't want to take time away from the people in the hour. But I just wanted to say hello to everybody who's watching today. This is going to be the second day in our full going around about third parties. You also make sure to tune in at the same time tomorrow, where we actually continue to talk more about third parties tomorrow as well. So, Case has a presentation for us.
Yes.
We're looking at the history of third parties. Now, this is going to be very interesting because I actually really am excited for this. So, Case, please, if you will, take it away.
All right, we're going to get right into it. So let's bring up the screen. I have the presentation. So the name of this workshop is The Rise of the Most Successful Third Party, the Republican Party, and I'm basing it off of this book called To Make Men Free: A History of the Republican Party. And so I got through probably the first 4 chapters, which is what I really needed. It goes into more history of how the Republican Party evolved over time. So it went from the Abraham Lincoln era, and then to the progressive Republican era with Theodore Roosevelt, and then to another big populist was Ike, Ike also. And it goes through that history. But I wanted to focus on the beginning, the Abraham Lincoln stage where the Republican Party first came to power. And I thought it'd be very helpful to see the blueprint of the most successful third party, which, us in where we are right now, we don't even think of the Republican as a third party. It's part of the duopoly, but it was a third party at one point. So let's get right into it. So, and it's very interesting. We're going to see some parallels, and we're going to see that the Republican Party was a different party at one point. So here's the first example. In 1862, Republican Justin Smith Merrill stood up in Congress to defend his party's novel invention, an income tax. So imagine that, JB, that the Republican Party came up with the income tax. The government had the right to demand 99% of a man's property, Merrill thundered. If the nation needed it, the property of the people belongs to the government. The Republican Congress passed the income tax as well as a spat of other taxes and went on to create a strong national government. What does that sound like to you?
What?
Who are these people?
Wait. Hold up.
Right?
Wait. What?
So you're going to see some interesting things about the Republican Party. So here's another great progressive Republican was the Republican Theodore Roosevelt, and he called for the government to regulate business, prohibit corporate funding of political campaigns, which I would love to have that happen right now, and impose income and inheritance taxes. This is a Republican, right? Republican Dwight Eisenhower Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. He called for the government funding for schools, power plants, roads, and hospitals. So imagine
Wow.
that, right?
Wow.
So and not to say this guy was perfect, because okay,
Of course.
that's a whole other story, but that's just to show how far the Republican Party has come. So this was one of the first in the early stages of the birth of the nation. One of the flaws of the Constitution that was not met was how to regulate the distribution of wealth, right?
Yes.
Northerners went on to organize the Republican Party to push back against the control of government by wealthy shareholders. So before I finish that statement, this is a big, not a misconception, but a little hidden history that's not really emphasized, right? We always hear about the founding of the Republican Party, you know, Abraham Lincoln, we know that we know that, and how it was anti-slavery. That's the main thing we think of with the birth of the Republican Party. But a coalition, it wasn't just anti-slavery, it was also, they wanted to make sure that the wealthy slaveholders didn't get too much power, right? So even if you was like oblivious about the slavery and stuff, like, oh, I don't really, they don't like, let's say you're a white farmer that has a small farm, you're like, I don't care about the slaves really too much, but I do care about these rich white slaveholders trying to come into my government, trying to overreach into my space and try to take and encroach on my freedom. So that's a part of the coalition that was built. So let me finish this. We are for both the man and the dollar, but in case of conflict, the man before the dollar, Abraham Lincoln explained. So JB, I want to ask you, what does that sound like? Man before the dollar.
That sounds like socialism.
Right?
I'm gonna be real with you, because if you look at the actual the terms were capitalism, socialism, communism, like what are those terms? You look at the first part of those words, capitalism, capital meaning money. So basically it's moneyism. Socialism, social meaning, you know, the people, socialism. Communism is community and ism. So therefore it's basically putting man, or in today's terms, people or society above money is actually a socialist type of value. And it's kind of interesting. I'm not saying that Abraham Lincoln was socialist, but he was closer to the truth than a lot of people in the same party, even in Democrats, are near to.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you said that, because it's funny how people take the rhetoric of socialism without claiming to be a socialist. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'd rather have allies that like that, because hey, we're on the same page. You don't have to call yourself a socialist, but as long as we know and we go for the same goal. So to me, man before dollar sound like people over profit, right? People
over profit, that's basically what it is. Yeah.
So just to put emphasis again, slave owners they manipulated the machinery of government so that they could work on what they wanted. And that was something that a lot of freemen who are like the white small farm owners, they were trying to prevent that from happening. So let's go on. All right. All right. So before we get into the meat of this workshop, I want to talk about, I saw a similarity that I just want to throw out there real quick. The Overton window. And I saw some, we always talking about, you know, abolish the police was the more radical statement, and then defund the police. Even though defund the police in the media right now is seen as the radical statement, that was the compromise, right? Defund the police was the compromise. Abolish the police was actual radical statement. Back in those days, being an abolitionist, that was considered fringe. That was considered the more radical position, while being anti-slavery was kind of the compromise. Because Abraham Lincoln, he was like more of the moderate, you know, Republican of that time, being an anti-slavery president more than being an abolitionist. So I thought that distinction and that similarity from the past to now, I thought that was interesting. And what I take from this is that it's necessary to have that radical slogan, that radical fervor in the atmosphere. Because right now, why? right now, defund the police is is the radical statement. Imagine if we would have kept hitting hard with no, we need to abolish police. We need to just find a new way to make each other safe. Imagine if we would have continued doing that and keeping that in the ether in the media.
Yeah,
I think maybe the compromise, we could have been able to get something more to that defund the police to this day. So Horace Greeley, he was the abolitionist editor back in the day of the New York Tribune, and he reframed the strategy because he was an abolitionist. He reframed the strategy, and we have to be smart. We have to talk strategy to be an economic and political threat to white men. So he himself was an abolitionist. He wanted to get rid of slavery, and he knew, okay, not everybody's for that. So what can I think of to kind of pull more people into my coalition? Okay, let me bring up that it's going to affect you economically. It's going to affect you economically, and it's going to be a political threat to other white men. And like I said before in the past, like smaller farmers that are afraid of the huge slave owners who have huge property, huge wealth, and they could buy off, the government.
Yeah.
We didn't want them to have that power. So any question before I move on to the next one?
No, it's just it's very interesting because I just want to stick with this for a quick second. So it's kind of like a historic mirror where an abolitionist, was equal to what we are saying as abolish the police, whereas anti-slavery was equal to defund police. And basically, from what I gather from what you were saying is, if you shoot for the stars, you make it the moon, right?
Yeah.
And from what Horace Greeley said is that he's basically making it out that, it is going to be harmful to keep slavery in place. But he made that argument to white men saying, if you keep slavery in place, it's going to harm you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it kind of makes me think, well, maybe if we start speaking to a lot of the upper class white people and making them, be like, you know what? Police is not truly on your side. And you kind of make the argument, and it's kind of like that. But I know this is a small piece of the entire, explanation that you're making, but I just thought that was very interesting.
Yeah. Before I move on, I'm going to read this note that I have for this slide. A very large planters who control more than 90% of the South's wealth and own more than half of its slaves swayed the Southern politics. See, they had control over Southern politics. They had a strong hold on it. Abolitionists had developed the idea that this slave power was determined to dominate America by taking over the government. So they're afraid that the slaveholders' power was going to take over even the North, right? The problem with the measure, he explained, was not that it would hurt slaves, although obviously it would. The problem was that it would close off the West for free white workers who could never compete with the rich slave owners. All right, let's move on. All right, so before the Republicans came on the scene, basically there was different third parties and different fractions, but the main duopoly was the Whig Party and the Democratic Party. Now, before the issue of slavery came into the ether in the mainstream, both of these parties, they kind of intermingled. There wasn't a lot separating. They could find coalitions easily between the parties. Unlike today, well, actually, if you think about, the Joe Manchins of the world, the Christian Cinema, and how they find solace with the Republicans, you can probably think of it more like that. People who can easily commingle and work with each other. And this is before slavery became a huge issue. The Whig Party was mainly known for being an entrepreneur, professional type of party. They wanted the government to develop the economy by dredging rivers, clearing harbors, building roads, and raising tariffs to protect domestic industry. While the Democratic Party basically served the wealthy Southerners who demanded the government to stay small so it could never meddle in their affairs. All right. And then so here was one of the biggest catalysts that started the slavery debate and got things rolling. And that's the Kansas Nebraska Act, right? So with Northerners convinced that they were under attack by South slave power, passage of the Kansas Nebraska bill fueled one of the nation's most important political realignments and the formation and soon to be formation of the Republican Party. So basically, the Kansas Nebraska Act made it clear that the new states, because as we were bringing in more states into the Union, the new states had the ability to declare if they wanted to be a slave state or not a slave state. And that was one of the biggest threats to the North, who were not slave states. And when they saw, and before that, they had a doctrine that the states couldn't just outright become slave states on their own. They had to go through formalities. So because this changed the game, you hear about that statement, never let a crisis go to waste, right? So literally when this passed, the very next day, on May 9th, 1854, now there were already murmurs of a Republican Party. There were meetings here and there, but this was a big catalyst, a big meeting that happened the morning after Congress had passed the Kansas Nebraska Act. Maine Congress Israel Washburn invited about 30 anti-slavery representatives from various factions. Because remember, I told you how the two parties kind of intermingle for the most part between each other. He got fractions from the Democratic Party who were anti-slavery, and of course the Whig Party who are anti-slaveries, and in between, to meet and discuss a formation of the Republican Party. And what made it a big deal? And some of the fractions were the anti-Nebraska Whigs, the Democrats, and the Free Soilers. These are all people who were against slavery. Mm-hmm. And what made this a big deal was because these people were already in Congress. While in the past they had meetings with people outside of Congress. So imagine if we put this in today's date, like if we had people, I can't even imagine any kind of progressive people in the Republican Party, but let's just say people who you would consider like squad members or whatever, they got together. Let's say like 8 to 10 of them got together and say, you know what, we're going to just start discussing coming up with a whole new party. And that would make it legit. Imagine if tomorrow they said, hey, we're starting a whole new party. This is kind of that kind of equivalent going on in that situation. All right, let's move on.
But the crazy part is that they're actually already representatives, and that they were created a party while they're still representatives.
That's was the big deal, right? Because that automatically, it's not even like you have to elect this third party. They're already third party.
They're already in government. Yeah,
exactly. So that you got it right away. That's exactly what made that such a big deal. So now this is what another strategy that happened that helped the Republican Party become official, right? Building power through media. So again, this name pops up again, Horace Greeley. He was the abolitionist editor of the very influential New York Tribune, decided to cast his lot with the Republicans. In an editorial in his New York Tribune, he called for an end to party names, party shackles, and urged Northerners to come together to resist the extension of slavery and to stand firm against rich slave owners. That's the key. With the conversion of Greeley, the Republicans won a powerful new voice. They enlisted more influential newspaper editors. So this is almost like, imagine if and I'm going to name everybody. I'm going to name Revolutionary Blackout Network. I'm going to name MCSC. I'm going to name TYT. I'm going to name all the different fractions of the left came together and said, you know what, we're going to all come together and we're going to decide on, I'm trying to think of a name. Let's say the Working Families Party or the Anti-Corruption Party. Let's go with that. We're all going to support this new party called the Anti-Corruption Party. So this is like that equivalent. All these different powerful media newspapers of that day started promoting the Republican Party. All right.
Okay.
A crisis not wasted. So it's very important not to waste a crisis. When crisis happens and you can capture the imagination of the media, the citizenry, is very important to move. That's when you got to move quickly, right? In the midterm election of 1854, because the Northerners decimated the ranks of the congressmen who had voted for the Kansas Nebraska Act. So remember I said that was a big catalyst that happened that just shocked people in Congress. They said, okay, you know what? We're going to galvanize to get those people who voted for that out of office. So there were 142 northern seats in the House of Representatives, voters put anti-Nebraska congressmen, and basically these are the anti-slavery. That's basically, if you think that's how you think of the anti-Nebraska, anti-slavery congressmen. 120 of them in those 142 seats. So they basically took over. Like they
decimated
them. And then the anti-Nebraska coalition also elected 11 senators and swept the Democrats out of state legislation across the North. So they really took advantage of that shock. And I just wanted to show this map. This map is from 1856, and it shows James Buchanan. So these are all like Democrats. This is before the Republican. They didn't win yet at the presidential level, but these are all these blue is the Democrats, and then up here is the red is the Republican. All right, so I just wanted to show that this is before Republicans got elected. All right, so the next step, the not so compromise of the presidency of James Buchanan. So he's the person that got elected here, James Buchanan, and the reason James Buchanan was supposed to be this compromise. What does that sound like? A compromised president. Like a Joe Biden, right? Who's supposed to, he's not going to be there the full 8 years. He's just there to get rid of Trump. We just got to get rid of Trump. He's going to be an easy person everybody can get behind, right? That's so this guy, James Buchanan, but this is what happened. People had voted for Buchanan in the hope that he would calm the sectional tension. He fed the growing crisis, though, by giving Republicans more proof that the slave power was taking over government. The Supreme Court handed down a Dred Scott decision. So he was going to say, we're not going to, I'm not going to do too much right now. We're going to wait for the Supreme Court to hand down this court decision on whether we decide on how to deal with slavery, right? And among other things, this decision established the Congress had no power to stop slavery from spreading into any Western territory. And this outraged the Northerners because it looked like a setup. Democrats with deep Southern ties dominated the Supreme Court, and they had delayed the decision until the presidential election to keep from alarming Northern voters. So basically, when James Buchanan was out there campaigning, and they were like saying, okay, we're going to hold off this slavery vote. So the Supreme Court is not going to rule on it right now. Don't worry about it. We're going to deal with it when I become president. We're going to take care of it. It was a lie. And to me, what this reminds me of is the parliamentarian. We hear about before when President Biden was out there campaigning. He said, "Hey, all we need is Ossoff and Warnock. We just need them so we could take over the Senate, and then we're going to do all these different reforms. Don't worry about it. We just need to have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And we're going to take care of all these different things." And then they get in office. The parliamentarian. Oh, man, this person, she doesn't want to do it. So this is kind of what happened there, right? Okay, let me move on. Oligarchy. So in March 1858, on the floor of the Senate, James Henry Hammond gave a speech that laid out the worldview of Southern slave owners. Hammond was a perfect foil for Republicans. He was a wealthy, well-connected slave owner with predatory sexual appetites, which ruined the lives of his white nieces as well as those of his slaves. Hammond described an America that sounded a lot like an oligarchy. When things were ordered correctly, he explained the bottom of society was made up of drudges, stupid, unskilled workers who were strong, docile, and loyal to their betters. He called for these workers mudsills, a reference to the timbers of a building that were driven into the ground to support the loftier structure above. So I wanted to throw this slide in here because at the time they had people in 1858 who were actually advocating for the like a caste system. Those people who are workers, like in our day, there will be the working families. They're the lesser in society. They don't need to participate. Leave it to us, the rich. We know better. That's why we're rich. Inherently, we know better, and that's how we got rich. So we should be in control of the government. So that kind of sentiment is important to understand before going forward, that this was in the ether at that time as well. So I just wanted to show this is Abraham. So this is the first president that won as a Republican, Abraham Lincoln. And sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Unfortunately, with Bernie, We just needed a little bit. We were very close. We just needed another lucky situation, and maybe Bernie could have got the nomination. In this case, Abraham Lincoln got that luck. So what was the luck? There were two Democrats on the ballot. One was John C. Breckinridge, and he represented the North. So like he was like, he represented the North, and then Stephen A. Douglas, who was like a Southern Democrat, and they both ran. So they split the vote there. And then another Constitutional Union, John Bell, he also took a big portion of the vote, and he was also like he wasn't pro-slavery or he wasn't anti-slavery. He was like a really in the middle kind of presidency. So Abraham Lincoln really lucked out by having all these people split the vote, and he won the presidency. All right. So let's conclude here and start having a discussion. Wow, we kind of I have a bonus slide after this, but I really want to have a hefty discussion with you. This is my analysis of what I learned and what I think third parties should do moving forward. Okay, this is part of it. So Republican Party should make a coalition. The Republican Party at that time, they made a coalition between the Democrats and the Whigs. So which does that mean for today? Whatever party, let's call it, for the sake of this workshop, the Anti-Corruption Party. Because I think anybody can relate to that. I'm thinking of what is that one sole idea? Back in those days, it was slavery. What is that? We don't have slavery now, of course, in America. Well, not officially, because getting paid $7.25 an hour, you can think of that as slavery. But I think everybody can relate to anti-corruption. I would, if it was me, I would straight up steal what Donald Trump used to say, which is drain the swamp, right? That's something that both Democrats and Republicans can relate. And I would say, what if we had a party called the Anti-Corruption Party, and their number one focus, get money out of politics? The number one focus, anybody can get around that. The 99% can get around that with no resistance. And why I think that's important is, if you get money out of politics, that resistance for Medicare for all, the resistance for green energy, which oil companies give money, the resistance, all these different things can break the back of getting it passed, and hopefully we can get Congress people who have more integrity and don't have that much pressure. So I talked enough so far. Before I continue down this list, do you have anything to say or anything in the chat?
I just wanted to give thank you for the super chat from Satorical. It says, thank you, RBN, for covering this summit. Thank you so much for the super chat. But yeah, please continue.
Yeah, cool. So, all right. So that's the first thing. The Republicans, they were very good at messaging, and they had that one issue. So that's my suggestion. Okay, worked with newspapers, editors to propagate their agenda. So this third party, we have to find a way to collaborate with other media organizations. Newspapers probably in this day don't have as much power as back then, of course. So now, who do we have? We have independent media. We have RBN. We have all the different media outlets out there. We have to find a way to build a coalition where we can propagate the message of this third party through the different mediums, right? All right. They took advantage of the split of the Democratic Party. So right now, what's going on? In the Republican Party, you have the Trumpers versus the establishment, right? So right now we're ripe for being able to take advantage of that split. And then in the Democrat Party, you have the so-called progressives, to a certain extent, not that many in there, versus the what they would call moderates. So I'll call them corporate Democrats, right? But there's some friction there. I think there's actually more friction in the Republican Party. But basically, we have to be able to find ways to take advantage of those splits in both the parties. And I think if a very charismatic person could come into and say, hey, you know what? Let's get anti-corruption, money out of politics, might be able to pull from both the Republicans and the Democrats to start this new third party. And then the last thing I put here was, find one or two unifying policies. So I think it's very important to keep it simple, because as soon as you start throwing in other policies that you can start breaking off your coalition. If you add oh, Green New Deal. As much as I want a Green New Deal and I want electronic green energy and all that stuff, if we're trying to pull from the Republican Party, you're going to chop off like maybe 3 or 4% of people who just brainwashed from Fox News like that Green New Deal stuff is bad. So that's why I say, hey, if we could just focus on one thing, anti-corruption party, drain the swamp, money out of politics. Boom. That's the messaging right there. All day, every day. Drain the swamp, money out of politics. These rich elite people, let's get Jeff Bezos money, let's get Soros money out of politics. And you just keep hitting that narrative. Keep hitting that narrative.
Yeah.
What you think?
So as far as bringing people over, it sounds like more of just doing a working class coalition.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you know, and you also have to remember that the biggest block of people are independents and non-voters. And so I think that's also, I'm not exactly sure about the history, so I may be wrong, but I don't think it was as big of a block of non-voters back then as it was today, because people are so disaffected from it. So that also can work into the favor of a third party, because people don't realize a third option. And if, you know, there's a couple of policies that people can unite around, then there are many of us who are, especially in the independent left, which our numbers are growing, that we can all come together. And like we're doing right now, we're cross-pollinating, with people like us and MCSC Network and the INN. And so using our platforms to grow as well as get the message out there, and people who are disaffected from both parties who are working class, you know, to unite around a couple of things, like, for instance, universal health care and anti-corruption, you know, that could be a viable option. It's just also getting someone to be kind of a figurehead that would be a unifier. Because unfortunately, I wish that it was leaderless, because that's my preferred route. But unfortunately, the way humans operate, you have to have a figurehead to look up to. That's just the way humans operate within this system. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Finish your thought.
No, like, we are conditioned by capitalism and the system of hierarchy in order to have someone as a figurehead. So therefore, we kind of have to adopt that a little bit in order to kind of coax with the crook of our rod, you know, the people into going into the right direction. You know what I mean?
Matter of fact, the answer to the person as I was talking to from the oligarchy slide, the answer to him was Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln made a speech, and he grew popularity, continuing to make speech against that oligarchic guy. I'll have to go back to slide to look his name up again, but he was the answer to that. So like we were just discussing, so as much as we wouldn't not like to have a leader in this movement, because, you know, there's disadvantages to having leaders, there's an advantage to having a leader with a clear voice, charismatic, being able to explain the position, you know, like that Fred Hampton, like a person of stature. That is one thing that helps to gather people around this person. And I just want to point out to Pittsburgh Dude 87 came up with the name, the Party of the Many. So that's interesting. That's an interesting name. That's what I'm trying to gather, like a 99% versus the 1%. Like, if we could have a name like that for focused on the 99%, I think it will make it easier to pull from both the Democrats and the Republican and say, hey, we're starting this new thing over here that your party isn't currently satisfying. And we need to let's just focus on getting corruption, you know, starting maybe a publicly financed election system or some type of new system. And I think that could be something that's very successful. And I think another very important thing is we need to have transparency as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, you said that the figurehead would need to be somebody charismatic. I also would think that the figurehead needs to be someone who is unapologetic about the policies and is willing to, when they challenge him on it, then instead of watering down, he intensifies it even further. And so like for instance, you were talking about anti-corruption. A figurehead that would say that as soon as I get in, I'm actually going to I'm going to campaign against every single Republican and Democrat in Congress and in the Senate who doesn't agree with these policies, and we will, in 2 years, get them all out. And on top of that, we're going to nationalize the entire healthcare system. So if they punch, then you punch back even harder. And so it scares them into moving, to a better position. But even still, it makes the people go, wait a minute, this dude is really, really hitting them back hard. Like, this guy doesn't give a crap. And, if this person would also have to be extremely heavy with going along and participating in direct action.
Yeah, that would be nice to add that. Yeah.
Meaning that he coordinates direct action along with the campaign. See what I mean? Because it's just like, because a lot of times what I see politicians do is they do the politician-y thing, and that's all they do. Whereas, like, I would love, like, if there was a third-party candidate that said, look, I'm partnering up with Freedom Fighter CC. We're going to be protesting outside of government, including me. I don't care if I get arrested. We're going to be doing the protest outside of government. And then they're organizing things out in California. They're organizing things out in Oregon. They're organizing things out in Tennessee. But they're just doing the organizing on top. That's like that is the campaign. Like the direct action is the campaign. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I just haven't seen that as of yet from many people. So,
yeah.
I mean, but if a third party was, doing something like that,
Yeah, I see Nico put charisma is often a symptom of narcissism, and that's probably could be true. But what if you had somebody like my favorite example, and I wish he would have ran as a Green Party, was Jesse Ventura. I really enjoy and really like Jesse Ventura a lot, and I think at this point, I think he said he wouldn't do it, or I think he said if 3 rich people funded his campaign. But anyway, he's somebody that is very charismatic, and I think he has the right intentions. I'm not saying he's perfect, but like that's the type of person, a narcissist kind of person would be a Donald Trump who's all about his own ego. Who else? There's plenty of examples in politics that we could probably point to that people who are narcissists. Yeah.
Okay, so pardon me for saying it this way. But I am saying this way just for the punch of it. Because I know you're a pastor's son, so excuse my language, but I'm gonna say it like this. We need an asshole with a heart. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically, what I mean is that they're going to be a jerk to the oppressors. Yeah. They're going to be a jerk to the establishment. They're going to be a jerk to both parties. And they're going to say, no, screw you. We're going to nationalize healthcare. Yeah. I don't care what you say. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. Screw you. We're going to raise the minimum wage to a living and thriving wage. And I'm going to throw all y'all under the bus. And it's not a maybe, it's not a if, it's a guarantee, it's a promise. I'm going to do it. And it's like, and come after me. Yeah. Do what you want. But guess what? One of the 2 ways is going to happen. Either I'm going to succeed it by being a martyr, or I'm going to succeed by being in power. You choose, but guess what? It's all on you. And if somebody were to come out and say that, and then they stuck to it, bruh.
And also I would love to have a politician say we're going to have a maximum wage. That would be interesting as well.
That would be interesting too.
That would be very interesting. So I saw somebody put Ventura, Valerie Purcell said Ventura, he's a libertarian centrist. Now, from what I understand, he was going to run because he was a big Ron Paul fan, which I was back in the day too, until about I think about a year. That's how I first got into politics. And then Tom Hartman brought me over to the progressive side. But and he was also a Ron Paul supporter back then. But then he realized that the libertarians were not for climate change. So and that's when he was trying to court the Green Party. And he came over to that side. So just to say that, and he was recently on the Vanguard. They had a great interview, and I think Valerie, you probably learn a lot about him over there. So before we end let me see, we got 14 minutes left. I got a bonus topic at the end of this, right?
Okay.
So the question is, how much change can a president do in 4 years, right? We always hear about incremental change. Oh, we need to have incrementalism and things like that. Well, I just came across this. Let me see. I came across this YouTube channel and I watched this video. Boom. And I'll give the person a shout out. Oh, it's not on there, but I think his name was Mr. Beat. If you want to anybody want to look him up, Mr. BEAT. And he had a clip called The Most Underrated American President. So you can search by that in YouTube as well. And he said, how much change can a president do in 4 years? This is what he did. He cut tariffs. He recreated an independent treasury. So we talk about MMT, right? Imagine a president comes out in 4 years, creates an MMT type of system in our current government. Then he added Oregon, he added California, and he added New Mexico. So basically, this is the states that before his presidency, we just had the pink, and after his presidency in 4 years, we had all of that. Like, that's not incrementalism. That's like a radical change. Like, imagine somebody said, "Hey, we want to add Mexico to the United States," and then within 4 years, Mexico is part of the United States. So we can't. My whole point of bringing this up is we can't allow our politicians to have us think small. No, if we want to have Medicare for all, we should fight for it in 4 years. I think that was Bernie Sanders' plan anyway, was to have it implemented over 4 years. Pramila Jayapal was over 2 years. If we want universal childcare, if we want universal pre-K, if we want MMT implemented, all these different things, let's not accept it. Go ahead, JB.
Well, just to correct, MMT is actually how the government works as far as funding goes. Yeah, it's not something that we're working towards. It's something that we've had for a long time. Exactly. So, correct. So the thing is that when it comes to MMT, like for instance, if we want to have Medicare for all, we can have it tomorrow. If we wanted to give all Black people reparations, we can do it tomorrow. Because the government literally has the power to do it, and we literally have the money to do all these different things. And so I just wanted to, make sure to correct the record on that, because MMT is the system of how we fund our government. The thing is, they make you think we don't by lying to you and thinking that we pay the government taxes so that they can fund the rest of the government. It's not that way. And it's just sly in how they do it, because they try to make it seem like, oh, we're scarcity, we don't have the money for anything, and yet they could literally dump $4 trillion into the markets, the stock market, during a pandemic, and without losing a breath, So
thanks for that correction. Definitely, I totally agree with you, and you brought up the perfect example. And the whole point of this is that we cannot settle for less. We can't settle for defund the police. We have to say abolish the police.
We can't have nice things, right?
We can, and we have to push. And even if we push for as hard as we can, and then maybe get 80. If we push for 100%, and if we get 80%, I'll take that as a win. Now I'll take that. I would love to push for not Medicare for all, VA for all. A national health system. And then if they say, oh, you know what, we can't do a national health system, let's do a single payer system. Like, all right, it's not what I wanted, but I'll take the single payer system. You know.
Yeah, we take the single payer system and we keep pushing for the national
And keep
review.
pushing for the national healthcare system.
Yeah, it's just like it's basically like almost like a tug of war.
Yeah.
And it's like you're not going to get everything on the first pull, but you're inching people closer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that.
Yeah. So basically, to wrap this up, or at least the conversation. And of course, you could go to any person in chat. We could still have the conversation, but I just want to like kind of summarize the rise of the Republican Party and what third parties can kind of get from the rise of the Republican Party is that we can, it can happen. It is possible. We need to take advantage of crisis when they do happen. So now is the time. What RBN is doing is perfect with this third party summit, because this is where we bring people together. You have different sides of the third parties, libertarians and green parties coming together and have discussions. Maybe I used the example of anti-corruption, maybe a pro-peace. Maybe you need a party that's mainly pro-peace. And libertarians, they have their reasons why they're pro-peace. They don't want to get involved, policemen of the world and all that stuff. And then, of course, the left, we have our reasons for pro-peace, where we just don't want to kill people. If we can gather and create a pro-peace party just around that, maybe both. We could be an anti-corruption, pro-peace party. That's something that easily a lot of people we could build a big coalition around and move forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the point where you're talking about never letting a crisis go to waste. It's basically utilizing the crisis in order to create a more better outcome for society. So, like, for instance, during the George Floyd protests back in the summer of 2020, what could have been done was that a push for the abolition of police, and then having a clear list of demands and trying to influence that to the crowds who are on the ground as much as possible. And those of us who are in the media could push that narrative a lot harder. So, and I hate to say it like this, and it honestly hurts to say it like this, but someone is going to suffer like George Floyd again. And when it happens again, what are we going to do with the voices that we have when that opportunity comes? Because we could use that opportunity that ignites an entire nation. Hell, it ignited the West, not just this nation, the entire West at least. And it could be a focal point, a tinder that we use in order to ignite this frame of mind to sweep across the country, so that we can get, instead of an inch forward, we can get a few feet or a few yards forward, in making sure our material needs are actually met within this country, and it influences the rest of the West.
Yeah, totally 100%. I totally agree with that. I would love for us just to be able to build coalition. That's another thing we need to do, and that's part of this weekend and having more communication. That's why I love these summits. You don't know how much. When I first heard about the General Strike Summit, I was like, yes. And then we have the third party summit. Sabby Sabs had her women's conference. Excellent gathering of women to come together and just have different discussions. And you know what's happening? We're humanizing the movement, because when you have discussions with people that you normally don't talk to, it's easy to kind of demonize them. It's easy to call them names, but then when we're having these talks one-on-one, it's like, okay, you know what, this person is not so bad. This person, even though I might disagree on this and this topic, you know what, we can work together. And I'm hoping in 2022, I'm hoping that we have more people that would normally wouldn't talk to each other come together. And I love that. I watched the stream last night with Brianna Joy Gray and Dr. Jill Stein, and I believe this was her first time on the RBN network, right? That's bringing people together, right? And that means there's that avenue now moving forward that to Jill Stein, and maybe she has connections to other people that she can say, hey, I know this great person that would love to come on the next summit. I heard for the first time, I think CJ or I don't know if it was Nick who said that there's going to be a General Strike Summit Part 2 coming up. Awesome. That's going to be great again to revisit and to see where we can go to continue to progress that. And now we're going to have more firepower because now Jill Stein is probably going to be a part of that. And she's going to bring her resources to that or knowledge of people, personnel to join and the stream and we could discuss that. So I'm very excited about us having these talks. This is the beginning stages. This is exactly what happened with the Republican Party. I told you how they had meetings outside of Congress and to the point where people inside Congress is now like, oh, there's this fervor going on about a Republican Party. Maybe now let's make it official. This is that beginning stage where we're having the discussion among the grassroots. We're popularizing it. We're building it up so that at some point, guess what? At the next General Strike Summit, you're going to have maybe an AOC. You might have a Corey Bush. You might have a Jamal Bowman. Come on the show. I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to be optimistic. Somebody, maybe not them. Maybe the next cycle might come along with somebody. You know, we have great people. Armani Oakley in my state of New Jersey is running. She might get elected. Who else? A whole bunch of Christina Livio, and maybe a third party might get elected. And that's my dream, to see on the next RBN summit an actual elected official on one of the shows. That's my point with that statement.
There's a woman by the name of Delilah. She's running Green Party in Texas for governor.
Oh, governor,
you never know. So but so that, you know, I mean, look, it's good to be optimistic. I mean,
got a dream.
I think one of my biggest issues is that looking at the system is kind of waned my optimism a little bit, you know, over the years. I used to be a very optimistic person. Just it kind of beats you down, and
I hear you.
You know what I mean?
I hear you.
I try not to do that to other people's optimism because I want that to kind of help me along too.
Now that's the only way I can live my life, man, is to be optimistic and to try to because by me being optimistic, when the disappointments happen, when I'm optimistic, I said, okay, this was a failure. What do we do next? What's the next step to try to strike back? Because if you stay pessimistic and you come across a failure, like Bernie losing twice, like, that's it, I'm done. It's never happening. But if you're optimistic, you're like, okay, Bernie lost twice. Who's next? Who's up next? Let's get Nick Cruz to run for office. Let's get, that's my dream. Let's get Brianna Joy Gray to run for office. I told her, like, I would love to see her run. Let's get, somebody that's in our clique, in our sphere to run, and we will support them. And let's elect our own people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
definitely. Look, I want to thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, if you're not, up to the speed on Case Study QB, you better get up to speed. He is also on Twitter as well as YouTube. Just look up Case Study QB. It's easy, right? He has it written right there. He already did all the work for you. And so I just want to thank you so much for coming in. That presentation was great on showing how a third party succeeded, and now they are basically a standard party down to this day. And it shows how the phrase "those who study history those who do not study history are doomed to repeat it." If we study history and we can see how we can make things rhyme, then we can do something just to advance ourselves even further, in progress. So I just want to thank you for being on with us today.
Awesome. Well, I just want to say one last thing. I want to shout out the peoplesgauntlet.com. I would love to have third parties join the People's Gauntlet. Right now I have 4 people. I'm about to add a new person that did all 5 gauntlets. And basically it is candidates letting us know where they stand on progressive issues. And believe me, it is a litmus test that I've seen certain ones fail and they got scared off by it. And it's really telling to know. I'm not going to say any names, but I think it is one of the fears. And we've talked about a litmus test on, I think CJ, you was on Brianna's call-in and we talked about the litmus test. And I was like, wow, it's interesting to see the candidates that I approached. Thank you so much. the candidates that I approach and say, hey, look, you want us to donate to you. You want us to volunteer for you. All we ask you is to let us know where you stand on Medicare for all. Let us know where you stand on the United States Postal Public Banking. Let us know where you stand on Israel Palestine. And they're like, nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna, it's like, wow, okay. So I would love to have some third parties join the People's Gauntlet. If you're out there, just hit me up on DM. My DMs are open on Twitter or casestudyqb@gmail.com. You can email me, and I'd love to add you to the list, and we could get this going. All right, nonpartisan organization.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, CJ. Good to see you, my man.
CJ
got the fresh cut, got the fresh haircut. Nice.
Thanks for the presentation. That was a great presentation. I watched it when I was driving. Great presentation.
Just one thing before we go. Thanks to Justin for the super chat. Says, I'm a Green Party organizer working in Maine to get the first Green elected to Congress. We have a ranked choice voting here, so focusing here is really smart. Thank you so much, Justin, for the super chat. All right, CJ. And thanks to Case.
So thank you, JB. We're going to be going into is third party a wasted vote? This is something I've covered extensively. So this is going to be not my hour, but an hour that I'm going to be focusing on that. How did you like the first segment? What do you think of Case Study's presentation?
Very educational. And basically it gave us a way to look at how one of the first third parties in the country, how they succeeded and how they're still, basically have moved the Overton window in their direction down to this day, and how, we could succeed, in doing that. And I also wanted to add the provisor that they need to be heavy in direct action if they're going to truly want to have the backing of the people instead of the rich. So, but it was a wonderful conversation. I did learn a lot, and so I can't wait to see even more from this summit, man. It was a great idea.
Yeah. Case Study QB, I think for our summits, he'll be the PowerPoint person, because this is the second time he's come with this presentation, and both of them have been great. So
PowerPoint.
But we will see you. When is everybody going to see you later today? Are you back on later today, or is it tomorrow you're on? Right?
I'm back on tomorrow.
Okay, so later.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we have a couple of debates, so that's what's going to take up most of the time today. Thank you, JB. I could take it from here. We'll bring in Jason K.
Just one more super chat.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. You can read it while Jason's here.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to make sure I cover this before we go, because I didn't want it to get missed at all. Super chat is from Justin B, saying focus on third party win in Maine or Alaska, where we have ranked choice voting, gives us better odds at winning and will help us push for ranked choice voting in other states by showing it works. So thank you so much for that second super chat too. All right, everybody. Love you. Peace. Chicken grease. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
All right, thank you. And now let me go ahead and get into this presentation. This is Jason. I call him Jason K. Jason K is he's been actually with us on the network many times. He's appeared on this network. He's been on many different panels, and we used to have the New Left and conversations with Leftist podcast. So he's not new to the channel. Oh, let me take this off the screen. He's not new to the channel. Now, originally we had a few people for the segment, but they rescheduled for a different panel. So it wasn't originally supposed to be sort of like a candidate spotlight, because Jason is actually one of the independent candidates. But because it's just him and I, it's sort of, you're going to get a deeper, the ability to understand his thinking a little bit deeper in this conversation here. So Jason, thank you for joining us. Can you just tell people about yourself, like, your name? Since you are a candidate, I do want to get that out there. So, your name, where you're running, and all of that, websites, anything like that you want to shout out.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Jay. My name's Jason Kishinev. I've been an activist. I got involved in the political world because of Bernie Sanders in 2016, and have been an activist in justice against police violence in Vallejo, California, and against deforestation in Napa, California. I live in American Canyon, which is right between the two. And I'm running for Congress for the third time. Ran as a Green in 2018, and then ran as a Democrat in 2020, thinking I would get more support, and then that didn't really materialize because the Democrats here love the incumbent, and so now I'm running again as an independent. Yeah,
I got a question for you, because you have a unique perspective. This is not on topic. Do you as a candidate see a difference in running in these, because you're running in 3 different parties? What is the differences in particular, Green and Democrats? Because you went to Democrats because you was like, oh, maybe that'll help if I'm a Democrat, but you're saying it didn't necessarily do that. So I'm curious to know why that is.
So when I ran as a Green, I had leftist support. And then when I ran as a Democrat, I should say, when I ran as a Green, there were a lot of Democrats that would say climate change is the most concerning issue and things like that, but they would not support a Green Party candidate because, the Green Party's been smeared about the whole Ralph Nader thing and the idea that voting for third parties elects Republicans. But then also you can't really talk to some people about leftist economics or police violence. They don't want to go that far left, right? So yeah, I ran as a Democrat trying to force a debate with the incumbent, which didn't really happen. He sent surrogates that just lied. And the same, middle class, white liberal Democrats that say that climate change is their most concerning issue. I mean, I hate categorizing people like that, but that's who they are. They're still supporting the incumbent, even though he's not doing a damn thing about climate change, and he's pushing tax cuts to address, or tax incentives to address climate change, and still supporting militarism and not saying a damn thing about deforestation in his own area. But he'll talk about abortion law in Texas, which is crazy. So
you're describing a Democrat. I'm curious, is it the same person, the same incumbent each time you've ran? Is it the same person?
Yeah, he's been in office for 22 years.
So he knows you. He knows who you are because you've been a thorn in his side for several elections.
I sure would think so. He tries to act like he doesn't, but I think that that's kind of impossible. Yeah.
What about before you decided to run? I would think if you decided to run, that means you probably had several years where you were just fed up as a voter and also putting that pressure on him. So were you sort of, writing emails, coming to his office, like before you even decided to run?
Rarely. I mean,
what was the tipping point then? What was the tipping point that made you go, this is ridiculous?
Well, it was Bernie Sanders. It was when I saw, I wasn't really as aware of the influence corporate money had over our political system before he was really pointing that out and naming it. But then when I saw the whole establishment come out to cheat him, and all the Democrats got on board with that, and I contacted the incumbent and said, I want you to use your superdelegate, vote for Bernie, because he was surging, and I felt more like I was handled than I was listened to. So I was like, fuck, this is corrupt as shit.
So he was a delegate, and you went to ask him, hey, Bernie Sanders is on the cusp of actually winning. Can you go? And they just kind of shooed you away. Like, yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right. This is like March or April 2016. And he was, super popular and filling up stadiums, and Hillary Clinton was getting like 100, 200 people at her things.
Yeah,
and
that's amazing.
He said that he's known Hillary for years and worked with, and I'm like, now why would a representative, from California have worked that closely with the first lady or a senator from New York? Why would he know her that well? But
he doesn't. They're just on the same team. So,
there's actually just an old picture of Bill Clinton coming to one of his events to talk, to help him campaign. So yeah, they're all colluding.
There is all one club, like everybody says. But back to what you were saying about leftists, you felt like more leftists were supporting you when you ran as a Green. What was the contrast when you decided to say, "Hey, let me run as a Democrat and see if that works"? What was the contrast in what you saw versus when you were running as a Green?
Well, I think that the same people that were supporting me as a Green still supported me as a Democrat, although hesitantly. Because there wasn't another candidate that was running as a Green. Right. So I was the leftist candidate. I don't think that switching to Democrat really increased my support for it very much at all. Yeah. I pretty much had the same
that's what I was
support base. About. Yeah.
So that's what I was curious about, just to see if because this is what we hear from people who are progressives who are running as Democrats. They say, even some that have ran as, I ran as a Green, didn't work, or ran as a third party, didn't work. So I'm running as a Democrat because this district is D+2 or D+10. That's their reasoning. But if the policies attract the voters, I would think that, what you're saying is not going to change your support, because it was the same thing, and it sounds like for you that was the case, which is very
right. In this election coming up, kind of mandates and surveillance, government surveillance and censorship are a bigger issue, and so I think running as an independent is going to be kind of useful in that regard.
Yeah. So running as an independent in California, because you're in California too. Just on the opposite end that I am, but you're running as independent, not the independent party,
right?
But as a what is the technical term in California for people that are watching?
No party preference, also known as NPP.
NPP. That's
right.
Funny.
NPP, no party preference. NPP. Yeah, because there's an American Independent Party that's actually a far-right party that confuses people every year. Or at least, the media always has articles about how many people are confused by that.
Right. So now that how does your man? I'm going to start asking you questions about campaigns. Let's get back to the topic. So. Is voting for a third party a wasted vote? So I answered this question, Jason, not too long ago, when in 2020, Michelle Obama, and I'm still looking for the article to show that to everybody. In 2020, Michelle Obama was quoted in an article basically saying a third party vote was a wasted vote. This is close when we're getting close to November for the vote, right? And I did a video, if I can find it, I'll bring it up, where I broke down reasons why the third party vote is not a wasted vote. But the main reason is this, Jason, and you tell me your thoughts after this, is that in a democracy, a real democracy, the only thing you're trying to achieve in a real democracy is the ability of choice, free will to pick. The outcome is not relevant to the expression of your, democratic responsibilities in voting. So to say that, so I'm basically saying, in other words, there's no such thing as a wasted vote in a democracy, because the only goal is for you to be able to have free will to select the person. But the Democrats want us to believe that it's democracy when they win, and when Republicans lose, or when they lose and Republicans win, then it's some other, nefarious sort of thing. So what is your take on this question, that is a third party vote a wasted vote in a situation where, like last year's or 2 years ago, the 2020 election, where we have probably two of the worst candidates that people have, or two of some of the worst candidates that people have to pick from. In that scenario, is a third party vote a wasted vote in your opinion?
I didn't catch your scenario because you cut out there for a minute. You want to go over that again?
Yeah. The scenario. Hang on a second, because I can hear the in and out. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. The scenario. What I'm saying is, let's use the 2020 election as an example. So you got Trump versus Joe Biden. So basically, I'm saying this is the fear tactic. Trump is bad. Trump is going to end democracy, right? So in that scenario, is voting for a third party a wasted vote? Is the question.
I know it is not a wasted vote, and I look at it from like several different facets. For one, most states in this country are either red states or blue states, and a Democrat is going to win in California no matter what you vote for. So voting Democrat is actually a wasted vote because it's going to win anyway, right? And then when you look at like the squad and the elected leftists, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. They've said some good things, they've done some good things, and there's some valid criticisms, right? But they were much more adversarial before they were elected, saying things like there is no left party in the United States and all this. But then they get elected and they kind of want to get along with their coworkers, which I think is understandable, but it's not what they were elected to do. They were elected to challenge Democrat leadership. But when they get elected, they're getting along, right? So Eugene Debs, I'm going to quote Eugene Debs, said, "I'd rather vote for what I want and not get it than vote for what I don't want and get it," right? So, God, I lost my train of thought.
No worries. I mean, I do have another question. So, already set up, or basically to your point. I'll put it in a statement form. To your point, a wasted vote, a Democratic vote, to me, if any vote is wasted, it's wasted on a Democrat or Republican. Because, to your point, because it's either wasted because a Democrat or Republican is going to win anyway, regardless of your vote. So it's wasted in that way, like your point. But it's also wasted to the point to where the person you voted for in office, like you were just saying, AOC, for example, if you voted for her, she gets in office and does absolutely none of the things she told you she was going to do when you gave her money and your vote. Isn't that a wasted vote? In my opinion, that's a wasted vote because the person is not even doing the things that they said they would do if you voted for them. What do you say about that?
Somewhat, yeah, I agree. And it's like the Supreme Court justice battle, right? Whether a Democrat should appoint him or a Republican, and really when it boils down to it, and Lee Camp is the first one I heard say this, is when it boils down to it, both sides agree on, U.S. empire. Both sides agree on corporate rule, and so it really, it's like a very narrow gauge of what the line in the sand is, whether it's you got to protect the gay community and you can't be outwardly racist, but where's the line in the sand? Like Nick was talking about this yesterday with Dr. Stein and Brianna, with the line in the sand for protecting gay people, but where's the line in the sand for the Black community or the line in the sand for the Arab community? That doesn't exist. And I remember what I was my train of thought from before, which is that a strong third party presence pushes, like even if you accept the fact that a third party is never going to win, it's always going to be a Democrat or Republican. A strong third party presence forces the Democrat Party to the left. Without what we have right now, we have so many people believing that if you vote third party, you're going to elect a Republican or a Democrat, and so you have to vote mainstream. They're comfortable, and so are they appealing to the left? No, they're appealing to the right to try to draw in voters from the right. But when we have a strong third party presence, when the socialist and communist presence is strong, like it was back in the 30s and 40s, then they have to appeal to the left, because if the Democrat Party can't get left votes, they don't have anything. And so that's really like when you elect, there's some really good leftist candidates that are running as Democrats, and I don't want to discourage them. But if you elect one leftist Democrat, they can't pull the other congressional Democrat to the left, right? But a strong third party presence, the fuck you, I'm not going to vote for you unless you support health care, that pushes the Democrat Party to the left. That is what scares them. So that's where I think a third party vote is really, really key.
This point that you're making, Nick and I actually discussed this, and it was discussed in the context of what's the quickest way for the left to gain power within the duopoly, through the Democratic Party or through a third party. And my argument is through a third party, and this very argument that you're saying here, it's because if you get into Democrats, what are they doing to the squad? Next time, yeah. You want that? Sure. Go over there. No committee assignment, right? They're able to, because you're a part of the same team, they're able to hamper you internally. Whereas you're outside in the third party, they can't do that. You're doing what you want. You're saying what you want. They can't muzzle you. So with that dynamic, it makes them have to go to the left.
I'd like to help you, but the rules committee, which I appointed, won't allow me.
Right. Yeah. That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. So this is the argument I have against progressive Democrats. And like you said earlier, there's a lot of people running as progressive Democrats. I know a lot of them, so I'm not against them individually. It's just the team, that they're joining. But this is the argument I have against that strategy, is that you may believe all of these things, right? You believe in single payer healthcare. You believe in getting money out of politics. The problem is the team you're joining doesn't believe any of that.
Right.
And therein lies the problem. So you're going in as a new person with no power in the party, as a it's a new person in the party, coming to these people who have been there for, several years, decades, entrenched in money, millions of dollars. And you're coming in like, why? I don't get, why do you think your idea is going to somehow trump all the corrupt people in the party? It's just weird to me.
Yeah, there's going to be, 10 people on your side, and there's going to be 200 that aren't. And, you can't talk somebody into supporting your common sense ideas when they're paid not to. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So since we've answered the question that, the third party vote is not a wasted vote, then the next question I have, or the next point I had in that same sort of video reply I did to Michelle Obama is a third party vote a protest vote? Or is a third party vote a vote of conscience? Or can it be both? Before I give my take on that, I see a protest vote as saying I would vote for this person that I normally would not, because I'm protesting something, a person or a cause. So for me, so this was my argument during the time. A protest vote actually is a vote for Joe Biden. If you're a progressive, that is actually a protest vote, because you're saying I would normally vote green, but because I'm protesting the candidacy of Donald Trump, I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. To me, that's a protest vote. Voting for a Green Party because that they align with your values is not a protest vote, in my opinion. But what say you to all of that?
And so if you're protesting Joe Biden, you'd vote for Donald Trump?
Exactly. I'm saying if you're protesting, if you're a protest vote. Now, I don't agree with voting for either one, but I'm saying if you're saying what is a protest vote, protesting, but this is exactly what happened, Jason, in 2016. Why did Hillary lose? It was a protest vote. People were protesting the fact that they squeezed Hillary Clinton in, and they had some leftists who wanted Bernie Sanders went and voted for Donald Trump. That is a protest vote. You're protesting Hillary Clinton. You're protesting how she got the nomination. To me, that's a protest vote. But what say you? I'll give you the floor in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think that people are really propagandized, and when the Democrat Party cheats people, as they did cheat Bernie Sanders at that convention, and Jill Stein showed up and they were protesting, that doesn't mean that was the only reason they voted for Jill Stein.
Right.
We like Jill Stein. We preferred Jill Stein to both Hillary and Donald Trump. And there was a time when she was polling pretty high too. I think 7%.
7%.
Yeah, I've never voted for somebody just because I refused to vote for the other person. But yeah, if I was going to protest Joe Biden, I would vote for Donald Trump, because fuck you, Joe Biden, and fuck you, Donald Trump too. But that's not why I voted for the Green Party. I voted for the Green Party because I like their platform and I like Jill Stein. Right. And I voted for Howie Hawkins in the last election, but I got to admit, I didn't vote for him because I liked him. I voted for him for reasons that I heard discussed on this channel yesterday, which is that I was trying to help the Green Party get to 5%.
Right, right. And I figured
that was the best thing that was going to come out of my vote if we could do that.
So what happened last year, where it felt like online, not last year, but 2020, it felt like online, leftists were standing strong. We're not voting for, Joe Biden. We're not, no. The closer we got, those leftists, they start to peel off. I'm sorry, guys. I have to vote for. We can't have Trump. Like, so what I'm asking is, did vote shaming work in 2020 on some leftists, in your opinion?
I think vote shaming did work, and it just popped in my mind another reason why a third party vote is not a wasted vote, which is that Joe Biden has changed almost nothing from Donald Trump. So they're basically the same. They're, one has somewhat nicer tweets, I guess, but the other, is pushing global fascism in a way more overtly aggressive way than Donald Trump was.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I know.
So the policy really doesn't change. They're the same.
They're the same. They're the same because if your boss, this is an example. You may have heard this. This is an example I always give. Nothing changes because if we have the same boss, the boss's plan isn't different. He doesn't have Pfizer doesn't have a Republican Pfizer plan, and then they have a different plan that's called the Democratic Pfizer plan. It's the Pfizer plan, regardless if it's Democrats or Republican. The people, they're just executing. They're just managers, as the Communist Manifesto talks about. They're just managers of the bourgeoisie class. That's all they're doing. They're just the managerial class. But in 2020, it did feel like vote shaming worked. In particular, like in the last 3 weeks, I just remember a bunch of tweets where people were saying no Joe Biden, and they were like, "Come on, okay, I have to do it." But the Russia propaganda and the pandemic propaganda was off the charts. But now let's fast forward to now and look at Joe Biden. Joe Biden couldn't beat a Donald Trump again, in my opinion, because now there isn't the well, maybe he could do better. We've seen your presidency. It's terrible. So what say you? Do you think Joe Biden could beat Donald Trump again?
No, I don't. Not even close. I don't.
And why is
and
that?
I think that there's another facet that to the 2020 election, which is the what Caleb Maupin calls bread tube. These Kyle Kalinskis who were saying, no, this is absolutely unacceptable. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. But then they go, you know what? I can't be responsible for electing Donald Trump.
Yes.
But you know what? You were, because you got Joe Biden and he's Donald Trump.
And those same people, and what I noticed from those same people who said we're going to push him left. And let me just say, I'll just say his name. David Doe is specifically who I'm talking about. He used to critique Joe Biden like we do. like going at him hard, calling him all kind of. He fell for the fear tactics. He started pushing his audience, vote for him, vote for him. Would you rather a revolution with Donald Trump in office? I remember him saying this. Or would you rather it with Joe Biden? I'd rather with Donald Trump, because the people like you, David Dole, are going to go to sleep if Joe Biden's in there. If Donald Trump is in there, you're not going to go to sleep, and you're going to be saying the same things about the establishment that we're saying that you refuse to say when Joe Biden's in office. But the point that I'm making is, once Joe Biden won, that same David Dole stopped critiquing Joe Biden the same way. It was like it never came back. So do you have that same experience? Do you have that same sort of feel or take or 100% of what has happened? And can you kind of further explain that? Go ahead.
100%. When Donald Trump was in office, you even had the middle class white liberals in the streets protesting. Everybody was protesting. And as soon as Joe Biden got elected, he says nice things and soothes them. And 100%. And now we're facing what? We're an inch away from a nuclear war with Russia, and we're taking COVID relief money to fund more policing, and it's like the opposite of all the shit we're supposed to be doing. And then he's still going to ban Medicare for all, or veto Medicare for all. 100%.
I can't believe he actually said that like out in public. I'm gonna bring up the.
Why would you? Yeah, it's got 70% of you want it, but fuck you. I'm gonna veto it anyway.
Right. Okay. So I found the clip.
We just spent almost enough money to Ukraine to end homelessness. $13 billion, almost enough to end homelessness. We can't afford to end homelessness. We can't afford to provide you health care, but we're going to arm Ukraine. Yeah, it's okay that some Nazis got some grenade launchers. That's okay. But you can't have health care.
Hey, they don't even want to admit that, or I guess they have. They don't even really want to admit that there isn't even Nazis over there. They're trying to downplay it. But this is the video that I finally found about the Michelle Obama and how third-party votes is not a wasted vote. So let's listen, and then we'll where is it at? Right here. We'll comment on it at the end of it.
So liberals basically have three main arguments against voting for the Green Party. One, a Green Party vote is a wasted vote. Two, a Green Party vote is a protest vote. And three, a Green Party vote is a vote for Donald Trump. In a democracy, the only point or the only goal of a democracy is to have free will to pick who you want. That's the only goal of a democracy. Nothing else. Not the results. That's what the Democrats are trying to convince you of, that democracy only means that they win. It's a democracy when they win, but it's somehow Russiagate or Russia interference when they lose. It's the arrogance of a duopoly that they believe votes should only go to one of the two parties. Calling a vote for the Green Party a protest vote assumes or implies that that vote was supposed to go to you or to someone else. And that's not what a Green Party vote is. If I didn't have the option to write in a Green Party or vote for a Green Party candidate, I would leave it blank because nobody else aligns themselves with my values. So I would just leave it blank. Being against Trump doesn't make me on your team. Okay, this is what I always say on Twitter. Basic math. 2 + 2 doesn't equal Jell-O. Okay? 2 + 2 = 4. So when I go in and write, Green Party, or I pull the lever for Green Party, it doesn't equal Trump. If you have a problem with getting votes, that's a you problem. Change your policies. Advocate for things that people want to get more votes. That's how you get more votes in a democracy. That's how it works. Because again, I despise Donald Trump. But your guys' problem is I despise you too.
So that was my point, and I was kind of peeved at the Michelle Obama article because I felt like it was so arrogant that she was saying don't vote third parties. But you saw the video. What did you extrapolate from that, there, sir?
I just couldn't get over, the whole Democrat thought process behind some of the things that you're arguing against. That voting for third party is a vote for. It's just you got to be, I don't know, you got to be so heavily propagandized to come up with something like that. You know what? Voting for Joe Biden makes the system worse and makes people see the corruption of the Democrat Party and is going to be a vote for Donald Trump later. So voting for Joe Biden was actually a vote for Donald Trump. Whether it's Donald Trump or Tom Cotton or Marco Rubio, Joe Biden ain't winning the next election, right?
Yeah, he's not. Yeah. He's not. So where are we at, Jason? Like, who do you think? Like, Joe Biden is not gonna win, and we don't even need to talk about Kamala Harris. That is a joke. Like, she's a joke of a candidate. She's not gonna win. She's not gonna beat anybody. She couldn't beat herself. Okay, if she ran against herself, she would lose. So she's that terrible. So.
It was a tweet.
So what are we looking at for 2020 as a nation? What are we looking at? Are we looking at Tom Cotton? Are we looking at Donald Trump 2.0? He will be the second president to have a term, go out of office, and then come back for another term. I think it was Grover Cleveland who did that before, but. What bring out your crystal ball? What do you see happening in 2024?
Well, I'm not sure. I heard some rumors yesterday, I think, about Ro Khanna running, which is kind of interesting because we all know that he is invested in the war industry, although he blames it all on his wife, which is really kind of an irresponsible thing to do, Ro. Yeah, but he's got some progressive views and would support Medicare for all, and I think he could get some votes. But yeah, I think that we're probably looking at Tom Cotton or Marco Rubio or, somebody really horrendous. Absolutely.
Wow. And the thing is, like, we may not. The thing is, when Republicans are in office, like Donald Trump, I don't tangibly feel a difference when any president, because there's nothing fundamentally changes. Like, my life doesn't change. What changes is the coverage of the president, the hyping of cover. If you just simply didn't cover Donald Trump's tweets and all of this stuff, there wouldn't be all this sort of exhaustion from him. My point is this.
Yeah.
The people weren't exhausted over Trump. They were exhausted over your covering Trump. Because if you don't cover him, if he says this and you're hopping on it because you want to get the views, if you don't cover him, then the nation is not going to be in this sort of exhaustive state. But they all kind of work together. But just to comment on 2024. If Donald Trump wants the presidency, in my opinion, he has it. If he decides to run, he wins. He had 70 plus million people vote for him under a pandemic. If you're under a pandemic, and we didn't have a history of Joe Biden as a president. Now we have history of Joe Biden as a president. The Iraqi pullout, people in the duopoly hate that. I don't necessarily hate that, but the Iraqi pullout, they hate that. So you have establishment people who hate him too. His response in Russia, a lot of Republicans, a lot of establishment people want him to go even, Warhawk people want him to go even harder. So those people aren't really on your side. Then you have the people who put you in office, like the people of color, Black community. You didn't bring them voting rights. Then you have the working class who also put you in office. No $15 minimum wage. Like, stop me when like is no chance of Joe Biden beating Donald Trump, even with all of the Russia propaganda, even with January 6th, which is really kind of falling by the wayside.
Yeah.
Really kind of fall like that game where they thought it was going to be just like Russia. It's not going to be just like Russia. You're not going to play that game again on the American people. So with all of that said, I'm going to kind of give you the last few moments here. We're going to be cutting this segment at 9, or it's 9:45 our time, for a short segment before we have to build up for the debate and allow you to kind of get prepared and rest and all of that stuff. But what say you about the state of America, the falling empire, the third party, trying to build this third party system, protests, like all of these things, the pandemic happening, like it just seems like this is a time in history where something huge could happen, should happen, is happening. What is your take on all that, sir?
So my take is that, like you said, all this shit is happening. It's just falling apart. And we had so many COVID deaths under Trump, and then we had even more under Biden. And we really need change now. And we're so divided. The left is so divided. And some of us are Democrat and some are Green and some are supporting independent or PSL/Peace and Freedom. And we can't come together, and we're all trying to do these different things. And maybe all of them have, some good perspectives. I heard somebody talking about a workers' party yesterday, which I've heard that before, and that'd be great. I heard earlier somebody, JB's guest was I can't remember who JB's guest was.
Case study QB, yeah. Case study QB, yeah.
Case study. I just couldn't come up with it. I heard him talking about an anti-corruption party. I think there's something to be said for that too. Mm-hmm. But we're so divided, and I think it's almost like there's so many different roads that we're going to explore all these roads and be divided for a little bit. Even though it's not the best thing, and it's really hard to come together. I think at some point maybe we can be like, okay, this party isn't working, that party's not working, and maybe we will come together. The big problem with that is the climate, right? We don't really have time to fuck around.
Yeah.
And so, I see us as being pretty fucked, really. We're pretty fucked.
Yeah,
and
I'm
all
trying.
We can do is there's this great Chris Hedges quotation that I love to use all the time because it just really describes how I feel. We are but mice squeaking into an avalanche, but squeak we must. Right?
We have a question for you from the audience here. It says, CJ, please ask Jason K what his experience was attracting conservative community in American Canyon, California to vote for him. Like, do you have, is your, where you live, is it pretty conservative or kind of half and half or?
No, it's a pretty Democrat community throughout Napa County. But you're asking specifically about the conservative community, which I had really not reached out to a whole lot before this election. But because of vaccine mandates and government surveillance and censorship, that's really been a big issue. And so I've been out there at the anti-mandate protests, making friends on the right. Sure. Why not? We're all, I'll stand with you for vaccine mandates. I'm not going to stand with you for, anything racist, but I'll stand with you against vaccine mandates. Absolutely. Fuck yeah. And, it's weird when they start waving Trump flags or whatever, but.
Right.
Absolutely.
I just feel like you said, it feels like a clusterfuck where the empire it does so many terrible things, is doing so many terrible things. There's so many lanes to attack this. It's like it just seems overwhelming sometimes, and right now could be that time that is sort of overwhelming. So, but Jason, we've come to the end of this segment. We're gonna I'm gonna drop you out so that you have a little bit time to just to kind of rest before the debate. I'm calling it a debate just so people understand it's not really a debate because you're not debating against the other person. You're just giving your views on questions for people to learn about your candidacy. Because one critique of the Marianne Williamson event where she put on progressives was that we didn't hear enough from the their mouths about what they believe. It was just kind of like they gave, a tagline and then, okay, go ahead and donate to him. And we feel like there needs to be more in-depth conversation. We need to be able to hear what the candidate is saying. And that's what's coming up at 1 p.m. today for those who saw the schedule. And it used to be 2 p.m. We've extended it 2 hours because we just think that this is going to take longer than 2 hours. So we're starting at 1. We're going to allow Jason a time to kind of rest before that is. So Jason, I'm going to drop you out, sir. Any last words before we see you in like another 15 minutes?
I'll just plug my website if anybody wants to check it out. It is kishnf.com. And it's pronounced just like it's spelled. It's not as scary as it looks. And
can you say that? Actually, let me take that off so they can see your name right there. So there you go. If you were wondering, that's how you spell it right there.
KishnF. Okay. There's no R.
All right, Jason. All right, Jason. I'm gonna drop you out, and I'll see you in about 10 or 15, 20 minutes. All right. So again, I'm gonna bring up the graphic for the next segment, which is our first candidate debate. Where did I? Oh, I know where I put that. So let's go ahead. So now the moderators. Oh, they're asking for the link. I'll get it to you. Zoya. So the moderators are going to be Nick and Zoya. And Zoya, if you're watching, I'm going to get the link for you in just a second. If you're watching the feed, because I see you in the chat, but I can't type right now. My computer's moving slow. So let me get you the link to join. And like I was saying, I'm going to put up what the topics are. I think this is our foreign policy debate. There you go, Zoya. There you go. This is our foreign policy debate. So we're talking about, of course, the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We're also going to be talking about the apartheid state of Israel. So the Israel-Palestine conflict, military-industrial complex, and military budget. That is the topics for this segment. And like I said, let me show you the graphic here. All right, so there is the graphic. So this is the topic. This is what's coming up now. And as you can see, or actually, no, did I change it? Saturday. Oh, tomorrow is the one that's changed. So earlier when I mentioned that we kind of adjusted the time frame, that's the one that's tomorrow. So this one was always supposed to start at 1 o'clock. So Russia, Ukraine, did I miss anything? Israel, Palestine, military industrial complex, military budget. So for the candidate segments, we do want to have audience participation. So we do want it to be sort of interactive. So if you have questions, please, sort of post the question. Actually, let's do it like this. Because we want to be able to decipher between like a regular comment and if you have a question for the panel. So if I'm going to put this up here, if candidate question, if you have a candidate question, if you could just please put that in the text that you type. That way, when we're scrolling through, we can say, "Oh, that's a candidate question. Let's put that up." Now, we're taking candidate questions. Of course, we're not going to be able to get to all of them, and we will have to be selective. So we're hoping that the majority of questions will be from good faith actors, but of course, we're not going to be putting up any ridiculous sort of questions for any candidates. We're not going to be putting up any sort of disrespectful comments or questions about any of the candidates. The candidates are all, even if you don't agree with their views, they are all doing this because they believe that, they're trying to make a difference. And we don't want to discourage any person, any human who sees the state of this failing empire and who says, hey, I want to try to do something to make a difference in what's happening. We don't want to change, we don't want to change that sort of zeal. So yeah, just giving you a little bit of ground rules for this. Now, this is the first of 4. So we're going to have 4 of these. I guess let me show you what the next one will be. I'm going to leave that up. Let's, where is it? Oh, this is the first one. Okay, so let's go to here. I guess I got to close it. Let's close it. I thought it was attached. I'm sorry, everybody. Thought it was attached here. So anyway, let's click this and do it a different way. Oh wow, it is not. Oh, there it goes. It took a little while. All right, so this is the other one I was trying to get to here. This is going to be the second one. Second candidate debate here. Now, this candidate debate will include topics: public school funding, capitalism, federal minimum wage, and income inequality. And probably, I'm sure there'll be some sort of like some surrounding topics that kind of overlap those, and that will be included. But the moderators, or I shouldn't, yeah, the moderators, I guess we can call them moderators. The moderators or questioners for this particular one will be Steph Z, and that's Jimmy Dore's wife, and Sabby. So Sabby Sab or Sabrina will be moderating this one. And for those who don't know, Sabrina has her background is in education. And I think that's why she's good to be a moderator here. I do see, the candidates showing up. Thank you for that. I do see Nick in the background. So we're getting ready to get to the first candidate segment or candidate debate. But these are the first 2 for today. Now, these candidate debates is something we really want our audience to watch, because third parties are a lot of times excluded from debates. They're excluded from participating in the conversation. Jill Stein just told the story yesterday about how she was excluded from the debate, even though she should have been included. So this is like one of the few times that you're going to be able to, where these candidates were going to be in a platform where they have ample time to kind of speak about their policies. So it's very important that as leftists, if we're saying, we want third parties, we're saying let's, break the duopoly, let's support these candidates in the sense to give them your ear, listen to them, ask the questions that may further give you more detail into how they think, so that we can make this as productive as possible. This is the part. These candidate debates are the part of the third party summit that I've been waiting for the most. This is the part that I'm most interested in viewing. So yeah. All right. So we got a few more minutes. I do have one other item I wanted to bring up here. Let me unshare that. And I'm going to bring them on. I do see the candidates and everybody backstage. Welcome, everyone. I'll get to you in just one moment. I guess I should tell you which candidates are going to be on this first debate. I guess that is a very important question. So let's give you that. So today's debate, today's candidate segment, I thought this was listed. Yeah, it's right here. Today's candidate segment is, we'll have Jason K. You saw him earlier. Stephen, Terrence, Ethan, Mitch, John, and Delilah. So those will be, it looks like we have 7 candidates, possibly 8 for this particular segment. And let's begin. Actually, not yet. All right, so let me play the video that I was going to play really quick here. Now, this video, shit. Ah, shit, it's not queued up. So be a little patient with me. Shit, I gotta scroll down here and get it. Actually, I have a bunch of good videos. I could show you these. Let's put a different one there. Oh, this is completely just off topic, but I think it's kind of interesting for those that may not have seen this. You'd be very, if you haven't seen it, maybe this will be a shocking video to you. Okay, so this video is a young Barack Obama here. And this is not the video I was going to show you. It's just in looking for the other video, this video I came across. So this is a young Barack Obama. Listen to what he speaks about here. I thought it was very interesting.
I mean, that, you know, the truth of the matter is that American culture at this point, what is truly American, is Black culture to a large degree. Flip on the television set. Look at Pulp Fiction. You know, I mean, you can choose whatever examples you want. It's had a profound influence on this entire nation, and it has to be affirmed. I mean, that, you know, the truth of the matter is,
this is the shorter video. This
American
is the shorter
culture.
video. There is a long. I thought this was the longer version of it. I've seen the longer version of this particular interview, but it's like, what happened to that person? Like, find that interview of Joe Biden, and it's like, I mean, of Barack Obama. Is like, whatever happened to that person? It's that sort of the same sort of change that we saw in AOC. All right, so I've talked enough. We're going to begin to bring in some of the candidates here, since we have just 2 minutes before we get started. You know, Jason, Delilah's here, and oops, there she goes. What's up, Jason? Again, what's up, Delilah?
Hi.
Heard you
How's
miss
it
me. I'm
going?
back.
We got a few minutes. Let me see what's happening to some of the other candidates here. Oh, there goes Terrence.
Hey,
There goes Terrence. What's up, Terrence?
how's it going,
Am I saying
guys?
it right? Am I saying it right, Terrence?
Yep, you got it.
Okay. All right. All right. And then, okay. So I see another candidate, Zoya. Oh no, that's a moderator. So I'll allow them time to Nick can decide when they come in. So the format of this, and all of you may know this already, but let's explain to the audience. The format will be very simple. There goes Nick. Where it's kind of in a discussion form, but you know, Nick, and I'll bring in Zoya too. Nick and Zoya will be the moderators, so that, you know, they'll be asking questions here and there. We're calling it the debate, but it's not really a debate because you're not, you know, running against each other. But there might be times where you do have a difference of opinion. So I'll hand it over to Nick and Zoya. It is yours. The floor is yours.
Hello, my friends. This should be a good one because CJ has trusted me with what he calls a debate. We see where it goes because you guys know I'm not I don't have a lot of tolerance for defenders in the empire, so we see how this go. To me, if you are a third party and that means you're challenging the duopoly. And one of the most important aspects to me is where you stand on state violence, foreign policy. I'm not interested in any third party or any candidate that essentially had the same empire vision of the U.S. empire. There's literally no point in that. And I see. Let's start with the whole like Russia, Ukraine, Cold War situation. And I'm actually gonna start with Jason just because he's the first one I see on my moderator. I broke down like this new Cold War that's going on, this new strategy by the U.S. empire of full spectrum dominance. And this is kind of a question we're gonna go around the panel with. I want to give you guys general takes on like the U.S. empire's take strategy against Russia, or what's your take on what Russia and what Putin doing? I would love to hear what you guys' general assessment on that issue is. I want to start with Jason, then we go with Delia after that. Hopefully I said that correctly, but we go with Jason next.
See, well, my take on the whole situation. Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So, U.S. cooed Ukraine twice. Actually, I just learned this yesterday. Once in 2004, and then again in 2014. We there was a popular uprising where we actually. Joe Biden and John McCain and John Kerry went to Ukraine, and they didn't used to have a majority of people that supported joining NATO, but they rallied for support to join NATO, created a popular uprising that deposed Yanukovych, their former president, and then they helped install Petro Poroshenko, who is a U.S. puppet, and he was defeated in the last election by Zelensky. And when Joe Biden took office, he started holding these military exercises in the Black Sea. And I think that Sweden and Lithuania, if I remember correctly, were also holding military exercises off of a different coast of Russia. And so they created this military buildup. And then they started pretending that Russia was going to invade. And even though Russia did invade, I don't believe Russia was planning to invade.
Yeah, I'm not sure we lost Jason there.
But they created, and Russia was straight out saying, we're not planning to invade. I don't know what you're talking about. And then they started dumping weapons into Ukraine. And they knew that was a red line for Putin, that if they dumped NATO weapons into Ukraine, he wasn't going to have that. There's tons of evidence of this. They promised Russia that NATO would not expand 1 inch.
I'll give
Every
Jason
time
a few moments.
there's a whole field of experts warning them that eventually Russia's going to strike. Even Joe Biden had said this about the Baltic states, that we can't push NATO to Russia's border. So they knew what they were doing, and they created this invasion, and then they can blame it on Putin. And there's all this propaganda to support Ukrainians and vilify Russia. And it's not that I don't have anything against Ukrainians. I don't want Ukrainians to be bombed either. But all these governments are corrupt. The Russian government, the Ukrainian government, and the U.S. government, they're all full of shit. They're all killing people. Zelensky, as a U.S. puppet, is sacrificing his own people to be in Biden's favor. Could have made peace before all this started by just accepting neutrality. But they changed Ukraine's constitution specifically to do this, which is so corrupt. And they're trying to make him out as some hero when he's actually the opposite.
They actually used to write stories back before this whole conflict started. Well, at least the recent update to the conflict. They used to write stories about how Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries.
Yes.
And Ukraine, do you guys know that's the country where the most public officials were listed on the Panama Papers as well? So I'm gonna ask you one quick follow-up, and then we go Delilah afterwards, because it seems like you have a good grasp on the history of this event, and I would love to hear everyone's opinion on your take on this panel. I'm gonna get to you guys here very soon. What is your reaction to like the smear attempts I see from the establishment for anyone who just brings up the historical fact, because right now they want everyone to believe that this is a war of Putin's aggression. And if anyone on this panel disagree, I can't wait to get to your part of the segment, because we want to hear your point of view as well, because this is kind of how I've been covering it from a hostile point of view of being from NATO. But Jason, what is kind of like your reaction to like the establishment just trying to change the facts and history on this issue?
It's really frustrating because President Poroshenko, he surrounded himself with literal Nazis, and there are literal Nazis all throughout the Ukrainian government, and the Azov battalion has been institutionalized as part of the military, and there's all these pictures coming out of Ukraine with Nazi medallions, and guess what? I'm Jewish, so I have a little thing against Nazis. So yeah, I keep pointing this out, and people keep telling me that I'm just Putin's mouthpiece and all this bullshit, and so much censorship is like censoring the articles that I'm trying to use, or the news reports I'm trying to show people. Hey man, they've been talking about this. I mean, it's not all of them, but this is just a ton of censorship around this, and it's hard to show people that all this is going on.
Well said, Jason. And I know you had a conversation with CJ earlier before. That's why I didn't really give you that much of an intro. But before we start with Delilah, you can also share like your party, where you're running, and then you can kind of give your reaction to what to this part of the conversation if you want to do that as well. So go ahead, the floor is yours, Delilah, and then we go to Terrence next.
Okay. Absolutely. If you're just tuning in, my name is Jason Kishinev. I am running for Congress for the third time as an independent candidate in California District 4, which is like the Napa Valley area, Napa County. I ran as a Green the first time. I ran as a Democrat the second time to try to force a debate, and none of it's working. So screw it. I've gone independent.
Love to hear it. So, Delilah, awesome. The floor is yours. You can give a quick intro about the party where you're running, and then you can kind of dive into this topic wherever you want to kind of swing your bat at.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Nick.
I'm sorry. Before the candidates go, if I can just expand on the question, I'm Russian myself from Ukraine, so this one's a big question to me. So Ukraine and Russia is on everyone's mind because of the possibility of escalation to World War III. The mainstream narrative is pro-Ukraine, and that premise is being used to justify increased military spending and intervention over prioritizing diplomacy. And I want to ask each candidate to comment what is your leftist position on NATO and how you would engage the topic as a legislator if elected.
So if I can just jump in. By the way, I'm Delilah Barrios. I'm from Texas. I'm running for governor on the Green Party ticket. So to answer your question, yes, World War III is on everybody's mind, and it should be a concern for every citizen, no matter where you live, especially when we're talking about nuclear weapons and aggression being shown by the state. I think that as a state candidate, it's important to realize our geopolitical pull and how we can market ourselves as allies, because we're not in a situation. Ever since this hit, the whole Ukraine situation, I had a really uncomfortable feeling about it, because first of all, I'm a millennial. Like, I remember 9/11. I remember my dark-skinned friends having a harder time because they were Muslim or they were all terrorists. So there was like, I mean, this isn't the first time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this is very fresh in the memories of people and people that are my age as well. And so right off the bat, you notice there's a difference between what victims of war do we care about more? You know what I'm saying? Because there wasn't this much of a heartache for the civilians killed in Iraq. There wasn't this much of a national outcry, when people were bombing or continually bombing Syria and colonizing Palestine. So it's times like these where I do see the people that are my allies and the ones who care, because they have a grounding that you don't find in the media, a grounding in humanitarian causes. that they're outspoken about these things. Like people on the left are saying, okay, so why are they keeping Black students from evacuating? And nobody, why is the media censoring that? And it's like to promote this sort of like far right nationalist movement that's not, I mean, obviously in Texas we have to worry about that. There's racist, there are so many hate groups registered, like it's a sickening thing. And so when you look at the grand scheme and notice that it's a worldwide phenomenon and symptom of colonialism, I think it really helps put everything in perspective. Like there's more to what the media is going to tell you. And I think most of us, at least on this panel, would know that. And also, it's really important to maintain your perspective and listen to the voices that you wouldn't want to hear at first. And try and evaluate, like, why don't I want to hear this? Is it because it's sad, or is it because it puts me in a position of having to reevaluate my privileges and things like that as like an American or somebody who has had the privilege of not having their home country invaded. There's and I can tell that there's a big difference in as far as like privileges, how important it is to some people. So a lot of people I know, especially liberals, are like, we got to send money to Ukraine. We've got to help these people. And you'll go back and look at their timeline from like 10 years ago or however many years ago, and it's like not a peep about, victims of war, victims of terrorism. So for me, it's just been a really clear indicator of where your priorities are as an individual. I think politically, it's also a good indicator because there's more people pushing the war machine than there are pushing for peace.
Well said. I want to get Terrence in here as well. Thank you for being patient. And then we'll go to Ethan after that. You can give a short introduction, and you can respond to Zoya's question or respond to anything that anyone on the panel has said. Thank you for joining us, Terrence. The floor is yours.
Absolutely. So my name's Terrence Cudney. I'm running for state senate in Massachusetts on the North Shore, which I live in Gloucester, which is a little city up there. And I'm running as an independent. It's my first time running for office, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you guys. Nick, I'm super glad to meet you. Same with Zoya, as well as Jason and Oz. And Delilah, we've met before. It's nice to see you again. So on this Russia-Ukraine situation, so I come from actually a background in international relations. I have an undergraduate degree in the area, and as someone who's running as a state senator for state senate, rather, I think there's a degree to which there's only so much impact that I can have on foreign policy. But it is nevertheless something I care very much about, and so I'm happy to discuss it. I think I echo a lot of what Delilah and Jason have said about the media bias on this story, and I also would like to give some grace to the folks online for which this is the first kind of conflict that they've been made to think deeply about by our sort of corrupt media establishment. And so I want to give a little bit of grace to those folks that basically this is the first conflict that they're having to kind of confront, and it has been kind of pushed onto them by our media with a certain perspective. And so it's up to folks like us to educate them on that, to give them some new perspectives that they might not have heard before. And the fact is, I'll try and frame this a little bit differently. The fact is, Ukraine is a deeply divided country, and it has been for a long time. Jason spoke a good bit to the history. The history of Ukraine goes back over 1,000 years, and it actually is actually I imagine Zoya would have a lot to say on this as well. I know she's very educated on the ins and outs of the history here. But basically, Ukraine has kind of been the center of, I guess, conflict really between Northern Europe, Western Europe, and Eastern Europe for almost 1,200 years, between the early Vikings and basically Western Europe and Eastern Europe and Russia. so now to bring it to kind of the modern day, if you actually look at the 2010 election, it shows just how divided it is. It's basically, you know, northern and western Ukraine versus eastern and southern Ukraine. And, you know, so we need to recognize that when we talk about the conflict, that it is a deeply divided country, and it is also a new country in its current form, and has only been around, you know, in its current form since the fall of the Soviet Union. And so, yeah, I guess I the other thing that I'd say, and then I'll yield the floor, is that it's been frustrating in the discourse that I'm involved with on the left to see sort of this division between, you know, are you I've been basically called a pro-US imperialist and a pro-Russia imperialist, both you know, even within the last couple of days. And the fact is, you know, I am anti-war, and I'm interested in seeing this conflict resolved and finding out you know, the way that things go forward. And when it comes to NATO, the fact is, yeah, it has been brazen and aggressive in this part of the world, and that perspective is not acknowledged in mainstream media, and we need to be the ones that are calling for that. You know, I think essentially, you know, self-determination is hugely important to me. It's something that I talk about on my platform a lot in terms of you know, what we can do as a state in Massachusetts. But when it comes to, you know, Ukraine and you know, the sort of very divided kind of areas of it, it should be, I believe it should be handled democratically without US or Russian involvement. And likely this would result, if it were handled democratically, in at least Donbass and Crimea, or perhaps a greater portion of southern and eastern Ukraine, becoming either independent or joining Russia, with northern and western Ukraine becoming kind of a new state. Like, that's a way that I could see forward for this discussion. But obviously, Zelensky himself has recognized that joining NATO is an unlikely possibility and an inflammatory one, frankly. And so I think I'll leave it at that.
Well said, Terrence. And we're gonna go to Ethan next, and then after that, I'm gonna give Zoya opportunity to speak a little bit and ask any follow-up questions. Also, see, we also have Miss DeVillo. Am I saying that correctly? Welcome. Thank you for joining our stream. I'm gonna get to you after Zoya. But there is one thing that you said, Terrence, I thought is very important for people to understand in this conflict, that I have seen an active, concerted effort by the media to erase the fact that the Ukraine is a divided country. When you look at Western, when you look at East, we're looking at completely different demographics, much more stronger on the East. And then when you look at politics, the Eastern side of Ukraine versus the West is so clear in terms of how they vote, who they support, their political actions. It might as well be two different countries. And I watch this video and this guy seems to be a Western chauvinist. He seems to be significantly to my right, and he did a video breaking down why he thinks the West is at fault of Ukraine. And one of the first things he brings up, and remember, this guy is coming from, I think, a centrist point of view. He brings up how Ukraine is divided. So that's a key part to understand this. But I also do want to get Ethan in. I know there was a lot said here. You can start with an introduction to yourself, where you're running, what party you're from, and then you can respond to what anyone has said. I know we've been talking about this for a while, or just get your general take on the issue. Thank you for being patient, and welcome to the panel, Ethan.
Yes, thank you for having me. It's great to be here. Just bear with me because I'm trying to watch my son here at the same time. So my name is Ethan Osborne, and I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in Kentucky, District 4. So I'll be running against Republican Thomas Massey and Democrat Matthew Lehman, I believe is his name. And I'm a member of multiple third parties. I'm most active with the Pirate Party and the DSA. I'm a member of the pretty much every left third party you can name. I'm a member of. So I started out with the Green Party when I was in high school back in the late 2000s. I helped Ralph Nader's campaign when I was in high school. So that's how I got started in, my political journey. But I also, throughout the years, hard times come on people, and when you're just living hand to mouth, you can't really be very politically active. So I had a time when I just wasn't active because I was just trying to survive, and a lot of people can't. That's the same problem a lot of people have, is they don't get involved with politics because they're just trying to live. They don't have time for it. But anyways, things went through some things, and so I'm trying not to ramble too much. So I was involved with both of Bernie Sanders' political campaigns for president, both of his presidential campaigns. Disappointed both times. Really, like, just kicking the crotch both times of what happened, and became really disenfranchised. So I've always been more leaning towards third parties. The Bernie Sanders stuff brought me back towards the Democrats, but then, I was foolish for falling for it.
I kind of want to dive into that a little bit, Ethan, because it seems like I'm not trying to guess your age or anything, but you say you're a supporter of Ralph Nader. So it seems like you've been a supporter of third party for a long time. So I don't know your age or anything like that.
Yeah,
it usually takes a time. It usually takes a while for people to take that leap, but it seems like you was always on board. Why is that? Like, is that influence from your family, or what kind of led you down that route?
Lots of things. I would say honestly, the biggest thing, and it's also still driving me today, it has a huge impact on my politics, is
we give Ethan a few moments. I don't know if I can't hear him. I'll give him a few moments.
It looks like he's frozen.
Okay. Let's give him a few seconds here. After Ethan, we'll go to Zoya, and then she can add in to the discussion she want. I'm just stalling for time here a little bit. Okay, so let's go Zoya, and then once Ethan gets back, there he is. Yeah,
sorry,
there you go.
We froze up for a second. So what I was getting at was, I grew up in different areas. So I grew up in the inner city for a time, and then we moved out to the country. I lived in the country for a long time, and I just saw the hypocrisy of the evangelical Southern church and how it used racism to divide the working class of this state. And it's always been that way in the state. I call them the Southern gentry. They're the elites that use racism and religion to keep the South divided against each other. I'm not trying to be class reductionist here, but they use, they basically, people in this state that are in leadership, like Mitch McConnell and the Republicans and Democrats, have run the state too for a while. It's been kind of a purplish state for quite a while, but they just basically use people's religion and their race to keep people fighting each other instead of uniting as a working class to, get rid of these. Mitch McConnell's an oligarch, and he's been in power since, I was a baby, and even conservatives hate him. So just shows how broken the system is here. But so I got sidetracked a little bit there.
No, don't worry.
Yeah. So I forgot where I was going.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna ask you this follow up, and then we go to Mitch and then Zoya.
Right. Okay. So back to the Russia-Ukraine situation. So far, everything I've heard, like, I pretty much agree with. I was in the Marine Corps myself. I wasn't in combat, but I was exposed to the MIC. And my entire family's highly militaristic. Everyone, my parents, my grandparents, they were all in the military too. So I got to see the hypocrisy of the military industrial complex from the inside. And they're like, back to the Nazis in Ukraine. There's Nazis in the Ukrainian armed forces, in the Russian armed forces, in the United States armed forces. It was going on when I was in there. There was the Order of Nine Angles that was active in the U.S. The Marine Corps infantry. They were active there, and they just were busted, within the past couple of years. But they, I told them to F right off when I was in infantry school, because they were active in there. And now they're busted, and hopefully they're all in prison. But so back to the Russia-Ukraine thing. So first of all, I think this all could have been avoided. You know, basically, the Russian propaganda is so effective because the United States has failed to lead by example. I believe this could have been prevented if the previous administrations of the past 40 years would have worked towards peace and diplomacy instead of aggressively violating the agreements of NATO's non-expansion. So I think NATO is obsolete and should be dissolved. Basically, NATO. I think that NATO is pretty much serves for the United States to dominate the European elite and their militaries, and it's obsolete. And we should get rid of it. The expansion of the military-industrial complex has fueled global arms races around the world, and it's brought us to this nuclear barrel that we're looking down. And I'm again, and like the gentleman who spoke, I'm sorry, I haven't familiarized myself with everyone's names. I agree with him, because I'm getting in arguments with everybody. I'll be accused by liberals of, supporting Putin. And then there's some people who say that I'm being a shill for the West. When I say I think Vladimir Putin is a psychopath. He's not a friend of the left. If you look at his politics, he's an ethno-nationalist oligarch. He's one of the richest men in the world. And he has his own twisted idea of theocracy that he would like to see implemented. He is a white nationalist himself and a theocrat. And you won't find me engaged with apologetics for him. That doesn't mean that I support anything that's going on here. I want peace. I think we should be doing everything to maintain peace and not be, have a planet destroyed with, a nuclear Armageddon. So, I have a child and I'm terrified of the future because of all this. And it's a massive failure. And we need to hold we haven't held our own leadership accountable. And that's why everything that they're saying about us is so damaging, because it's true. And it doesn't mean that, and when I say that, it doesn't mean that I support them either. I mean, wars is terrible and innocent people are dying, and none of the Russian people don't want it. The Ukrainian people don't want it. The Americans, no one wants it. The working class people of this world. We don't want war. We don't want our children to be murdered, So again,
even the ruling class don't want that. Even the ruling class wouldn't send their kids to war. They just want to send your kids to war.
Right.
The Stand With Ukraine people are very psychopathic. I was looking at what a lot of them are saying. They want more Ukrainians to die. And
I've seen some of them even saying they think we should impose a no-fly zone and even engage in a nuclear war. That's great. That is crazy.
A lot of them think they should fight until the last Ukrainian. Fight to the last Ukrainian. That is what they're saying. And for what? Because the reason I'm bringing this up, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna get right to you, Mitch, because Putin just want to demilitarize the region and to stop the eastward expansion of NATO, which is a military alliance that funnel weapons through countries. And the reason why they want to get to Ukraine membership, just so they can funnel weapons closer to Russian borders. Now, if people understood that, you would see how ridiculous it is to have the ideology of fighting to the last Ukrainian. For what? For that? For that?
Right, yeah.
But anyway, I don't want to get too ranty here. Ethan, I'm going to let you finish your thought here, and then we'll go to Nick.
Well, I definitely feel like there's not enough diplomacy going on in our leadership. They need to be trying way harder to try to diffuse instead of escalate. I don't support a no-fly zone whatsoever. I think that's lunacy, and they need to be trying way harder to diffuse the situation, and th're not, in my opinion.
Yeah, well said, Ethan. So we're about to get to Mitch now. Thank you for patiently waiting for us here. If you want to start off by quickly introducing who you are, where you're running, and under what party, and then you can respond to anything you heard. The general topic is Russia and Ukraine. Zoya was also asking, what will you advocate as a public official, the stance of to ease this conflict? So I'll pass it to you, Mitch.
Absolutely. So, hi everyone. My name is Mitch DeVillo. I'm from the great city of Chicago, Illinois, and I'm running in Illinois 1. I'm running as a member of the United States Pirate Party since high school, which was, since high school, I got interested in politics. 18 years old, I was, I'm sorry, not 18 years old. When I graduated high school, rather, it was the 2015 election, or the 2016 election cycle. I graduated 2015. Everything was just getting started. So that was a whirlwind to start getting into politics right away. That was the Trump hysteria. That was the Bernie Sanders and the rise of the working class class consciousness, I think, started to become awoken again in people's public, or in public opinion, rather. It took me a minute to get to where I am now. I started off as a Democrat. I was raised a Democrat. And then I joined the Libertarian Party because they had the opinion of lesser government intervention in your life. And at the time, I kind of understood where that was coming from, and I understood that. And very quickly, I realized that was not the party for me. And then I found the United States Pirate Party. This is the party that allows me to be the most honest candidate I can be. I'm a man of the working class people. I am a worker myself. I am here running as a man who works a normal job. I work at a pizza place in Chicago. I have my opinions on Washington, D.C., and if they send me there, that's what I want to do. I am not here to make great revolutionary change. I'm here to show that an average person can make change. And even if they don't put me into office, I believe that it's the opportunity to show, hey, my ideas matter, my opinion matters, and I'm willing to give you a scare, get on the ballot, and prove to you that, any of us can do this. In regards to Ukraine and Russia, there is a long, complex history between the two of them. And really, just to start with, was the end of World War II, when NATO was first come about, which was an anti-Soviet Union pact. That's post-Soviet Union world. Since 1991, the Soviet Union has not existed. There is the communism in Eastern Europe has not existed since the 90s. The NATO could have fell then and there, and we could have moved on, and we could have worked towards an actual new world order, or in a post-Cold War world. But they instead decided we're going to keep NATO, and Russia still can't join. And they said, but we won't expand, and then they continued to expand. Russia is the aggressor in this war. I do not stand with war. I do not believe in war, but the West can't be ignored for pushing them to this limit. I think back to the Falkland Island Wars in the 80s, Las Malvinas. I believe those islands do belong to Argentina, but I think Argentina was right up until they were wrong and started a war over them. I look at Russia and I understand where Putin's coming from and everything he lists that is wrong with the West. I get it. I understand what he's saying. He's wrong for starting a war and killing innocent civilians and killing Ukrainians and letting young Russian men die in a war over geopolitical gains. I'm anti-war. I hate that it has come to this. I really don't have much more to say about that. That's really where I stand with Russia, NATO, all that.
Yeah, we appreciate your opinion, Mitch, because we still have a few topics we want to dive into here. I want to pass it to Zoya, because Zoya is also my co-host here. I want to get her time to ask follow-ups and also add her expert opinion, because she's like our Ukraine-Russia expert here on RBN. So, Zoya, I want to pass it to you if you have any follow-up you want to add before we move on to the next topic.
Yeah, I mean, since the platform is really about getting the candidates' opinions, I don't want to challenge them too much. But as someone from that region, I just want to add the context for viewers that the war has been going on for 8 years. That's the reality. It included violations by Ukraine of the Minsk Agreement. The Nazi factions shouldn't be minimized to yeah, there's Nazis everywhere. There absolutely are. And these movements aren't separate, they're global. And we have evidence of American Nazis training in Ukraine, then coming back home and causing violence here. But the Nazis there are institutionalized. They're in school textbooks. Hundreds of monuments have gone up to Nazis. They're in shopping malls. There's swastikas in supermarkets. It's just been a huge infiltration in the power structure of the government, which has been perpetrated by NATO. And NATO has a track record of funding extremism in countries in order to destabilize them and rob them. Ukraine is the second largest country in Europe, yet it is the poorest. And that is due to corruption, and the Ukrainian people have been victims of all of this. But we can never forget the tens of thousands of wounded and killed victims in the Donetsk and Luhansk areas that has been perpetrated by the Ukrainian government. So these are not factions. So that's just some context on that conflict, which you don't hear in the mainstream, unfortunately. My position as an anti-war, anti-imperialist leftist is that NATO needs to be abolished. It's an outdated alliance that has unquestionably transformed into an aggressor under the guise of peacekeeping. NATO is completely controlled by the US empire and attempts to police other superpowers while inflicting death, exploitation, and colonization at will on other nations. What I would like to see from candidates is condemnation of NATO and the military-industrial complex, which leads me to my next question. What is your stance on our military spending in this country and on members of Congress being invested in defense stocks?
Should I be going first, Zoya?
Yeah, I actually think for this segment we can have a. Oh, sorry, Zoya. Sorry, but I think for this segment we can kind of have an open panel, and then if no one jumps in, I would direct the question. But since Jason volunteered, Jason can go first, and then you can chime in after him. I'll kind of help control the flow of conversation as well. But go ahead, Jason.
Well, yeah, I also wanted to respond to Zoya, to you asking the question in the first place about what our view of NATO was, and I totally agree that, and I've been saying it for long before the Ukraine invasion, that NATO is an archaic anti-Russia alliance that needs to be abolished. And you're absolutely right that they have this history, especially the United States, of backing violent extremists and trying to destroy countries and break them into pieces like they did in Libya, like they've done in Syria. And that's, in my view, what they're trying to do to Ukraine as well. Yeah, and I think, military spending obviously is way out of control, and we should be reducing military spending by like 75%. We should be closing military bases all over the world. We shouldn't. General Smedley Butler, in his book War is a Racket, he put forward a peace amendment that said that no U.S. troops should be more than 500 miles from the U.S. shores. I totally agree. I mean, we're there to protect U.S. Corporations from exploiting other countries, and it's just, and drone bases, and it's so much bullshit. And I think there was another part of your question that I missed. Oh, the U.S. government officials investing in the military, like Ro Khanna's wife. I'm going to keep saying this. It's totally wrong. I don't think that government officials should be allowed to invest in anything that they have purview over, much less when it comes to killing people and depriving our own people of healthcare and education in order to, sell weapons to other countries in NATO and to buy weapons to give them to Ukraine. It's so much sociopathic corruption that it's really like, it makes people like me, like I can't surrender because this shit is going on and it's so filthy. I'm revolted. So with that, I'll pass it to the next person.
Yeah, well said. I'll open up to the panel. Anyone who wants to chime in can jump in. If not, I'll direct the question.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to add a bit to, I'm glad that Zoya brought up colonialism, because all I can ever see is the military-industrial complex as a symptom of that structure that has, like a virus, infected most parts of the world. I mean, I know that firsthand, dealing with prejudice, bigotry, hatred, racism is a very shocking thing to have to deal with. And so I do sympathize with Ukrainian civilians that are caught up in this mess. I don't want to be on the side of, I don't want to be on either side, as I'm sure they don't, because they're just trying to, again, survive and live their lives. I did want to touch base a bit on Putin. Right, I've always, it's been pretty clear to see the similarities between, Putin and somebody like Trump, and with this whole like Nazi far right growth in numbers and participation. They frame themselves, and the media goes along with this, and they frame themselves as anti-establishment candidates. But that's the opposite of what they are. They are full on establishment candidates. If they do well, the ruling class does well. There's no separation between these people and the people who are controlling them, and the people who they're actually working for. And I think it's very interesting that there's such a frenzy of support for that, because if you really did look at their policies and you think about, even Trump is to the left a bit of Biden, and he's supposed to be, the American champion for this moment. And it's a sad joke because he's a terrible president. He's only enforcing more of the same, fascism and bad policies. So I have to keep wondering, what is it that they're doing that makes people feel that way? Because I know people in Texas who are obsessed with Putin. They think he's a great person. You know what I mean? And it's just, they don't know anything. It's just these small things the media is doing to kind of frame them that way. And so it's really hard to try and make sense of it all, because I see people on both sides. Like, both of the people I'm running against as governor are centrists. The Republican candidate is a centrist, and the Democratic candidate is a centrist. And there seems to be this huge division with the working class on what that even means and what that means for them. And I think that that's just a big campaign of disinformation that has just bled through everything. And I think now things are finally you're starting to see the seams unravel. So just to try to finish up and stay on topic, my stance on military spending is that it's a damn shame that we prioritize that over every other sector of social services that our country needs, and that our military defense budget dwarfs every other country's. And so, although we might be, I think it's hilarious that we keep framing ourselves as peace talkers, or anybody in any position to condemn any other country for the things that they do, because we don't even address our human rights violations. So yes, it's a shame, and I think most Green Party candidates advocate for a 50% cut in military budget, and I would support that as well. As far as Congress and members, elected officials, putting their money into the military-industrial complex, I think that should be outlawed. I do agree that NATO should be abolished. I don't think that it has a function anymore. I also agree ICE should be abolished, but that's more like, a national thing on my end, and a state thing. I think that, going back to Texas, there's a law in effect that is supposed to target people from boycotting from BDS of Israel. And that's just I mean, that just went under the radar. I missed that myself. I just read about it today. And so I think it's really important, as anybody who claims to be on the side of humanity or left or whatever you want to define yourself as, is to be very cautious about the censorship going on and about the laws that are going into place on our side. I think, world news, it's important because we're all a part of it, even if we don't want to be, even if we don't, benefit from people dropping bombs on innocent civilians. But as far as like getting our movement off the ground, I think that it's going to take a little bit more awareness from all of us to see what's going on, both locally and across the globe.
I wanted to jump in just really quick here and on piggyback off of something that Delilah was saying. So, and I'll keep this pretty short because I think the point speaks for itself. We have these states, these institutions that are, avidly against BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions from Israel. And yet we are very, very gung-ho to pursue sanctions against Russia. That's quite a double standard, if I may be so bold as to say. I'll leave it at that for now.
No, I'm actually
that's a really good point.
I'm actually very glad you brought that up, Terrence, because you actually helped me transition to this next topic perfectly. I'm actually going to lead with you as well, but I'm gonna help frame it here because one of the most exposing aspects of the West and the military-industrial complex is their open hypocrisy when it comes to Israel, Palestine, and it's shocking how many people fall for this. That even like progressive, left of center, who have these open hypocrisies. You mentioned BDS as one of them. Everyone support these crushing sanctions that hurt the Russian people, but they don't. But not only do they not support BDS, there are people who have their careers ruined for supporting BDS, like teachers. I remember a story of a teacher being fired in Texas because she refused to sign a pledge that she won't support BDS. Meanwhile, people still believe we have freedom of speech and a First Amendment in this country. I'm asking people, when have we ever had it? I've been waiting. But anyway, sorry, I don't want to set it up too much, but I kind of want to get your thoughts on the whole Israel-Palestine situation. Like, what would your stance be if you was elected? Do you agree with the West? I don't want to direct your opinion on it. Do you agree with the West point of view on Israel-Palestine, and what do you think should be done on that? And I'll start with you, Terrence, on this, and then I'm trying to go switch the order up. So let's do Terrence and then Ethan, and then we do I need to put the names up here. Mitch after that. So we go. So go ahead. I'll talk to you, Terrence.
Sure. Yeah. So once again, I did study international studies in college, and I focused a little bit on Israel-Palestine. And so I'll just say at the outset, forgive me if I slip into some neoliberal language because I was educated by a neoliberal department, frankly. And so I've had to kind of, it's an ongoing struggle to kind of decolonize my mind on these kinds of subjects. But I actually had the opportunity to lobby on Capitol Hill back in 2008 as an undergraduate student for a two-state solution back when that was that seemed like the really only real solution out there. But I'd also like to start out by saying that support for the state of Israel is distinct from support for the Jewish people. We have a strong Jewish population here in Massachusetts where I live, and I am very much supportive of them and want to be a candidate for them. But the state of Israel, the fact is, talk about colonialism. This was a state at the end of World War II that was essentially dropped on top of a bunch of people that were already there, the Palestinian people. The fact is, it presented an opportunity to basically create an ethnically Jewish state, which people might be confused when you call it that and might say, well, maybe that makes sense. But the fact is, any culturally or ethnically homogenous state is incredibly problematic, and we need to fight against that narrative. But like I said, so this was a state that was dropped on top of the Palestinian people. And it was something that had been sort of plotted for a while under the idea of, having an area of strategic importance that connects the Gulf of Aqaba to the Mediterranean Sea. And the fact is, like I say, the Palestinian people were there at that time. And obviously, as with many conflicts, you can draw it back to any particular time in history and say, well, it belonged to them or it belonged to them. That misses the point. The fact is that the Palestinian people deserve a state too. And sort of the way that comes about is a difficult subject that I'd be more than happy to dive into. Again, as a state Senate candidate who only has so much impact on foreign policy. But let me think if there's anything else I wanted to say before I hand it off. A two-state solution is one of the ways that we can move forward with Israel-Palestine, but there also is the idea of a one-state solution with the Jewish minority, and there's the idea of absorption of Gaza into Egypt and the West Bank into Jordan. These are all, I think it's important to frame the discussion when we talk about moving forward with this issue. But the fact is that right now, the Jewish state of Israel is wreaking havoc on the Palestinian people. And this is, I'll leave it with this. This is something that we need to address and that we need to respect. And I think there was one. What was the one thing I wanted to say? You'll have to come back to me, but I'll leave it at there for now.
Yeah, no word, Terrence. We'll eventually open the panel up back as well. But I want to get Ethan in here, and then we go Mitch. If you guys want to add your opinion on the Israel-Palestine situation, and also Zoya did ask a question. I don't want to forget about the military-industrial complex. So I'm gonna give you guys the opportunity to speak on Israel-Palestine. If you want to talk about the military-industrial complex, you can dive in that a little bit as well. I also have another question that dives more deeply into the military-industrial complex here later. But I'll pass it right to you, Ethan, and then we go Mitch after that.
Okay, so excuse me. Like earlier we were talking, and I mentioned how religion here and the hypocrisy of organized religions here in this state motivated me into politics, and and I support secular government. So when it comes to Israel, if they would implement an egalitarian secular government where every citizen was treated equally regardless of their religion or identity, or then I think that would be a viable solution. But I don't know how. That sounds like a pipe dream to me right now. I don't support the Israel's destruction of Palestine at all. I'm not an expert on this issue, but as far as the military-industrial complex, it's involved in this. As far as its support for Israel and using it as a base, for Middle Eastern imperialism. I think it's horrific, and it's definitely hypocritical that they don't talk more in the media about these issues at all. And that's all I have to say about it.
Yeah.
If I could just interject, can we just call it what it is? Genocide. Israel's committing genocide on Palestinian people. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are real, especially as an indigenous person. I need people to understand that it's not. There's no way to frame it nicely, and you shouldn't seek to try and make it. You know what I mean? Like, fair is fair. No, just call it what it is. That's what's happening over there right now.
Yeah,
go ahead.
That is literally what I say on the channel, because if you hear my breakdown of Joe Biden, I say he's funding multiple genocides. I mean, in Yemen, and I also include Palestine. And make no mistake about it, Israel is committing ethnic cleansing in Palestine by forcibly removing people from their homes. It's just insane. But I don't want to add too much of my opinion yet. Let's get to Mitch. I want to allow you to add your perspective where you think is needed in this conversation. I'll pass it to you here, Mitch.
Absolutely. So when we're talking about Palestine and Israel, you mentioned World War II earlier. We have to actually go back to World War I. The Arab Peninsula at the time, or at least most of it, was controlled by the Ottoman Empire. And England and France had told them, hey, if you, the Arab people, help us fight against the Ottomans, we will grant you the Arab Peninsula, and you will have a unified Arabia, the Kingdom of Arabia. It'll be yours. Help us. Meanwhile, behind their backs, they said, hey, if you help us fund World War I, we will grant you the state of Israel. We will grant you Palestine, the mandate of Palestine. And they drew up, and it's the Sykes-Picot Agreement. You can look it up. And it's the Balfour Declaration. You can look it up. It is the beginning of modern day conflict in the Middle East, because the lines drawn were for French colonial empire ambitions and English colonial empire ambitions. What we have today are countries that should not exist, kingdoms that should not exist, but were drawn from lines on a map from English and French empires that no longer exist themselves. And in the mess of these things includes the state of Israel and Palestine. World War II, the end of World War II necessitated the Jewish state because of the Holocaust. You had to have the state of Israel as a protection for the Jewish people. It's a long, complicated mess in history. But the Israel-Palestine situation is not. That is 100 years old. Right now, Israel is an apartheid state. It is an ethno-Jewish apartheid state, and they are committing genocide against the Palestinians. That's an issue that I feel like cannot be ignored. And every year we say they are our greatest ally in the Middle East because we put them there. That is a settler colonial state. We are ignoring major issues in Israel and genocide in Israel. And we are looking past what Saudi Arabia is doing to Yemen, which is also genocide, by the way.
Yes.
Because they're our allies in the Middle East. And then we look at Russia and we say, bad, how dare you? When we talk about the military industrial complex specifically now, it's appalling to me that we spend more than the next, I think the number's 30, next 30 countries combined. We have military bases overseas in countries that we don't need them in. People that, let's be perfectly clear. I respect anyone who says I'm willing to serve my country, to defend my country. If that is the case, why aren't they here at home, working on the front lines if they need to, if the country needs defending? Why was my buddy stationed in Turkey? Why do we have people stationed out in Europe? You know, we are not the world police. We made ourselves this way. We shouldn't be the world police. We have so much money for the military and military spending and having these overseas bases and making the United States empire great. And by that, I mean powerful. And yet we don't have money for healthcare and we don't have money for education. And obviously we don't, because it's volunteer only. And if we had money for healthcare and education, then no one would volunteer to join the United States Armed Forces for healthcare and education.
Well said, Mitch. There's so much to say there. So much good things said there. And that actually an argument I use to get my brothers and sisters to care about military spending and foreign policy. Because a lot of people don't understand the depth and the structure our military is responsible for. So I told them, look around, look at our crumbling infrastructure, especially in our Black communities. And I'm saying this is the wealth that has been siphoned from our communities by the military industrial complex. And once I frame it that way, once I explain to people that we spend $780 billion, which maybe way more now, because I think they just passed another military increase. Once I explain that to them, and then I explain how much it costs to end homelessness, they immediately clicks for people who not even political, because I think even most people can acknowledge the theft that is. I want to get Jason in here as well. Do you want to chime in on anything that we've been discussing? You want to react to what anyone has said? The core topic is Israel-Palestine, and also you can chime in on military spending as well. After your time, then we've got A1 on this topic. Then we'll go to Zoya.
Absolutely. As you can see, this is something that's, important to me. I'm Jewish, and part of the reason that I first decided to run for Congress back in 2017 was because I can't stand the state-sponsored violence that our government does to the Black community, or that the Israeli government does to the Palestinian community, and I'm trying to change that. As a Jew, I know that Zionism, the plan for a Jewish ethno-state, started back in the late 1800s, and all throughout the early 20th century, the British, who were controlling British Mandate Palestine, were allowing massive Jewish immigration into Israel, and as the Palestinians who lived there saw the population ratios changing, they started to complain and have protests and uprisings. And Jews were not taught this history correctly. We're taught this really propagandized version of history that erases Palestinians almost completely. It's almost like Israel was this empty desert that we just decided to go back to. And so, like, it's really hard to tell other Jews, like, I don't make any friends in the Jewish community as an anti-Zionist Jew, to tell people that Israel was created by ethnic cleansing over 500 Palestinian villages. But, you know, back in the day, they knew this. And, like, we have quotations from people we consider our historical heroes, like Moshe Dayan said, "What cause have we to complain about their fierce hatred to us? For 8 years now, they sit in their refugee camps in Gaza, and before their eyes, we turn into our homestead, the land and villages in which they and their forefathers have lived." And David Ben-Gurion in 1937, who is considered the founder of Israel and who planned the Jewish ethno-state for decades in what is now Tel Aviv, said, what we really want is not that the land remain whole and unified. What we want is that the whole and unified land be Jewish. And so, yeah, there's, you know, they call it a Jewish democracy, but a Jewish democracy is not a democracy. Absolutely, they are committing genocide. They are ethnic cleansing Palestinians in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank. They're claiming parts of Syria in the Golan Heights, thanks to Trump. Well, even before Trump, but especially thanks to Trump. Gaza is the world's largest concentration camp, and
exactly, yes,
yeah, it's fucking ugly, is what it is.
Well said, well said. And I want to get Ethan back in here, but before I do that, this is also another reason why we held a third-party summit, because we had a wide range of conversation opinions here. But based on what everyone I've seen here has said, you know, is that you won't see anyone that is running within the two-party duopoly that is willing to speak on these issues like every single person on this panel has. Even the people who are supposed to be the most progressive among us in the Democratic Party is afraid to talk about Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Palestine the way we are talking about it right now. And to me, I think that's one of the most powerful selling points on why we should go third party, because I take the fight against the U.S. empire, I take the fight for the liberation of the Palestinian people extremely seriously. Like, there's some people they kind of care for it, they hedge on it. It'd be great if we get it, but that's not me. It's like one of my highest priorities. And I think the only path is by growing a third party. But sorry, I went on my little tangent there. I want to get Ethan in here as well. Do you have anything else you want to add? And then after that, we pass it to Zoya.
Yeah, excuse me. I just forgot to add when I was speaking earlier about the military-industrial complex and our budget and how much of our taxes go towards that. And I think it's a parasitic institution that must be abolished. And all of that money needs to go to helping us and with social programs and helping, and our military might needs to be going to help people instead of destroying things. And we need to be working towards denuclearization and the complete abolition of weapons of mass destruction. And Mitch mentioned how much, I think it's at least the 10 next most powerful militaries combined. We spend more, on our military. I think also I wanted to mention that the Space Force thing is a disaster. The Space Force has always existed. It was the Air Force, but weaponization of space is horrifying. And there were treaties that we signed that specifically banned the weaponization of space. And all of those were completely violated. And so, I mean, that is a dystopian, apocalyptic scenario with putting nukes in space and having them pointed at Earth. And it's absolutely insane. And a lot of these, again, religious fanatics that want to control governments and impose their vision of theocracy, whether it's Israel or Saudi Arabia or here in the U.S., they're absolute lunatics, and they're so delusional that they're willing to destroy the planet, for their ends. And I didn't mean to. I wanted to add that. I forgot to mention that. And as part of my interpretation of the Second Amendment is that we should have our military should not be an imperialistic offensive war machine. We're supposed to have a military more like Switzerland, where people are trained, and there's I think there should be now for this stuff to work. I mean, there has to be massive reforms, including extreme criminal justice reform. So when I'm talking about adding a 13th grade theoretically to high school where people are trained to be medics or trained to properly handle firearms, and they serve in some form of national service, so everyone is trained in these things, and that's what that means. It doesn't mean we have this empire that's going and destroying other countries. So that's just what I wanted to add. The military needs to be, all of that spending needs to go towards helping improve people's lives.
Yeah, well said, Ethan. Actually, before I pass to Zoe, I'm gonna get a quick opportunity. Do anyone want to chime in? Any final thoughts on this topic? And then I'm gonna actually do. Yeah, I see Delilah. You want to chime in? So I'll pass it to you before we go Zoya, because we're gonna do like a Zoya segment next.
Cool.
So Delilah, I'll give you last word, and then if anyone want to chime in after her for final thoughts on this topic, feel free after she's done, of course, and then we do Zoya after that.
Well, I just wanted to tell Ethan how very unpatriotic of you to make those claims that our military should not be one of the largest imperial structures in the world. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a shame. I think there's a fine line between helping and hurting. And we, like I know kids who are in ROTC and things like that, and I'm even a member of like the Socialist Rifle Association. Like, I don't think that framing anybody who wants to know how to be prepared and arm themselves is a bad thing. I know that a lot of people in the more liberal factions are going to say, like, I get a lot of criticism for wanting to enforce that you should keep your Second Amendment rights to bear arms. And a lot of the reason that I feel that way is because knowing my ancestors' struggle, and knowing that weapons played a big role in that, helped me come up with that policy to stick behind. As far as Israel goes, I can't in good conscience support sanctions. I don't think, it's always the poor who suffer. So I don't fully support sanctions on anyone, but I do support boycotts and divestments. I think that that's really important, and it's a really useful strategy that we need to keep in our pocket, and we need to participate in as much as possible. And with climate change looming, and war being one of the leading causes for environmental breakdown and things like that, it's really important for everybody to be anti-war and to use direct action as much as possible to enforce that, as that's one of our only tools as a people, as a somewhat liberated people, is to use our direct action and our voices and our power. So yeah, I have nothing good to say about Israel. I'm gonna try and be good, not get the stream cut.
So I'll add this as well to the conversation, because there's a lot of discussion about Ukraine, Russia, but meanwhile people are just continuing to sell out the Palestinian people. One of the funniest headlines that I read this year was a group of Israelis that was protesting the Russian occupation of Ukraine while they were standing on occupied Palestine. Like, this is the kind of cognitive dissonance that Zionist propaganda has convinced people of. Right now, our president, Joe Biden, once again, and any bad things you guys say about Putin is probably valid. But especially as a Black and colonized person, I have no interest. I'm gonna be honest with you, no interest in trying to focus on someone I can't hold accountable. That's just me. Because we have Joe Biden, someone who rules our country. Our taxpayers go to funding his government. He's giving weapons to Israel. Do you guys know Israel is bombing Syria right now? They're assassinating Iranian officials in Syria. I'm gonna cover this story this week, and we dive into that. Iran is furious because Israel is a rogue militaristic state. And they are only doubling down and getting worse. Like I predicted, we had Naftali Bennett take over, who was to the right of Benjamin Netanyahu. So Israel is only doubling down because they see, despite any of their actions, despite their genocide, despite their bombing of Syria, despite their just aggressive, constant military action, trying to start a nuclear conflict, honestly, with Iran. So it's up to honestly, the Russian leftists to hold Putin accountable. I'm not interested. We got so much fighting. There's so much fronts that we had to fight. The Israel-Palestine, the Israel lobby is so strong. That's something that we have to challenge. And that was one of the key things that pushed me away from the squad and progressives, seeing weakness on this issue. There can't be any weakness on this issue. So that's my final chime in on this. I'll open up the floor. I see Terrence want to respond. Because we still got another hour, so I'm no rush to this conversation. So Terrence can respond, and Jason, I think you may want to go after Terrence. So okay,
yes,
so let's do Terrence and then Jason, and then we see where the flow of the conversation go after that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little something about being an anti-war advocate. Is the thing about it is it's tricky and it's involved because what it means is when you're anti-war, you have to call out war everywhere, right? And so that means, not just calling out what's going on in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, not just what's going on in Yemen, not just what's going on in Israel-Palestine, but also what's going on in Myanmar right now. That's the second most deadly conflict this year. And interestingly, the fourth most after those three is actually the amount of death that's being wreaked at our southern border right now. People don't realize how many people are dying basically for this war on drugs at our southern border and this war against asylum seekers. And so I think I just I just wanted to frame it that way, that it's, when you're anti-war, you kind of have to be anti-war everywhere. And that takes a lot of work. That takes a lot of doing. Absolutely. And so I thought, it's important to bring into context the fact that right now the fourth most deadly conflict in the world is the war at our southern border.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Terrence, because we also got to talk about, especially when it comes to like Ukraine and Russia, like what it means to be anti-war. And when me being anti-war, that's why I have a position I have, that you guys should just concede to Putin. People are like, oh, well, you wish you concede to Putin? Yeah, because that stops the fighting. That's what it means to be anti-war. You're not anti-war. There's some people like, I'm anti-war, but only if it achieves Western goals. There are people who want Ukrainians to die because they don't want Putin to get a geopolitical victory. You guys understand that, right? They see stopping NATO expansion into Ukraine and denazification and getting rid of the Azov battalion. They see that as a Putin victory. So people are willing to allow people to die to stop Putin from getting a victory. That is not the anti-war position. The anti-war position is not anti-war except when it favors the West. So when I analyze this position, if anyone disagrees with me, I'm more than happy to be challenged on this. But it's like when I analyzed when I analyzed the history of the Ukraine crisis, when I analyzed everything, to me, the definition of being anti-war is figuring out the quickest and the most efficient way to end the crisis. But anyway, I want to go to Jason. I'm sorry I got there before you. But anyway, I'll pass it to you, and then we go Zoya.
Well, I wanted to talk about BDS because Delilah mentioned it, but you're right, because Putin is going to win. Ukraine cannot defeat Russia anyway. So yes, absolutely. The only way Ukraine is going to defeat Russia is if we have World War III. And I also wanted to mention that you're right that Israel bombs Syria, Lebanon, and Iran and Iraq regularly. Like every, couple weeks, every month, they bomb somebody, and with impunity, because nobody wants to make war on the United States. But as far as BDS, I wanted to say that I do support BDS because, what does that mean? Boycott, divest, and sanctions. Divest is to uninvest in Israel, which is fine. Boycotting is hard because there's so many, corporations, and nobody even knows, what a lot of them are. And do you even know Israel's got a lot of pharmaceutical manufacturers? Do you even know, when you get a drug from the pharmacy made by Teva, do you even know that comes from Israel? Probably not. But sanctions is a way to communicate to, and it's not friendly, but it communicates to the business community of Israel that the status quo is unacceptable. And I don't support sanctions generally on any other country because sanctions are an act of war. They target innocent people, they starve the poor, and they don't usually work. But the one time they did work that I can think of is with South Africa and apartheid. And Israel is also apartheid. And so there needs to be, a global movement and a lot of awareness about, the apartheid state in Israel, which is clear if you compare how Palestinians are treated in the West Bank by the settlers and by the IOF as compared to, the conditions in Jerusalem, or what they call Israel proper, because Israel has two borders. There's the borders it actually owns and the borders that it claims and then pretends like the other territories are not part of Israel proper. So I just wanted to touch on that real quick.
Can I just make one small point? I think one of the things that's going to be most helpful for everybody and anybody interested in becoming an anti-war activist, which is like, now's your time, baby, join us. I think that it's important to understand if you're anti-war, you have to be anti-capitalist as well. There are too many people fully invested in the war machine, and they don't care how we feel about it unless we make them care. So it's important to understand there's a line that you're going to have to cross, and you're going to have to cross that line to be anti-capitalist as well if you want to see any progress on this movement. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I like Socialist Alternative and Green Party. And this is just my opinion. When I see people like afraid to adopt socialism, and when I see they head towards capitalism, I'm like, why is that? That means there's a little bit of your mind that's still propagandized. And honestly, I'm not even asking you to go full Marxist, but if you can't even go anti-capitalist, that's a giant question mark, because I had to ask you why that is. But anyway, I want to get Zoya in here because it's been a while since we heard from her. I want to make sure we get Zoya in this conversation. And we got a lot. There's a lot of great things to say. I'm having a great time on this conversation. Still a lot of ground to cover. I want to get Zoya. Do you have anything you want to add? Any way you want to steer this conversation?
Yes, of course I do. So first, I want to add some statistical context to what we've been discussing as far as military spending. So 2.31 trillion spent on the Afghanistan war. 2.02 trillion of that went to the top 5 defense contractors. If you invested $10,000 in the S&P 500 index in September 2001, it would be $61,000 today. If you invested the same amount in the top 5 defense contractors, it would be $97,000 today. If you invested the same amount in Lockheed Martin alone, it would be $133,000 today. From 2001 to 2021, the stocks of 3 of these top 5 contractors outperformed the stocks market overall by 58%. Around 380 high-ranking officials had become government lobbyists, defense contractor consultants, or board members and executives within 2 years of leaving the military between 2008 and 2018. 51 members of Congress and their spouses own between 2.3 and 5.8 million worth of stocks in companies that are among world's top 30 defense contractors, and nearly 1/3 of the Senate members of the Defense Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee own stocks of top defense contractors. But now let's continue this contrast between our excessive military spending compared to domestic priorities. And this will incorporate questions from the audience as well. I want to ask all of you, where do you stand on reparations, land back, and defunding the police?
I can go ahead and answer that first. Yeah, I do support defunding the police. I think it proves to be helpful for communities. But if the pressure dies down, so too does the movement. And that's kind of what's happening in Austin, which is pretty close to where I live now. But nevertheless, I think it's important work to be done. Let's see. So what was the other question? It was defund the police, and what were the other two that you wanted to hear about?
Reparations, land back, and defunding the police.
Okay, yes. So reparations I do support, and it's really a struggle for me to figure out how to translate that to policy as a state candidate, because it's a federal policy, and I support it, but I don't know how a state that doesn't have a state tax do something like that. And so the door is open for anybody to educate or offer studies on that, because it is important. I know firmly that this is a colonized land. Was built by stolen people. So that's just a fact of history, whether or not it's convenient for people to understand that. So I do support both reparations and land back. I think it's just going to be a matter of the public to say, how does that look for you? You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of tribal people they just want their ancestral tribe lands back. And there were plenty of treaties that the United States government signed that they did not stick with. So, going back to some of the things that we've discussed already, it's hard to find any faith in politics, knowing that there's no accountability for ourselves as an institution, as a government. So I do support both those movements, and I'm happy to support as much as possible. And I think that that's why I try to participate in the general strike planning, because I don't know politically, electorally, how we can make these changes as quickly as we need them to. If you just were watching the news today, there's melting of the Arctic ice, everything's speeding up. You know what I mean? I feel like we have a very limited window to actually make huge strides on these changes that we need. So I support them, and I'm happy to support them, but I feel the best option for people is to use their labor power to make these things happen, instead of, they could keep us talking about it for decades if we let them, That's how I feel about it.
Just to get the flow of the conversation going, we can start with Jason, and then we go Ethan, Mitch, and then Terrence.
Okay. So those are three different topics. I could talk for a while on any of them. As far as defunding the police, I support that. I'm not sure I'm crazy about the term. I think that it scares a lot of people. I like the 10 demands ideas of totally abolishing the police, but I'm not sure that the population of the country is with that yet. So as far as reducing police funding and investing in communities, I think that is totally common sense to give people more and to reduce crime, to combat crime at its root. It's a no-brainer. As far as land back, I totally support that. I support my Native brothers and sisters. I think that, obviously they've gotten the shitty deal, and they continue to get a shitty deal as our government continues to take their land to put oil pipelines across it. It is absolutely ridiculous. And I support reparations, but at the same time, I kind of think reparations is a shitty deal too, because what you're really entitled to is equality, real equality. And I'm not sure that, if we give every descendant of African slavery $10,000, how far is that going to go? And then the government's going to say, well, we gave everyone $10,000. What else do you want? So, I think that the Black community is definitely owed reparations. I think that the indigenous community is also owed reparations. And I think that Central America and South America is owed reparations for our exploitation of their country, and the way that we support these drug lords and fascist dictators down there that maintain these awful conditions that drive their people to our border. So I think that I answered the question there.
Yeah, well said. Ethan, you can go next, and then I think I said Mitch and Terrence. So that's the order we can go.
Okay, great. So on reparations and land back, to me, that's something that goes hand in hand. So that's, we're talking about maybe land reform, which is something I support. I think, and I support reparations 100%. It's on my platform. Now, what kind of reparations we're talking about, that's to be discussed, because it's not really, they say reparations, but they don't say what kind of reparations. Some people want money. I think land is better than money because, it depends on, we got to get more into the specifics, but I would much rather have land than have someone give me, a check every month, depending on how viable the land is. It really sucks renting. I've been renting the same spot for 2 years, and everything I've been paying on rent could have been going to something for me to have my, my own place. And I grew up around farms, and my family, we had a little pumpkin farm, but I used to live in California. For 10 years, I lived in Shasta area of California, and I went out there for the green rush, on the tail end of the green rush, thinking I was going to, make a bunch of money growing weed. And it worked out for a while, but there were times where I ended up, I call it like the buds of wrath. I don't know if if you're familiar with the grapes of wrath, but there's people, they go out there and they think they're going, they get stuck on these pot plantations, and they've worked out deals where, okay, I'm going to live here in exchange to do work on this farm. And then they get screwed over and they become basically serfs. And I ended up in that position where I was like stuck. I lived on in an RV without electric or hot water for a year while I also worked with the forestry out there. I still am a forestry worker. And it was brutal. It was horrible. It was absolutely, but so back to the land reform thing, though, I think anyone who's willing, no one should be homeless, for one. People should have access to land. And if people want to work the land, they should be able to. If someone wants, if all of us want to be able to, we should, and it should be something that should be encouraged. We should be, as part of localizing our food supply and deindustrializing agriculture. That's all interconnected. And so sorry, I'm getting off on. So back to the reparations and the land back are, to me, kind of intertwined. And then defund the police. That goes back to my interpretation of the Second Amendment with the well-regulated militia as far as how we could apply that today. We could debate on. There's people who say the Second Amendment is founded in racism, but there's people who say gun control was first implemented on indigenous people and people of color to control those populations to begin with too. But as far as defunding the police, I think it's a term that's used because people don't understand what that means. I support it, but I agree that it doesn't sound good to a lot of regular people who don't, understand the specifics of it. But that goes back to what I was talking about earlier of adding, it into our education to where people are trained to become, they have to serve. I'm saying, theoretically, after proper criminal justice reform. And of course, if you don't want to do it, you shouldn't have to be forced to do it. If you're a conscientious objector or you're just incapable of performing that task, then you could be a medic or whatever. I don't think people should be coerced into doing anything, but I think if we added that to our education and that would be part of our military. And also, don't get it wrong. The police and the military should always be separate. They should never be that's I'm totally against that. What I'm talking about is a form of national service where citizens, maybe like jury duty, where you get selected, you got to serve on a defense force. Like a local thing, like as like an alternative to the police. Like you serve, you're a little bit of time randomly or whatever, and as neighborhood, like it's really like hard to get into all the details of it. We're speaking theoretically here, but so when it comes to defund the police, I think that's part of it. And we need to demilitarize the police. The police have been militarized. That's a big deal to me. Criminal justice reform. It's at the top of my list of why I'm running, because I'm a felon. I've been to prison. I'm in recovery. From alcohol. I California sober. I still smoke sometimes, but I quit drinking, and every time I went to jail, it was alcohol related, and it's not something I'm proud of, and it's caused, being a felon, people don't understand that. So I think felons should be able to vote, and prisoners should unionize. I support that. And I'm all about prisoners' rights. I've had literal boots on my throat. Like I've been strapped to the chair and beaten and tortured. It's routine in jails. They put you in a chair, they strap you down, they beat the shit out of you. They do that. Anyone who's been to prison knows what that is. Or they put you in the green mile, they put a black bag on your head. And so, yeah, I've literally had a boot on my throat by a CO and looked up at him thinking, hey, I'm going to die like this in here. And so when I saw the George Floyd incident, I was like seeing red, like, because beyond all of the racial aspects of it, just I know what that feels like. I'm not black, so and that whole element is, I understand that too, because I've been through that stuff, and seeing that, man, it's traumatizing, and not just for me, for my own experience, but on a national and global scale, it was like massive trauma inflicted on the population, and we all saw it. And then you have people who still think that, saying that's fake and racism doesn't exist. And especially the Trumpists who got, they get arrested on January 6th, and that some of those people, and then suddenly they're criminal justice reformists all of a sudden. Like the QAnon shaman demanding, I need a vegan meal here. Man, if I would have, you would get the shit beat out of you for asking for that in the jail in Kentucky. I guess why I was just blown away by all that stuff.
Ethan, I have a follow-up question for you, because you said a lot of interesting things there, and you say you're running independent in Kentucky, correct? I want to make sure I get that correct. Yeah. And based on my perception, right, Kentucky seems like an extremely like socially conservative area. That's just my perception. You can let me know if that's true or not, right? But I want to, like, what is the general response you get when you communicate these ideas? Because once again, my perception is I would think a lot of people, especially like the voters you try and peel away. I'm just interested with like what the reaction you usually get when you talk to Kentucky voters about this issue, if you do. I just want to love to hear your thought on that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, it's complicated, because to get on the ballot, I had to go door to door and get 400 signatures. I either went door to door, or I would stand outside of businesses, or which they would threaten to call cops on me for that sometimes, without a permit. Or I would go up to the campus. That's the easiest way, because that's where the most people are to get signatures. But I did have to go door to door and talk about all of these things with conservative, liberals, both. And so as far as the criminal justice reform, it is popular here because of the opioid crisis has created a whole class of criminals here, basically. And so regular people are finally seeing, hey, addiction should be treated as a medical issue, not a criminal issue. And it's the opioid epidemic. This was the epicenter of it. I mean, it all started in this region, West Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio region is where it all branched out of there. And so many people I went to high school with are dead from it. People that when I was in high school thought I was treated me like I was a crackhead because I smoked pot. And then, 15 years later, they die of heroin or fentanyl, and it's fucking crazy.
That's very interesting. That's interesting, because you say that people down there are for criminal justice reform, and this is a theory I've been working on, because the media, in response to the defund the police movement, have been in propaganda overdrive. And you would never know. I was looking at one of the, like, when they report polling, they mislead it. They try to make it seem like defund is unpopular. And I have done much reporting that debunks this nonsense that comes from the media. But one thing I saw in particular when I was scrolling through the polls, when they asked Republicans, do you support reallocating police funding to go to education, social fund, healthcare, housing, pretty much what we were asking for. It's like 15% say they are for that. Then like 15% say they are unsure. That's like 1 out of 3. That's a great number. And then when you go into other, like, once again, that's the far left. That's our ass, right? Then you go to other steps that the road of abolition, like me and Zoya, like we advocate for. When it comes to like decriminalizing marijuana, like 60-70% of Republicans support that, depending on the region, which is higher. That's like to the left of the Democratic Party.
Well, I'm not sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
It has everything to do with language and propaganda, because when I'm talking to people here, and something else that I'm really big on is I prefer to say socialization of natural resources like water and coal and, things like that. But when I'm talking to people, I say nationalization because it doesn't have the stigma of socialism attached to it.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to have strategy.
Well, when I talk to Republicans and I say, let's nationalize coal, and I think we should get away from coal, but to get away from coal, we need to nationalize it to begin with to nurse our way off of it. But if I tell a Republican that I want to nationalize coal, they're like, yeah, and I explain what that means in a very basic term. They're all about it. But if I were to say, let's socialize coal, which is actually what I want to do, which is better anyways, they're like, oh, no, that's socialism. Get out of here, commie. Get off my lawn.
Yeah,
because it's because of propaganda and language is all it is.
Yeah, I'm all for using strategy. Like, I live in a red area, deep red state in Missouri. I worked in Kansas.
Missouri. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for using strategy. Like, I don't use Marxist language when I talk to conservatives, but I get them to agree with Marxist ideas. Like, they don't even know it. But anyway, everyone has their own approach, right? Terrence, I want to get you. Sorry, I forgot the order, but I'm gonna get Terrence and then Mitch if you guys are okay with that. Sorry if I undercut you, Mitch, but I forgot. But let's go Terrence and let's go Mitch after that. You have anything that you want to add? Oh yeah, sorry. The question: do you support defund the police? What's your thoughts on reparations, land back, and also you can add anything based on what you saw in the conversation, and then we get Mitch in after that.
Sure. So I'll try and take these topics the way that the order that Zoya framed them in. So reparations first. So reparations is very much on my platform. I support reparations for both Black American descendants of slavery and those with tribal affiliation. And I do support monetary reparations. I do think that is the most direct way to get at the problem, though it is interesting to talk about it as a land problem. So I'll have to think more about that. But for the time being, I'll say that I definitely support monetary reparations. And I empathize with what Delilah was saying about kind of this is essentially a math problem at the end of the day, in terms of if you're going for monetary reparations, the way you do it is you solve a math problem. And the fact is, Massachusetts is a very different state from Texas, for sure. I think that's fair enough to say. And I do think for Massachusetts, I think there is room within state budgeting to pursue monetary reparations. And so that is what I will be fighting for. When it comes to land back is really interesting prospect in Massachusetts. Unfortunately, in part because talk about genocide and ethnic cleansing. The fact is that in Massachusetts, we've wiped out the vast majority of our Native American population. We have about 21,000 tribal affiliated folks left in Massachusetts. And so I think that on that point, I would say that it is very much a federal issue as I see it, in terms of my advocacy for it, in terms of figuring out how to go about it. But my sort of primary political project before getting into the race for state senate was in part to advocate for land back. So I think it is a very, very much an important issue that I'm very interested in advocating at the federal level to see how we can go about it. With regard to American policing, so I have a bit of a different take on this, but I very much empathize with the way that Jason framed it. You know, that the wording can trip people up and can kind of lose the battle before you even get to start having the conversation. And so I'll take just a second to say that I'm absolutely indebted to RBN, because the first person with any kind of platform to platform my candidacy was Savvy. So I'm very thankful, I should say, to be here, if I haven't already made that clear. But the reason I bring that up is, I believe during my conversation with Savvy, when she had me on a couple months ago, the way I put it was, the fact is, hot take, Massachusetts is a pretty darn white state, especially once you get outside of the metro Boston area. So we have a somewhat more diffuse Hispanic population outside of Boston, but in addition to being a pretty darn white state, my district is a pretty darn white district in a pretty darn white state. And so all this is to say, when you have a state that's pretty darn white and you're in a district that's pretty darn white, your approach to the problems with American policing has to be honest, like a little bit subversive in order to make progress. And because the injustices are frankly harder to spot for most people. So see if you can catch what I'm trying to do with my approach to police in Massachusetts. I'm focusing on one particular subset of issues, which is sexual assault and domestic and child abuse. And I'm a survivor myself, so this is very important to me. What I'll be fighting for is a state task force with regional divisions throughout the state that will collaborate directly with social workers to combat crimes like this by educating the public on warning signs, acting judiciously on tips with an aim to collaboratively de-escalate these situations, and also, if necessary, helping victims and hopefully potential victims as well to escape circumstances like this. And I had this written because I wanted to get it right. And finally, here's where we get to it, right? I'll be calling for this task force and the division situated in police offices throughout the state to be financed under current police budgets, which is to say there will be no changes to current budgets to finance this program. So might see how I'm getting at this problem. And again, I think it is in my state, in my district. It's a type of issue that you have to approach somewhat subversively to get at the problem. And so that's the tack that I'm taking to try and get at this. And there'll be, this is my first initiative for the police, and there will certainly be more to come.
Yeah, it's a very interesting conversation, especially when you talk about your area being, basically, in your words, extremely white. I don't know what the grassroots in your area look like. I would hate to see someone run for office undercutting the grassroots. So what would really turn me off if there's like a group of activists who's trying to defund police in the area, and you're like, nah, we can't do that. Now, at the other hand, you have a large percent of constituents that like, yeah, we support a giant police state. I am more of the position of, if you're especially running third party, you challenging the establishment, we got to challenge the propaganda. We can't concede to the propaganda. Maybe we can have a more in-depth conversation about that. I don't want to like drive this home just because we have so many people that want to chime in. But yeah, I'd love to hear your perspective, and maybe we can talk about that some more at another time. But just because I don't want to derail the conversation too much. But I see you want to add something else, so I'll get back to you, Terrence.
Yeah, I think all I want to say is, to my knowledge, there isn't a strong sort of movement to defund the police in my area. Please, if someone knows of one, please let me know, because I'd very much like to engage with them and see how we can, build solidarity together on this issue. But yeah, that is kind of the current state of it. Is my sense is that very much. It's not there in the grassroots right now, which is part of kind of the framing of the policy as I see it. But I'm absolutely open to being convinced otherwise.
Yeah, you guys know, anyone who followed my work, you guys know where I stand on this issue, but you also know I'm extremely intellectually curious, and I would love to debate, and I would love to discuss like different strategies that you can help, because I think like the fiscal conversation, the police power that they have over workers, I think this is something that we can't run away from. But I would love to actually like what should be the strategy that abolitionists, the people that support defund the police, when it comes to like like Overland Park in my area. Like I don't know Terrence area that well, but there's areas in Overland Park that is wealthy and white as fuck, right? But their police, and I've been in these areas, their police is not as brutal as us to us as they are to them, because they know who they're protecting. Like when I'm in that area, they are looking at me. I'm the one I'm the one they going after. And when I see like engagements that with police with the class they're designed to support, it really does seem like they protect and serve them. Like when I see like interactions online that white people have with police, I'm like, dude, that's completely different than what I see. Like it's completely different. That's why a lot of white people think police protect and serve them, because they do have great interaction with police. Meanwhile, if you look at how they treat black people, it's completely different. So I think that is an interesting conversation for us at Abolition to have. When you look at an area that's completely dominated by this bourgeoisie that the cops do protect, how do we convince them to decrease the power of this fascist police state? But anyway, that's a conversation maybe we can cover in the stream later. I do want to get Mitch in here as well. Mitch, what's your position on land back reparations and defunding the police? You can take it in any order you want.
So the day I found out that slave owners were paid reparations for slavery for losing their slaves, I realized that reparations are long overdue. And I think reparations do need to be paid with not just money, but with land as well. I agree with Ethan. Land is incredibly valuable. And I think land ownership is perhaps one of the more valuable human rights that doesn't get addressed. I think land was made for the people. I put in my platform that I'm a Georgist. I think that we need to start taxing the value of land and land ownership. Not, I think property tax harms people. I think income tax harms people. Sales tax harms people. We need to start focusing on what's the one thing that truly separates, generational wealth, and what separates those that are staying with power and staying with sway. I feel like taxing land ownership, and again, landlords there's no good landlord. You might have a nice landlord, but you don't have a good landlord. There is no good landlord. And I think that when we're talking about policing then and defund the police, I think you should be able to control every cent of your tax dollar and how it's spent. I believe in having tax choice with your taxes. I think if a person wants to have their tax dollar go to policing, they should be able to. And if they don't want to, which a lot of people don't want to, they shouldn't. I don't understand why the movement isn't put the power back in the hands of the people and let them choose how they want their taxes spent. I don't want any of my tax dollar going to Lockheed Martin. And I feel like as an American citizen, I shouldn't have to. As a U.S. citizen. That's one thing. Speaking of reparations, just on the topic of the United States empire. France owes Haiti a lot of money on the topic of reparations, but I'm going to tie that into the Americas in general. The U.S. empire has done a great job of taking the word American and America and making it about the United States and the United States citizens alone. If you talk to anyone from Latin America, if you speak Spanish, if you speak Portuguese, you know that the United States is not referred to as America. That's the continent. The United States in Spanish is the Estados Unidos. Someone from the United States is not Americano. Everyone from the Americas is an Americano. Someone from the United States is estadounidense, like a United Statesian. We do an incredible job making us feel like we are the only Americans, and then saying, and look at the southern border as they tried to invade America because they want to be Americans. They've been in America. They are Americans, and we do a great job of convincing U.S. citizens that they are the only Americans. And we call ourselves Americans, A, because we got to the name first, and B, because it's the only way to convince a Texan, a New Englander, a Californian, a Floridian that they're all the same, that, oh, no, you're all Americans. We all have very different cultures. We all come from very different areas. The continental United States is actually bigger than continental Europe. And no one thinks Poland and Spain should be in the same country, but California and Maine are. You know, so when we're looking at reparations, I think one of the big things we need to focus on is repairing the relationship between the United States to the rest of the American countries, from Greenland to Argentina and Chile. We have to look at our history, what we've done, and how we've acted as if we are America, the continent. That's us. It's our playground. We can do whatever we want with it. And that's a big thing that we need to do. Maybe start by closing military bases and competing with China. I don't think we should compete with China. Let me rephrase that. But China's Belt and Road Initiative, they are investing billions of dollars into Argentina. We have never even offered something like that. They're investing to build a new canal in Nicaragua. We have never offered to do something like that. Instead, we stole land from Panama, built the canal, and said, all right, in 100 years, you can have it. You know, we have not been good neighbors like our good neighbor policy makes it out to be.
Well said. And this 2 hours pretty much flew by. I know Zoya initially asked this question, so I want to give her opportunity to chime in and get her into the conversation. Is there anything that you want to add, Zoya? And then after that, I'm gonna quickly read super chats and actually, damn, we almost out of time. This conversation flew by. But Zoya, you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, not on the issues, because I think everyone knows where we stand on those, and we could do a separate chat on reparations, defund the police, and our stance, and why those slogans are applicable and those policies should be a leftist issue. But last question I want to pose to the candidates, and we are running out of time, so very briefly, and this incorporates what the chat was asking. What has your experience with third-party ballot access been, and what are you or your party doing to combat mainstream efforts to remove third parties from the ballot?
Jason, do you want to go first?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Sure. So this is regarding ballot access. What has your experience with third-party ballot access been, and what are you or your party doing to combat mainstream efforts to remove third parties from the ballot?
So I'm running independent, so I don't have a party, but I was registered with the People's Party. I ran as a Green Party candidate in 2018, and we had ballot access already. And I was registered with the People's Party up until right before the signature in lieu period started for this race, because I was hoping People's Party would gain ballot access, and People's Party drama aside. I supported the Green Party to get ballot access in multiple states, even in the last election, and I watched that process. I haven't really been an activist going out and getting signatures trying to get ballot access. But I do call it out. I don't really know as an independent how to answer that question. But part of like how I attract attention to outside of the Democratic Party voices, because the media doesn't cover it, is by writing letters to the editors of all the newspapers in my district, and by going to city council and board of supervisors meetings and speaking there, and not just in my city, but in neighboring cities as well. Just going and like one year when the Congress passed an NDAA trying to upgrade all the nuclear weapons, even though they didn't need upgrading, I went around to all the city council and county supervisors meetings in the entire district, reading the same speech about how they were just spending all this money because they liked fancy toys instead of helping out the people and just making war. So I hope that answer is sufficient. I don't really have better than that.
Yeah. Do anyone want to quickly chime in? Because we got like 5 minutes left, and I want to make sure we don't go over. But if anyone want to quickly chime in on this, you guys get opportunity.
I had something I wanted to add.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just as rewind into the reparations real quick. I also feel like these corporations that are still around today that profited off of slavery, they need to pay up. And the modern monarchs that still have a bunch of wealth that they live off of, they need to pay up too.
Well said.
But,
it's a debt owed. It's a debt owed.
If I could add, I don't know if you're done, but all of these policies are great, but they won't change anybody's actual living experiences without systemic change. So even if people are given checks, how soon until they get arrested? Somebody made a comment about how we need to separate the military and the police, and there's no way to do that. The two structures are intertwined. So, I think like systemic change comes from talking to your community. And so I think community police and things like that are the best option. As far as ballot access, so for Green Party in Texas, we have ballot access, I think until 2026, depending on how much a percentage of the vote will extend that ballot access line or make us, or shorten it. So that's what we have to do. We just have to get enough percentage of people to vote for us to keep our ballot access line.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because I actually wrote an op-ed while I actually explained to people that if we have like cash-based reparations before we like cancel medical debt, before we get Medicare for all, you essentially taking your reparations money and giving it to big pharma. Imagine if you're a black family who got diabetes and you spend a shit ton for insulin. God knows how much it is now. You get that reparation check and you spend it all on insulin. Your reparations went to big pharma.
Yeah,
I don't want that. So I'm for a strategic. And there was a lot of black liberals who got mad at me when I made that point, because they were like, "Oh, you just trying to water down what reparations mean." I ain't know. I want reparations to matter and hit the hardest, and that's why I wrote my best. So that's why I'm glad you brought that up, Delilah. And I'm sorry I got cut the conversation short, but we are on the schedule. And maybe I gotta invite you guys on individually, because there's a lot of great conversations to be had here. Before we get ready to transition, I do want to quickly go through super chat. Be real super quick. Thank you for the $5, Frank. RBN to 1 million subs. That's the goal. We actually hit 1 million views like a few days ago, so that's a big milestone. Nice. So thank you guys for all your support. Thank you for the $2, Sam. Go Delilah. Go green. Absolutely. Much love. Thank you, Sam. Tim, thank you, Justin. Speaking some truth, Nick, we need you in Congress. When are you running? I talked to Dr. Jill Stein last night, and she mentioned how there are some people who tricked her into running. And I don't know if I'm for that. There's some conversations about it before, but man, you guys know how many enemies I made? It's gonna be hard. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. I think we're gonna get time to transition. Let's see if we can get some final. Make it real quick, because I would hate to do it without final send-offs. So try to keep it 30 seconds if you can, just because we run short. Because I would hate not to have a good conclusion for you guys. So let's start with Terrence, Ethan, Delilah, and Jason. Please give a quick sending off statement, if you will. Where they can find you, where they can support your campaign, that kind of stuff.
Sure. So I'll just say really quick, I probably didn't touch enough on the military-industrial complex, but I wanted to highlight on something that Mitch said that he dropped off. But the fact is that, you should be able to account for every dollar that your tax money is going to, and it should be able to hold candidates accountable by saying, what proportion do you think should go to this? What proportion do you think should be going to this? And you should hold them to that. So I'll leave it there, and I'll just say, my name's Terrence Cudney. I'm running for state senate. You can find me at Cudney 4MA. That's CUDNEY, the number 4MA, on most social media, and Cudney4MA.com. And I'm really psyched to be here with you guys. Really grateful for the conversation, and look forward to the next one in a couple hours, or an hour. Yeah.
So I think I said Ethan next, right? So quick send off, where they can find your campaign. Any last messages?
Sure. oz2022.us is my campaign website. It's still under construction. I'm going to make it a lot better. I haven't been able to set up a campaign account to get donations yet, but yeah. And then my question: are we talking about the election process for independents here still, or is that in the next segment?
CJ, do you want to answer that?
The next segment is leftists who are against third parties.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
This segment is.
Last thing I want to say real quick is, for independents in Kentucky to get on the ballot, it is tough. it is tough. It's an uphill battle. So I'll leave it at that, and then see you all soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. You want anything you want to promote? Add real quick.
Corporatism is destroying us all. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Website is kishnf.com.
Thank you for joining us, Delilah. Any last words? Where can they find you?
Yeah, thank y'all so much for having me. DelilahForTexas.com. I'll be on the ballot in November. Delilah Barrios for governor of Texas.
All right, thank you guys for watching. I think the next time they'll see me is with Howie Hawkins, I believe, right? That's later tonight. So I'll pass it to you, CJ. I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys for watching, and like and share if you enjoyed the conversation. I'll see you guys later tonight.
Absolutely.
Bye, Nick.
Good night.
And Zoya, you're welcome to stay as long as you want. And thank you, Delilah. Oops. Yeah, there we go.
Hi, Sharif.
Hey, Misty. Love to hear.
Oh,
Hi,
thanks.
Miss
So-
Sharif.
Hi. Hi, Zoya.
Hey, Zoya.
Hopefully the people who are, it's like 2 or 3 more people that's supposed to be on this panel, but we were getting the message that it was full and people were trying to enter. So we were trying to get the candidates out. So hopefully they're watching the stream. Now you're going to be able to enter. If you're watching this, now you can enter because we were able to get everybody out. So we have a 10-person max. So just so everybody know. All right. So everybody's kind of been waiting for this segment. Not everybody, but there's a lot of people that I've reached out to and they've been like waiting for this particular segment. For this segment right now, we have, of course, Zoya is going to be staying for this conversation. And we have Sharif. How you doing, sir?
Good, man. How you? It's always good. It's always a pleasure. I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. And always great to see Comrade Misty. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for having me.
Great. Let me just look at my notes here. So, the Bank sisters are the ones that's going to be joining
Where
this
are my girls?
Nice.
Yeah, they may have been trying to enter. Let me check my Twitter.
Courtney and Keisha, come back, please.
I have a
Hi,
lot of
Cryptician.
I have a lot of messages,
In the
but
chat. Hi, chat. Hi, chat fans.
none from her, none from them. So hopefully they'll join soon. But we can. I'm sure all of you will be fine here to start this conversation. So so let me just tell the audience. So I reached out. I'm gonna put this here. So I reached out and to people, comrades. Hey, I want you to come on. Kind of, gave you the basic rundown of details. Oh, there goes. Is that Courtney?
Yay! There they are.
Okay.
Hey guys,
Hello,
sorry.
ladies.
Hi, ladies.
No
Hi,
worries. So
Welcome, ladies.
you joined right at the right time. I was basically going over the story of how I started reaching out to comrades and the reactions I was getting, and I'm gonna kind of put your 3 reactions together because they were similar.
We just talked about this.
Like, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to contribute. Maybe not so much as Sharif, but I don't know how I'm gonna be able to contribute because I'm not necessarily on it. I don't know if you want that, and I actually know we do want all perspectives around this topic because, like myself, I'm not, a person that's 100% gonna put my time into electoral politics. It's not as effective to me. So I'm a person that's trying to divide that and do both.
Yeah.
So that kind of sums up a little bit of the conversation. It wasn't just the 3 of you either. It was quite a bit response like that. So then let me just go to the first question. Then I'll start with the comrade Misty. Why did you want to be on this panel? Let's start with that question.
Well, like you said, you reached out to me, and at first I was like, my friend, I don't think I'm right for this. You're like, we're doing a third-party summit. Do you want to come on? And I'm like, I don't think I'm right for this. And I told you, I have a great deal of respect for RBN and everything that you guys do, and I would never want to put a negative spin on the work that you're doing, even if I don't agree with the cause or whatever. I would never want to bring that down. So I just told you, I don't know if I'm right for this because I personally do not agree with electoral politics as a legitimate avenue that we can take to get change. So I was very upfront with you about that, and you're like, no, we kind of want to have the opposing view too. So as soon as you said that you were okay with it and that was kind of what you were going for, I was on board.
Right. And I'll go to the Bank sisters because you were the second to respond in this way. Misty was the first, and then you two were the second, and then it just kind of snowballed. So whoever wants to start, I'll let you pick. But like, why did you want to be on this panel?
Well, I was thinking, okay, yeah, we were both like, what? Like, I don't know if we have anything to say about the topic.
Right.
But then, I was kind of like, well, if you're going to convince people to invest their efforts elsewhere, then, we have to talk about it. And I do think it's helpful to hear how people, think through things and make up their minds about stuff.
To hear like the reality of where people are at, because like I guess where I'm coming from, I was like, well, I'll just be honest. I'm a bit apathetic. I'm very apprehensive to trust anyone. I have no money. So if I can bring that perspective, that's what I have.
But why do you say like apathetic? What do you mean? Is it the specific party you're apathetic about, or just the entire system?
It's the entire system. I mean, it's just, I think as a voter, it's very difficult. We don't really have a way to checks and balance the people that we put in place. Like sometimes once they get there, they're like, see you later, peace. And it's just feeling that left behind or tricked, which is worse. So often, you just kind of are like, oh God, I'm not gonna fall for this again. So I'm like, I'm willing to vote, but I'm also like, how much do I trust?
So in the comments, someone is saying, leftists against electoral politics, like including third parties, and I agree. Like I'm willing to I want there to be a third party. So I do think that's something we should work towards. But I guess the difference for me is I'm just not expecting a lot from it. Like I want to get us to the point of getting the money to get the third party, but I'm not going to expect as much from them because it's like we dumped our money into AOC and all these other people and they haven't done anything. So
how much power would they really have?
Right.
So
yeah.
Okay, there's some gauging our expectations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So let's bring in Sharif. Same question. Like why this? Because I actually the way I gave you all the list of panels, and this is the one that was your first choice. Why was this your first choice?
It's something that I think we all should have a discussion about, right? We're not talking about voting for the duopoly. We're talking about something new, something interesting, something fresh. So giving third parties a chance to see if they can make a splash in our community is worth to have a discussion about. I echo everyone here that if a third party is able to get the money, get the notoriety to make a difference in the community, I'll vote for that. But first they would have to do that first. So however they cross that path and they're benefiting my community, I will support them. I will give them the same amount of money that other people give the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. You know what I mean? I will, because I see them doing the work. So the question is, are they doing the work? And if they are, then, we should support that.
So you're saying prove to me first. You're not saying, okay, I'm going to help you build. It's prove to me first because the help you build model hasn't worked. Is that what you're saying?
Right. They would have to have a third party, in my opinion, would have to already come into the community, offer the community something, right? Something beneficial, whatever it is, and then earn that respect, earn that trust. So they are coming with money, they are coming with resources, and this is help me get elected because they're already coming from that approach. I'm going to give you this because I understand that you don't have this, whatever that is. I'm going to give it to you. And then me, not speaking for anyone else, I would help them get elected because you've already established good faith. You already came in and gave me something that I don't have, right? And so I will do you the favor by going to the ballot box and voting for you. So they would have to do that.
Absolutely. And let me just further ask a little more on this point, because this is connected to the conversation that Dr. Jill Stein had with Nick when he said, I think the Green Party should become a Black party. And she wasn't just about the conversation. She was like, yeah, Nick, and we need to talk about what's the further steps to make that happen. So we're going to talk to her more about that. So I want to explore this. So what does, if the Green Party let's say you're not in politics the way that you are now. So you know how, I'm sure you have a friends and family that's not as into politics as you, so they might have a lot of misconceptions. What could the Green Party do? Because she said something like, what would that look like? Does that mean policies? That mean getting candidates that are black? Like, how can the Green Party, for example, be that party? How do they show that to a particular community? Let's use the black community in this particular situation. So how would they do that? Is that candidates and having those candidates going to be the ones that go into the community, or going into the community to get candidates, to recruit candidates, or how do you see it?
Propping up candidates is going.
One second, Sharif. Hold on, 1 second.
Yeah.
Because your sound was gargled a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Let me make sure.
You sounded like a Mr. Robot, Sharif.
So yeah, now you sound clear. So, but we didn't hear any of what you said. So you would have to start from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't think candidates is the right approach. I don't think you need to do that. I think that if the Green Party is offering something to the community, you're going to get candidates who want to be a part of that. Everybody wants to come to the party, right? If you see something that looks good, sounds good, is actually as good as benefiting the community, people are going to join. And I think the best way I think the community could be helped right now, I think worker co-ops. I think that might be the best solution.
Speak on that. So what does that mean, having political parties having worker co-ops? Is that what you mean?
Right. I think that just here speaking from New York's perspective, there's so many small businesses that are actually A, struggling, and B, closing up shop. It's almost like a desert here in New York. It's really bad here. Anyone who lives here kind of understands that. And so I personally think that if there's a way where just any third party, not even just the Green Party, is able to help working families get them out of their situation and support, a business model for families to put more money in their pocket, is a good solution. I think that we need to start thinking about how can we, as a political system, how can we help the average working family in this country? And I think worker co-ops kind of do that. Worker co-ops now becoming more popular. You do see a lot of people finding more here in the city. At least I've had, and then people asking more questions. And I think starting that conversation about what is a worker co-op? How do you form one? How is that beneficial to the community? And I think it is. Money back into the community, not ask the community for money. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's like you're giving back to the community instead of vice versa. Yeah,
right.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Further.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And so further that point, like there's so many community gardens in New York. There are community centers in New York because someone said there was a need for that, right? So that wasn't something that the community. So some members of my community in New York funded those community gardens, but it is a community garden that someone is paying for. Someone's paying for these community centers. Someone said, okay, kids don't have an after-school program. Kids don't have this. Community centers don't have enough of this. So I'm putting my money, I'm putting my time and energy to make sure the community has that. And I think political parties also need to do the exact same thing, right? So I don't think it should just be, I'm a business owner or whoever, and I said, oh, I noticed that the community doesn't have this. Political parties should also do the exact same thing. Where all this money is going towards, right? When you raise all this money for political campaigns, they get millions of dollars. Where's the money is going to, right? We all know that we're probably where it's going to. So my argument is put that back into the community. If you see there's a need there, right? Put your money there. And I'm pretty sure the community is going to say, okay, well, I'm going to vote for you because you just helped my community, right? I can't imagine someone being against someone who's literally putting their money and infrastructure into the community to benefit them. I can imagine someone saying no to that.
It'll be like the Black Panthers turning into a political party, but this is just in the reverse. You're a political party turning into the Black Panthers, essentially, is what I'm hearing you saying. But go ahead, Courtney. I think you were going to chime in.
I guess I would agree with that, but also it's got to be this multi-pronged approach because there was this spirit that was caught up with Bernie, let's use for example, that felt very independent of the duopoly. And you got a lot of people who normally did not pay attention to politics or care about the policies or whatever that really got on board. So I feel like there is that other part where, I mean, one, it's like, are we deciding we're sticking with the Green Party and we're going to put all of our effort into that? Like, I feel like that's kind of where we always get off first off, because it's like, where do we put our efforts? And if it is that, you know, we say, listen, the goal is to get to that 5%. And then we, you know, use our, you know, podcasting and all of our media and stuff to be able to also not just show people the party needs to be working in the community, as Sharif said, but then we also need to be helping to make sure that that message is there, because the biggest thing about Bernie was you felt a part of something, you know? And so it would be all of us getting on that same page that I think would make people take that leap to really believe in it. Because as you were saying, like, why would people vote against their best interest? But we see them do it all the time. And most of the time when people talk about it, they're like, well, nobody else is going to vote for third party, but people want to. And so if we can figure out a way to like crack that mentality, I think that marketing, that movement, that like we need some of that feeling to really propel it. I don't know if that's attached to a person or just a policy or what.
I mean, yeah, well, maybe just
Exactly.
policy, because I think part of what, you know, screwed us before was attaching it to Bernie, and then Bernie gave up, and then where, you know, and everyone was, you know, lost in the wind. So I love this idea of like, you know, taking people's donations and doing real work with them, like, you know, tangible things that people can see. And I also just kind of think like logistically, you know, there is a certain number of, you know, we do have like kind of a critical mass with the Green Party's like emailing list at the very least. So it may end up being something where you're like kind of like sending them a thing and being like, okay, all you people who are into the Green Party, here's our plan and here's what we're doing. Since we already have like those people are already engaged at least. So I don't know if it would be a whole changeover, if that would be too hard for them to understand, but I think people could understand it if you changed. I don't know if you changed the name to the Black Party, but you know.
Right. What I did find out about that, because I asked we had a Green Party hour on yesterday, or they had actually 2 hours where they came on, national Green Party officials came on, and we asked them questions. So I found out in that, because that came up about the name, and maybe that's the reason they have a visibility problem. They said that they're an international party, so they're a little bit different than the other parties. They're an international party, so if they change the name, they couldn't be part of the Green Party as an international party. So I found that out. So I didn't know that. So that was something I did find out. But it is it's a problem. The name can present a problem for some people. But let's welcome in Jabir before we move forward in the conversation. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty good today. Happy to be here with y'all. I apologize for the late entrance. I was finishing up a political work study with my political party, so had to finish that.
Yeah, hey, that's more important work. So being a few minutes late to a conversation, I was like, you know what? I believe they will be able to hold it down until you got here. Like, but yeah, so let's get your initial answer to this question, which was the first question is, why did you pick this panel to be on? What jumped out at you about this panel?
Because we've been on the third parties don't they work, subject for about 7 years now, ever since Bernie first declared his interest back in, I think it was April 2015. And at that time, I was very strongly pro third party. At that time, the Democratic Party had clearly failed. They had already began the beginning stages of how they eventually cheated Bernie out of the nomination anyways. And so I started looking more into the efficacy of third parties. At one time I used to follow stuff like Secular Talk and all the other so-called leftist shows on YouTube, and I used to just really engage with that. At one point I even applied for Justice Democrats and all that thing, thinking okay, maybe electoralism is the way, but obviously that process didn't work out. But as I've learned more, I read more socialist and Marxist theory, I've started to get more engaged with the idea that the third party question is a way more complicated question than it's being posed, because I'm not even sure it's good to discuss it from the fashion of like a third party winning national election, like a national election in terms of like the presidency. That's rigged, bought, paid for. It's just never going to be something that a third party can get into. But if you want to talk about the efficacy of a third party in terms of presenting a political program to the people, now you got something on your hands. And 2016 was a missed opportunity to bring a real socialist agenda and not just milquetoast social democracy the way Bernie did it. Bernie had an opportunity at that time, but of course he didn't. He doesn't have the politics to go ahead and do what was needed to be done to withhold your votes from the Democratic Party, to say like we have very specific anti-imperialist demands that need to be met if you want us to engage with you in any kind of way, you know. So a third party is viable. I'm just and even entryism is viable to the extent that you can get people into existing organizations. It's just those existing organizations ain't going to be the Democratic or Republican Party. And now we got to figure out if any existing apparatus is something that people can get in and do good work in, which, of course, on the left, you know, there's a.
What do you think about? What do you think about doing it the Black Panther route, where there's a political organization that becomes not a political organization, but a mutual aid organization, a community organization similar to the Black Panthers, becoming a political organization, becoming a political party?
That's a good question. So the thing about the White Panthers is that their existence was only made possible by the existence of a viable alternative to the status quo in the first place. You know, power to the people when the Black Panthers was calling it, and when the Bolsheviks declared it in the Soviet Union, it wasn't just a slogan. They were actually taking care of the material needs of like the people in the Soviet Union, in people, and then eventually people just bought into them as an alternative. Then when Huey Newton gave that interview asking, when he was asked what white folks could do, and he gave the suggestion that they could start a White Panther Party, only at that time was something like the White Panthers viable. So for something like that, a mutual aid organization that comes in to aid existing revolutionary and pro-people organizations, you would first have to have something viable that they would even be supporting in the first place. Otherwise, they would come along and they would just be kind of directionless. They would have a good program, but nothing to support. So what we have to have is a strong anti-imperialist international that we build among actual anti-imperialists on the left. If we build out from that kind of program, then of course you'll get the support. Anti-imperialism has always been a way that you can bring the masses in, because even if people don't necessarily understand all the intricacies of imperialism, what they do understand is that for the most part, nobody likes war. Working people don't like war. And if you can get them in the room on that basis, you can build, you can have a foundation to build what's necessary. So that's how I'll answer that question.
Oh, so I'll pose this to the three ladies to answer first. Are we boxed into what we think political parties are? Why can't a political party be? Why isn't the Black Panther Party a political party? Why does a political party has to be a party that's actively running candidates? Why can't they be a political party that's building communities?
Can I jump in on that just quickly?
Yes, go
because
ahead.
I think we need to break it down to like the very basic level here. And what the reality is that our current political system is corrupt to its core. It doesn't matter what third party you have or what candidates they run. They control the rules, and they can change those rules whenever they see fit. We've seen them do it time and time again. They did to keep Tulsi Gabbard off the debate stage. They did it to Bernie Sanders a number of times. They do it every time. They're right now they're trying to sue to get the Green Party candidates off the ballots in multiple states. So running a party, running a candidates and a third party, that sounds, okay, great. You're never going to get anywhere. I'm sorry to third party people. I really am. I really, really am. I wish that was a real avenue for change. It's not, in my personal opinion. It's not. There's no way that we can enter into the game that they control, that they run, that they have all of the rules, and expect to get anything done. So I think that it is more, more effective for us to not start a party, but to start a movement outside of the system, to start building, parallel societies, to start really targeting mutual aid and direct action and all of those things, and coming together and building community, not a party. We're not going to be able to enter into this political system and win. We just can't.
I totally agree with that. Where the way we think about this, there's not a bridge. There's a missing like thing that's connecting us. This gap. It's like it's a missing bridge, because we're here, but we need people who don't think like us in these terms politically, but believe in the kitchen table stuff that we know, like $15 minimum wage, healthcare, no imperialism. That's a gut. That's a human thing without outside of politics.
Mm-hmm.
We need a strategy for getting them. I'm not saying changing anything of how we think is it, but that's the problem we have. We don't have a strategy that is effective to get those people. The strategy to get them is building community. So who starts it? You get what I'm saying? Like it starts right here, right now. This is what we're doing, and maybe that's what we're building. Or hopefully that's what we're building.
Can I go
Hopefully
next?
that's what we're building. Yes, Zoya, and I intentionally left you last because you have a tendency to absorb everybody's thing, and then you just hit bullet points. So that's why I kind of kept you to this last part. So absolutely, but I would love to hear your rundown.
Yeah, I actually wrote this before we were even here, because these things come up so often in leftist discourse. So one, I think the presidency is captured, that it's a lost cause. The DNC is a corporation with the legal right to rig elections, as cited in the court case that Bernie campaign filed against them in 2016.
Thank you, Julian Assange.
So they can and have and will change the rules to stop any inconvenient candidate. But I don't think we can change the system by voting. I think we can influence the system, like we just increased minimum wage and banned the use of rubber bullets in California. That's the reason some activists are using these different methods, like ballot initiatives, to try to defund the police. The alternatives are what? A general strike. We see striking and unionizing gaining momentum more than the media is covering it. Civil disobedience. Floyd protests sadly resulted in more police funding. The police state is slowly chipping away at our right to protest. Line 3 protesters are being charged as domestic terrorists. So direct action has to become more sustained. Something I haven't heard mentioned yet is consumer strikes. We vote with our dollars every day. We choose who to support and what demand we create within the system. Imagine if everyone bought from farmers markets and co-ops, or grew their own food instead of using supermarkets. We have collective spending power, and activists in civil rights movements and other movements understood this and utilized this. What I'm also observing, not that I'm happy about it, but people are just stuck, hopeless, disorganized, deeply struggling themselves, or distracted. Tweets with things like petty memes go viral, while real organizing efforts barely get any engagement.
Right.
This system has conquered the will and intellect of most Americans. We're surrounded by colonized minds. People just live a capitalist life, consuming the environment, the collective, and themselves. We have to take some individual responsibility and start working locally for change in the myriad of ways available. That will create community around common causes that we can then channel into direct action and eventually revolution.
Agree,
Absolutely.
1,000%.
Very well
Agree.
said.
Yes.
That's good shit. Yeah.
Go ahead. Did somebody want to chime in? It looked like you were gonna say something.
No, I was saying Zoya. I was gonna mention that Zoya. Very well said. I brought up the whole conversation about consumer with several other activists because that's something that you actually can do right now. Nothing stopping you from actually actually letting these corporations like Amazon and Starbucks and so many others aiding in with the strikers who are unionizing right now, and letting your voice be heard. I think that if more people get engaged with the unions, and not say, listen, until you help these workers get their fair wage, I'm not buying a cup of coffee. I'm not buying my package. Those things you actually can do. There's so many different other ways that people can participate.
It's your sound broke up a little bit. The sound is breaking up a little bit.
So
it's in and out.
Hang on.
No worries.
The gistless. We call it the gistless.
While Sharif works on that, I just want to address something in the
Absolutely.
chat regarding what I said. Someone was like, Zoya, I'd love to do that, but I can't afford farmers markets. There are bougie farmers markets, and there's farmer markets that are real collectives, and the pricing I have found is actually cheaper than what it was at supermarkets. And I got to know those farmers and built relationships with them. Some of them I visited their actual farms. So you can work with people because you're not in a store where the price is set. You can get to know them, form a relationship, and actually, get them to help you out. That's the benefit of working, with people directly. And as far as growing your own food, I post about this and other stuff. If you want to follow me, I share experts in growing, and they help people set up their gardens and be successful at it. That's it.
Oh, absolutely. All right. So what I in a second, is this that's the comment you had up. There was another comment. So there's a couple of comments I want to go through, get your takes before I get the next comment up here. Not that one. Here we go. How can we make legislative change without our own party dedicated to serving our interests? Not having our political party gives duopoly freedom, ignore us in our activism and protest, and continue controlling the country. Thank you for that super chat. And actually, this is a very good question for the opportunity to educate people on the answer. So how can we make legislative change? So essentially, if we don't have a party, we have a movement. How does a movement is essentially maybe how we can address this question. How does a movement's demand become legislation?
Yes. Do you mind if I chime in for this?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I disagree with the idea that that if you don't have a party, you can't make change. Because at the end of the day, if you do have a movement and you have millions of people, the problem is that we don't have. I tell people all the time, and people who follow me, I'm a healthcare activist. I tell people all the time, the reason why we don't have Medicare for all, we don't have millions of people out in the street demanding it. We just don't. We don't have a Medicare for all movement. It doesn't exist. I know people get mad when I say that. We just don't have one. We don't have boots on the ground, millions of people, arming themselves in the street and just saying, hey, we want this right now. If we did, we would have it. I would be out of a job. I wouldn't be a healthcare activist anymore at the end of the day. And once we actually have millions of people on the street saying this is what we want, because think about it, all those people who are in the street, they're not working. The system's stopping, right? They have a job. So that means you're not making money for the system. They want you to go back to work. So they're going to listen to you. You have something to say now. You actually have buying power. You're not spending any money. You're not making them any money. They're going to listen to you now. And that's what we need to do. So the idea that you don't have power, you don't have say, they want you to believe that. You do.
That's where all the power comes from. And change
Exactly.
never comes from the inside. It never comes from like some legislator deciding that they're going to be nice and give us something that we wanted. It comes from mass public pressure every time.
Absolutely. 100%.
And really, in this scenario,
go ahead.
Really in this scenario, we would, if we have the power of our movement, we should be able to push whomever is in office. Doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. The movement should be powerful enough as it is to be able to push those policy, demands.
And I think we have to kind of, I'm trying to like place us in the narrative of history, and maybe we're in the portion that has to really sacrifice and live outside of the norm for a while. Like, we're the ones who have to figure out how to, buy from a co-op, how to, stop using Amazon. Like, we might have to go through the rough part, which is unfortunate, but somebody's got to start off and do the hard work of like teaching people how to do this, and also teaching people how to become okay with living outside of the system for a little while until they take us seriously.
I think the frustration that a lot of us have, I heard it in Sharif's voice, that why the hell aren't we out protesting for Medicare for all, for example? Like, this literally, I think it's a realization for me, not just now, but I've realized this before, that we really, as a leftist movement, have to understand why the America's this way, Americans are this way. We live on the land of the bully of the world. That means we're getting all the best shit.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to convince people who get all the best shit to say, hey, let's go fight for somebody who's broken poor, when you believe that person is there because of their own decisions, because you've been conditioned. You get what I'm saying? Like, do we have the time to reprogram people? Do we have that time? I don't think we do. I don't know what the strategy is. I'm just simply saying we don't have the time to convince people to understand what we understand to be.
Well, I think, frankly,
so what do we do? Go ahead, Ms.
Well, thanks, sisters and I just talked about this the other day. I think it's going to take, there's going to be some precipitating moment. There's going to be something that happens that is going to be galvanizing, and it's going to get, and it sucks because it's going to be something terrible, and it's going to be something that a lot of people are going to suffer from. But unfortunately, you're right. In the United States, we are incredibly propagandized, and we're very complacent. We have been trained to be that way. And so I think it is going to take kind of one of those things, whatever it is. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a war. I don't know what it's going to be, but there will be some precipitating moment that that just really pushes things over the edge. And then there will be a mass movement of people. It's just really unfortunate that it's going to take that to get there. It would be cool. We don't have to wait. We could do it right now, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, I did want to, something that CJ had said before, like, are we making the movement? I mean, I think, yes, you guys at Revolutionary Blackout Network have been doing that. And that's like connecting all of us together, and we're all then, getting on each other's channels and helping each other out.
We're a coalition now, essentially.
Yeah. And we're looking out for each other.
Absolutely.
And that's what we need to be doing. And, more and more of us like doing the media portion. And I know that there's some of us have our own direct actions we're also working on. So I feel like that framework is there. We're moving in the right direction. And then it's like being ready for that tipping point. Maybe it's a climate thing. Maybe, who knows what it is. But for us to be ready to collect those people when their thoughts are scattered and we're like, okay, we have a plan. This is what we're going to do. Join us. We know how to fight, so it's being ready for that. And I mean, we're ready. So I guess since we're the most informed, we're the ones who have to do it.
People are too comfortable. When capitalism fails, everyone's a socialist.
And it would be really cool if when that movement starts, we talked about this too, when that movement starts, it'd be really cool if we could not desperately search for reasons to demonize the movement, to somebody had one Nazi flag, so let's demonize the entire movement. We need to start capitalizing on those movements. We need to start, whenever there's a mass movement of people, we need to look at how we can organize and inform that movement and use it to further the needs of the people.
Maybe this cliff that needs to precipitate a movement is coming, because
it is.
United States hegemony. This shit is ending.
For sure.
This shit is ending. We're in the decade right now. This shit is about to end, and China right now is like the one saying, "You're not the big boys on this block no more."
Right.
Like, you were seeing it real time, especially with this Russia or Ukraine. I don't know if this is true because I didn't check the story, because just dealing with this. I heard something like Did one of the countries give Russia some money or buy something? Buy oil? Did India really buy something from
India bought oil from Russia in rubles, right? Rupees to
Yes.
rubles. Yeah. And I
so-
think maybe
This is
The
what
dollar
I
is dead,
mean.
y'all. The
This
dollar
is
is
what
dead.
I mean. Like
yes.
this is like
Good
it's
God,
it's already
control-
here.
This is the controlled demolition of the American empire. You're living in it. So,
But that means we're gonna start to suffer like other countries
yes.
suffer.
Mhm.
And
And other
that's going to
countries
be
have
the
healthcare.
precipitating event. That's going to be the precipitating event is what some of you are thinking. Let's bring in Jabir. What are you thinking? It seemed like you're in deep thought. Did you want to chime in on something there?
Oh yeah, I was just going back and forth in my head about the things y'all was saying. So I kind of agree and disagree with one thing I heard, because you were mentioning how like we don't have time to like build consciousness while at the same time like trying to organize. But I like don't necessarily like the consciousness is there. And like people have actually shown already that they're willing to get involved in something that's about people that are not like themselves. The George Floyd protest proved to us, for example, that the energy was there. The left can protest. What the left don't know how to do at all is capitalize once the energy and the numbers have been built up. I was at Frankfurt, Germany recently, and I met up with some really talented Africans out there who organize. And there was this racist shooting in Hanau about 2 years ago, where this fascist killed 9 people, including one person in a couple of people in a shisha bar. And we found out that not long before that shooting, the pigs who did operate doing stings in that shisha bar have been there, and they had locked the emergency exit. So when people were trying to get out, the emergency exits were locked, and people were just like locked inside the damn shisha bar. And that event ended up bringing about 3,000 people out to organize. But this year, a year later, when they did the first protest for it, this year was the second anniversary, which was the one I was there for, and it only ended up being 1,000 people. The only explanation for letting that many people go in that short amount of time is that there was not the apparatus, there wasn't the organization, and there wasn't the leadership to capitalize on that energy and keep them organized and to keep them mobilized. So the people are out there and they're caring, but they're just like, well, shit.
That really, Jabir, that really presses on, I feel like, what I was like with us being in the driver's seat, because with BLM, so many people saw that the people who were in charge just wanted the money for themselves, or they were not, they did not want to actually make a demand of the Democratic, candidate. They were, ushering people back into the DNC and saying, oh, it's okay because we have the George Floyd, bill or whatever. So I feel like if we can be that stopgap, we can be those people who catch the people. That's the biggest thing. Like, I don't know how those corporate people got in there and infiltrated them, but that seems to be the biggest issue, that they steal the power from all of the energy that we have.
Exactly. And opportunism is a very real issue on the left too. It's something that we got to talk about. Gloria is in the chat asking, why do we have to like make it an either or conversation? They asked, they said why can we protest, strike, and do mutual aid and vote for a party? But like, that's not the point. The point is you can protest and you can strike and you can do mutual aid and you can vote, but none of those things can be the end goal, comrades. You have to have a program that is being facilitated, but you can't have a program if there is no leadership, to present a program to the people. Because the only way people are going to support your program is if the people can see that program works in praxis. I'm in my Cleveland area, doing my stuff with the Huey P. Newton Gun Club and the All African People's Revolutionary Party, and we're growing because people support what we do in the community. Now, yeah, we're out at the range, but we're also out here feeding people. We're also out here getting houses people what they need. We're also out here organizing against houselessness and doing the kind of work that actually transforms people's lives. And if people are out here believing that there's nothing you can do for them, then all the voting and all the protesting and all the striking it's not going to be platform because they're not even going to present you the opportunity to be the leadership. The people decide who the leaders are, and leaders get made by taking the right actions during times of crisis. And right now, capitalism is collapsing, and where's the organization? Where's the leadership that is going to come along and say, okay, this is what we're organizing behind. We're uncompromised on our goals. This is like what we have to have. Medicare for all was never something that we weren't compromising on. You had people talking about, well, if we can't do Medicare for all, then maybe we can do the public option. Like, how are you going to negotiate on like people's health?
Don't negotiate with terrorists.
Exactly. It makes no sense. Or imperialist in general, but at this point, those things are, one and the same. So yeah, we are basically on the right track here. But what we have to have is an organization that can consolidate the demands of the movement, bring them to the people, and say like, this is what we're fighting for. And if you agree with our program, join our cause. And you can call that a political party. You can call that an organization, but really what it is a mass organization and mobilization of people who are fighting for the revolutionary socialism. Because if revolutionary socialism don't win, then fascism will, and that's a threat to all freedom-loving people.
Can I speak to that question too, CJ? Because
absolutely,
I will never tell somebody to not vote. I'll go vote. Like, I have no, if there's like local ballot initiatives or whatever, it takes me 5 seconds in Ohio to go vote. I walk in, I walk out. It's no big deal. So I'll go vote. I'm not telling anybody to not go vote. I'm saying we shouldn't be putting so much time, energy, money, and resources into the electoral system. That's where I get heated, because I feel like we're wasting so much time that could otherwise be put into building these organizations and to building the community that we need to survive the collapse of empire. Because we're already there. Like, we need to start building these programs where we can feed people, house people, clothe people, make sure people are warm, they have safe drinking water. Like, that's the stuff we need to start building, and we need to do it now, because it's going to get lots worse. And I feel like we're wasting so much time and energy on the electoral system that we are really losing the opportunity to prepare ourselves for what's coming. That's my hang up.
And I'll quickly just echo a little bit what Missy just said there. This is what I was saying earlier, that if there is a political party group that's actually doing the work for the community, right? Just like Missy said, it takes a few seconds to go vote, right? So I'm voting for the work that they're actually doing. Keep in mind, they're actually doing the work in the community. They're helping the community. They're doing whatever it is to make the community great. So I'm supporting that. I'm not supporting a third party. I'm not supporting a candidate running for office. I'm supporting the fact that this person or this group is actually doing work and they're benefiting the community. So I'm going to support that.
So I'm shaking my head, not because of what you're saying. It's a realization that we may have to be the ones that's doing this, because we keep saying, who's going to do this? That's us. Maybe
it is going to be us. It really is. It really is. It's going to happen.
I'm just going like, man, this shit, I got to do some shit.
It really is. It's really
that's what I was really just a realization of
the work that's ahead of
us.
This
is it.
Yeah. I'm exhausted already.
This is it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about
right
it.
Here.
And we need a lot more people.
Yes, please.
We do.
Yeah.
We need to
start doing. Go ahead, Sharif. And then I'll
say something I'm working on right now. I'm actually getting some help on. I want to start door knocking for healthcare here in New York. And I was telling a few activists already that I haven't done enough work here in my own city. I've gone a few places, I've helped, and I've done actions. I've worked with other people to plan actions and to spread more awareness and get more people engaged. But I need to talk to more people more here in my local area. And that's kind of what I'm working on right now. And not so much focus on actions, but focus on just getting more people to participate is something I need to do. So the work that you're talking about is something that I am thinking about when it comes to regards to healthcare. But I think that we need to do door knocking. Not enough of us actually knows what's going on. And some people do have an inkling, but not enough. And to echo what I'm sorry, what was your name again, sir? I forgot your name. Javier. I'm sorry about that. No to echo what your point is, people do want to get involved. Some people do. They sense there's something wrong. They don't know how to participate. Don't know how to help. And I think that's where we come in, and we actually give them the tools. We give them information to help them, guide them into the right direction.
So what this is gonna be some work. This shit is gonna be some work here.
Yeah, for sure.
So what we're gonna have to do is like compile, you know, a list of trusted organizations and people that we need to reach out to have like a some sort of Zoom. I guess we can't do a Zoom call. I guess we would have to do some sort of conference, some sort of thing where we all can meeting of the minds and start to build, you know, everybody's individual call. You know, you're doing your individual thing, but as a group, we have this this imperial problem here that we have to take care of. So we have to begin, but I'm talking about a list of I'm talking about thousands of organizations that we're going to have to start this list.
A friend of mine
a
couple years ago tried to start a decentralized online mutual aid network that, you know, would go across all 50 states and would help people find services or things that they need whenever they need them. So we need like even tech people. If you're like a tech person and you can get on board a project like that and help develop it, that's like a huge thing. So it could be door knocking, it could be tech people, it could be organizers organizing events, or like there's everybody can take part in it. So don't feel too overwhelmed, CJ. I know it's really easy to feel overwhelmed because it is a lot of fucking work that's ahead of us, but we can do it. We just have to come together and just start building from the ground up. It really is like a ground up movement. And that's why I get frustrated when we waste time on electoral politics, because it is taking time and money and energy and resources away from building those communities that we are desperately going to need in the very near future.
So let's talk about that particular part, because I agree that it does feel that way. The problem is it's not enough of us that feel that way. So it almost feels like we have to go through this trial and error just to get them on board. Because the more, like, believe it or not, the more elections that go by and more people, just think about it. Think about you right now, all of you. All of us have a story. 6 years ago, we weren't at the place we're at now.
Right.
We're at the place we're at now because of circumstance, because the squad didn't do shit, because Bernie didn't do shit. He dropped the movement, whatever reason it is. So the more time, you know, more people are gonna, I guess, wake up, but we have to balance that with, you know, the climate crisis, with people dying. So we have to get a list going, and we have to start talking about getting on one page with a plan of strategy here.
Yeah, I think one page
is going to take a long time.
Yeah,
this is going to take a long time just to get this shit together.
I think, CJ, you had mentioned this in another panel that we did, just about taking people who normally would canvass for, you know, politics and, you know, for some person in the DNC, and switching them over to, you know, canvassing for healthcare or canvassing for, living wage or whatever the case may be. I mean, I like the idea. I feel like it's going to take, we just have to think of everything's going to take a long time. And, you know, maybe we do just start really small with just like everyone canvas locally, you know, people, how many people do we have watching this, or how many people do we have in the chats? You know, let's make something that they can print out and at least start getting people to even start thinking differently. We're not ready for anything big yet, but just
well, this is it. But this what you're.
Ready. I'm sorry. I'm ready. I'm ready. We're playing.
No, I'm ready. I've been ready.
All of these organizers in this thing. Missy's planning something for Assange. We're working with Sharif on some health stuff. We have stuff. Yeah. We are ready to go. We're not sitting here like just talking bullshit to y'all. What I'm saying is though, what I want is the people who ask us for electoralism. I want them to show up for these direct actions. I want, if they're gonna ask us to care about this conversation, they need to be using their big platforms, majority report, and you know
that's not going to happen.
Of course, not going to happen. Or be aggressive with them.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
Or we have to be very aggressive with them and merely make the point that why are you watching people who will not fight for you?
That's better to go after their viewers. to go, not go after, but you know what I mean? Like go, try to
to-
pull their viewers away because those people, the Sam Cedars and the Kyle Kalinske, they're never going to, they're very cushy in their positions and their jobs depend on us not getting the things that we need. So
okay, but like,
that's not ever going to happen.
What's going to
They
be?
were in that electoralism
Yeah,
platform and they asked for our opinion. So they need to be.
We tried to get Crystal
conversely
Ball to
looking
come
at-
to an Assange action. She ghosted us. So that's, I don't think that's
Money.
going to happen.
No, we got to
Money.
call these
So-
people out, and that's fucked up.
So what's going to be powerful? Because all of what we're saying we could do is great. No, really wonderful. But what's going to be better is when all of these organizations are all saying it at the same time.
Right.
Well, that's important. We need to come
Right.
together across causes. There needs to be more
That's-
solidarity.
that's the
I
part that I'm
practice
trying
this
to get to
every
here.
day. I go to healthcare events. I show up to anti-war events. I show up to Palestine events. I don't just do Assange stuff. And
He
you know,
does.
we need more of that solidarity across causes. We need people to stand up together who have
Right.
commonality and stand together shoulder to shoulder and realize that we're all fighting this fight together. And although maybe Assange isn't your number one issue, show up to our events, show
Right.
that solidarity, and then we'll come when you have something. And we need that. And there's so much division amongst issues. It's like, well, oh, I'm not fighting for Assange. I'm doing this. It's not my thing. And who cares if it's your thing? It doesn't need to be your
Yeah.
thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, just
Right.
show up.
Just gotta
Show
help
up.
out, you know? Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
100%.
So this is what you know, this is so yeah, we'll get the list together and then from the list contact and begin, you know, the conversations and, you know, just getting on board with some of the same sort of broad strategy, and while everybody's still in their own lane doing their own activism that they've already been doing, but this is on top. It's you doing your own work, and it's okay as a unifying national mutual aid, you know, community building community movement. This is what we're doing nationwide, but this is what I'm doing locally. That's what we need to do, and that's what we're lacking. All of what you're bringing up is conversations we all need to be having. The list of people I'm talking about, we need to be having so we can all get on the same page. We have come to the end of this hour. The next we will be able to push past, but the next hour is actually a candidate debate, so we can't push past the time for this particular topic because we can actually go for another hour. But I do want to go to Jabir because you've been kind of patiently waiting.
Oh no, I've just been taking it all in.
That's what I was saying. You've taken it in. You've taken in what we've. Been
I'm
saying.
loud.
And
You have to cut me off.
But did you have any last? I'm gonna get everybody's kind of last kind of comments on this, but I'll start with Jabir. What is your kind of last kind of final comments on the topic or any part that you want to?
For sure. So like we're talking about all these things that's different. Comrades are involved in like Assange work. Some people are involved in healthcare work. Court and Keish, we're talking about that, etc. I want everybody that's listening to have a real material understanding of just how possible what it is we're trying to do is. One initiative, for example, that I've been working on. So the average cost of nursing school, for example, in this country is about $35 grand. And a lot of people can't access nursing school because of barrier to entry. People can't afford $35,000, $40,000 to go to nursing school.
So much money.
It would only take about 100 people giving $25 a month to put a person through nursing school for the year, knowing that there's a lot of socialists and people who are revolutionary minded who want to go to nursing school. And that's just one example of what is possible. Like if you can't imagine that 100 people can give $25 for 4 months so a person can go to nursing school, then you can't imagine the world ever getting better. And at that point, what are you even doing on the left? Like that's a super small scale goal. Like I could go do that. It would take me about a week if I really wanted to do something like that on my own. But the thing is, not one person can do everything on their own. So when we start having real material analysis, anything that you think that you want to see done, look into the reality of what doing that looks like and see just how possible it is if people were to just come together, pool their resources, figure it out. Like, there are moneyed people. There are figure earners, calling themselves leftists and communists and whatever. You think they ain't got money to throw around at whatever initiatives we want to put forward? Like, there is no barrier other than our consciousness and our willingness to do this work and put it together. That's the only barrier to entry to getting this work done. So that's my departing thoughts on that.
Absolutely. And you're going to be back on another panel. Is it today or tomorrow? You're on another
Today
panel.
at 6, yeah.
Okay. So you'll be back for that panel. So thank you, Jabir, for showing up for this. Let's go to Zoya. Zoya, any sort of parting comments, last sort of thoughts on things?
Yes. People are complacent by design, to the point that the consciousness, to the point that you were making, that the consciousness is there, maybe amongst some, but actually for the most part, America is the most propagandized country in the world. That's where we are starting. People know something is wrong, but they are very tribalistic on issues and solutions. I teach kids, not one racist or imperialist among them. But by the time the system is done indoctrinating them, they will be. So there is value in engaging with people who have been brainwashed. There are many lanes. No one has changed the system yet. It's actually progressively getting worse. Those organizations and leaders who are succeeding got co-opted, jailed, discredited, or killed. Knowing this history, I don't want to discourage any movement. Punching down at organizers, even if you disagree with them, to me is doing the work of divide and conquer for the establishment. I refuse to help the establishment in any way. We can acknowledge there's more than one legitimate approach. We can critically criticize each approach, but our energy should mostly be directed at building, in my opinion. Solidarity is something we can model and create. We need it. I challenge the people, even in this chat, and the viewers to start. It's okay to disagree or run your lane, but don't devour each other in the process. Movement building isn't a competition.
Agreed.
Thank you, Zoya. Because there's a max, I'm going to drop you out, Zoya, because some candidates are trying to get in, but we've hit the max, so I'm going to drop you out. All right, so Bank Sisters, any parting words?
My only parting words are, let's think of this as like a hydra. Like, if you cut off one head, there's a bunch more heads are going to come back at you. Like, we lost it because
Right.
cut off Bernie, we're done. So keep going. Yeah.
And you've actually kind of inspired me here today. I was very apathetic, and
Yes.
now I feel like I have good homework. There's a lot we can do locally.
Yeah.
And I
Absolutely.
think canvassing and stuff, that's a really great idea.
Love it.
Love it. Talk to all of you guys later, and thanks for
All right, ladies. I'm also gonna take you out there. Thank you
That's beautiful.
for your time. And let's go to Misty. I'll save Sharif for last. So Misty,
Okay.
any parting words?
Yes, of course. So Hank in the chat said they're never going to let us have Assange, and it's not about Assange, my friend. What Zoya just said about the United States being the most propagandized country on earth, that's absolutely true, and that's what the fight for Assange is absolutely about. The United States is seeking global jurisdiction over information and journalism. We have to stop that. There's no way that we can put up an effective movement without the ability to educate and inform people. And so that's to me, that's the front line. So we need to start protecting our ability to share information. We need to start, really caring about that in a bigger way. And just thanks for putting this on. I appreciate it. I love these talks when you have these panels. I think they're really informative and they do inspire. So I just appreciate you letting me participate. Thanks, everybody. And free
Comrade
Assange.
Misty. Thank you, Comrade Misty.
I love it.
And Sharif, last but not least, what are your thoughts, sir?
Dude, I'm just happy to be here. When you get things together to get the meaning of the mind and pull everyone, I just want to be in community. So thank you for doing that. And
you're gonna be included. Absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm ready for that.
All
So yeah, that's all I have to say. And thank you again for doing it. This is powerful.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sharif. Shout out. Very active healthcare activist there. Let's bring on JB. I think I hit you and then you hit you and then it took you right back out. So I'll bring up JB and bring up all of the candidates. Steph is here. Hello, Steph.
I'm not a candidate.
Yeah, John. Yes, John. I'm sorry. Steph is not a candidate, of course. So let's go ahead and set the moderators here so that we can clearly make a distinction. I'm going to drop out eventually and we'll take over. But just clearly on the screen, everybody, JB top left corner and Steph right below him are the moderators. So good luck to the candidates on this discussion and have a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CJ. It's good to see all of you here with us. Welcome to the next hour in the third party summit here today. Of course, I am not Sabby Sabs. I don't have bangs as quite as good as hers, but I am here to cover for her just for the first hour. I will be your substitute teacher for today, so it's good to see you all. I am joined by Steph, who is also part of the Jimmy Dore Show, and I'm just really happy to meet you. I've heard many good things about you, and so it is good to meet you today.
They're not true.
Whatever they say about me is not true either. So
all right.
Yeah.
I think this is so this is a really exciting event to be at right now. I think it's funny that I'm a moderator. Let's do this. I'm curious already who you folks are and what you actually stand for. And so, James, I'm going to follow your lead. I'm going to let you control this, and then I'll get bossy and interrupt when I don't like how things are going. What are the rules, I guess, today, James? You know, like, how are we going to conduct this? Give me, I'm a pothead. I used to be a public school teacher for over 20 years, and I just want to keep it. This is my weekend, and let's do this. But James, I'll follow your lead. How do we want this to go down today? How's it going to work?
It's going to go down basically in puff puff pass order. Okay, so we're basically going to do, and from what I can tell, is clockwise order. And we're going to be asking different questions. And so I know I said,
going to give them a certain amount of time. Are we going to go, hey, you got 2 minutes, wrap it up? Or, oh my God, can you stop interrupting or anything like that?
We're going to try to wing it and see.
Okay, great. All right.
Yeah. Because I'm good at winging it. Okay.
All right.
So at first, if you guys can take about 45 seconds to 1 minute to each introduce yourselves. I know some of you have been on a little bit earlier, but this is going to be covering some different subjects. And also, we have some other people who are just now joining us, and they may have not seen you earlier during the summit. So we can start off with Mitch. If you can introduce yourself and where are you running?
Sure thing. Hey guys.
Uh-oh. Looks like Mitch dropped out. Okay. When Mitch comes back, then we'll go back to him. Jose, if you can start off and tell us your who you are, your party that you are running with, and where are you running?
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to. So yeah, my name is Jose Cortez. I'm running in the California's U.S. House of Representatives District 51, which represents most of central, eastern San Diego, and then parts of like northeastern San Diego. So I'm running with the Peace and Freedom Party here in the state of California, which is the only socialist political party that has ballot access. I'm also a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, here in San Diego, California. So we're really excited to be here talking to people about socialism and our campaign.
Okay, great. Now back to you, Mitch. I know you fell out just for a second, but if you can give us that information, who are you, where are you running, and what party affiliation?
Of course. My name is Mitch Davila. I am from the great city of Chicago, Illinois, and I am running out of Illinois 1 as a member of the United States Pirate Party.
Okay, thank you so much. Terrence, if you can give us the same answers, please.
Sure. So it's great to be with you both. It's very nice to meet you, James and Steph, and it's good to see Ethan and Mitch again, and to meet John and Jose. This is awesome. So my name is Terrence Cudney. I'm running for state senate in Massachusetts. My district is called the 1st Essex and Middlesex District. So I'm on the North Shore of Massachusetts in a little city called Gloucester. So glad to be here with you.
All right. Thank you so much. John?
Hi, how's everybody doing? I really appreciate the opportunity you guys talking with me today. My name is John Keating. I'm a Green Party candidate for the Illinois 13th District, born and raised in Springfield, Illinois.
Okay. Thank you so much. And Ethan?
Howdy, y'all. Good to be back. My name is Ethan Osborne, U.S. House of Representative, Congress. I'm on the ballot as an independent, Kentucky District 4. I'm a member of the Pirate Party. I'm honestly a member of a lot of parties. I'm active in my local DSA and numerous others. But being in Kentucky, there's, as far as, progressive third parties, there's not much there. So I'll work with whatever I can.
I got you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I am JB. I like long walks on the beach, and I ate an edible, and I was high off for 24 hours. Okay, so now we got that out of the way. Just trying to break the ice, people. First of all, one of the things that I actually want to start off with is on the subject of minimum wage. As far as we know, for at least the last decade, the minimum wage has been set at $7.25 an hour federally. I want to go back in clockwise order and get your thoughts on minimum wage. What do you think it should be set at? Do you think that a minimum wage should be set federally? What are your thoughts? I'm going to start off with Mitch.
So everyone talks about a minimum wage. First of all, the minimum wage is way too low right now. It's $7.25 is chicken scratch, and I think $15 was good 10 years ago when they first started campaigning for it. I think if we're talking minimum wage, I think 20 minimally is what you have to start the conversation at, $20 an hour. But if you're asking me for personal opinion, I actually think we need to introduce a maximum wage. Not a minimum wage. We need to start looking at, we are taking tax away from people who worked for that money. And then we're saying, you worked for it, you spent your time, your effort, your energy. Now we're going to take some money off the top of it. I feel like we should put a wage cap at $1 million a month, $12 million a year. This is a Jesse Ventura suggestion.
I remember.
Where he said that at $1 million, if you can't figure, how did he phrase it? He called them leeches, basically. But just untaxed first million, 12 million a year. If you want the million, it would provide opportunities for worker co-ops is another way that this would work out. For example, if a boss makes $6 million, but he has 12 employees that each made $500,000, well, I think that's fair. That's no tax. He spent as much as he earned. But it's not like that right now. And until we get to that point, we need to focus on minimum wage, which is $20 an hour, which is what I would set the minimum at. But I think we should be focusing on working on a maximum wage. I think currently income tax hurts the working class more than it helps anything.
Okay. Thank you so much. Jose, what about minimum wage? What are your thoughts on minimum wage? Should it be done at the federal level? Do you think it's too low, too high? What are your thoughts?
Definitely, the federal minimum wage is way too low. I mean, here in Southern California, $7.25 is laughable. I mean, considering that for the city of San Diego by itself, it's $15, and people are still struggling. A 1-bedroom apartment here is $1,800 a month. And that really kind of, I think, brings attention to the fact that we're talking about minimum wage, or we're talking about what it takes to survive in a capitalist society, when we're kind of dissociating, I think, as a society that away from our labor already, that we're contributing to build the wealth of society. So right now, people are routinely, at least where I live in my area, 60-70% of their monthly take home just on rent and these other kind of things. I mean, if we, like we were talking about, the conversation for a long time was $15. We need to increase the wage. And like the person before me was talking, Mitch was saying, $15 was good 10 years ago, but for certain areas, I mean, it's not even, it's what we have now, and it's not even close to what we need. And even $20 in itself isn't enough to really have what I would call like a thriving wage, right? We need to have, I think, a wage that's tied to directly the needs of the people in the communities that we're talking about. And I think the federal government really needs to step in to tax these large corporations that are benefiting just without any sort of inhibition, without any sort of check on profiteering off of our labor in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of the of a global kind of economic downturn, essentially. And I think, if we're going to be talking about minimum wage, we should be dissociating away from just like a set number when, as we've kind of seen with the ruling class in this country, they can just basically shake things up, raise costs, like we're seeing in housing and food and gas. And we should be fighting for, I think, a minimum wage that is proportional to what our expenses are for housing. We should be fighting for examples that exist in other countries where, like in Cuba, for example, there's basically a cap on how much your rent can be proportional to your income. And I think we should be trying to adopt methods that existing socialist societies have used to help combat a lot of these, the material conditions that we have here in a land that, frankly, the issue isn't scarcity, it's abundance, and the ruling class's, efforts to keep us away from our abundance that we've created. So, I think definitely the minimum wage is too low. We need to combat that on the federal level, and we can do that by unifying as a working class against the billionaire elite that are right now, hoarding industrial and finance capital and telling us there's nothing that they can do for us besides have us fight for the scraps.
So it sounds like you're talking about more of like a proportional wage instead of a minimum wage. Proportional wage meaning that instead of it being too low, is that too much of our expenses take up too much, like our housing expenses take up too much of what we spend on average. I guess that's what you're getting at.
In an ideal socialist society, right? In a capitalist society that we're living under now, yes, the struggle for reform is for, a higher wage. And I would say that wage should be tied not to the kind of concept we've heard about minimums, right? Which kind of implies like eating, the bare minimum, living in the bare minimum. We should be shooting for a thriving wage, not just a survival wage. And I think, that looks different based on, I guess, just where you're at. But I think that's a conversation that needs to be brought up more. It's not just how do people just survive, but how are we getting people to be in the conditions to create art, create all the things that create a healthy society.
All right. Thank you so much. Terrence, please.
Sure. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think I'm the only one on the panel that's running for state office, not federal office. So my perspective might be more sort of gauged towards my state than towards the federal. And I'm happy to talk about federal if you like, but that's not the office that I'm running for. But so to speak to what's going on in Massachusetts, my general view is that we need to absolutely put our minimum wage increases on a track to match up to labor productivity. Labor productivity in this country is around $24 to $25 an hour, depending on who you cite. And I think that that's what the goal. That's like where we should be in the short term, at least, looking to get to. And so right now in Massachusetts, this might sound like a big number to some of the folks on the panel, but right now in the state of Massachusetts, the minimum wage is $14.25 an hour. But if you look at our housing costs and our education costs, that's nowhere near enough. And I think absolutely at the outset, we should be looking to, especially for big corporations, to the starting number should be $20 an hour, and should be likely, like I said, moving in the direction as quickly as possible of getting to labor productivity. I think for small businesses, you have to be a little bit more conscientious about how you grow those small businesses to support that. And I think that actually the state government, something I've been thinking a lot about lately, is the idea of the state government subsidizing minimum wage at a proper level for small businesses that can't afford to do it on their own. And so I think I'll leave it kind of there to start. I think we absolutely need to aggressively move in this direction. And so I focus on this idea of matching it up to labor productivity and getting us there as quickly as possible. But the proportional wage that Jose brings up is also really interesting. So I'm going to have to look more into that as well.
All right, John, next about minimum wage.
This is something that's actually likely going to come up quite a bit throughout my campaign, as the leading Democrat right now in the race negotiated Illinois' graduated $15 minimum wage. And that's something that the Democrats here in Illinois have just pounded on, that's a success that they've had, but it's a graduated minimum wage and it doesn't get there until 2025. And right now we're at $12 an hour. So across the state, you have people who are still below a living wage, and that's something that needs to be addressed. Yes, the proportional that Jose brought up is something that's huge, because here in Illinois, we have Chicago and then we have rural Illinois, where the cost of living obviously is drastically different, but $7.25 as a minimum floor is definitely far too low, and we need to get the national level up to something far more sufficient, $15 to $20 an hour, and then work with the major metropolitan and higher cost areas from there.
Okay, thank you so much. And to Ethan.
Yes, thank you. I think everything that everyone said already, I pretty much agree with. I used to live in California for almost 10 years. I lived in the Shasta area, which it's a lot cheaper up there than SoCal. But I didn't realize that the minimum wage, you said, is still $7 something an hour. And
$7.25.
Wow.
That's federally. Yeah.
Yeah, that's mind blowing. But yeah, it needs to be raised to at least 20. To be livable, to match, to be proportional. 15 is, like you said, was good 10 years ago, and that's bare minimum. Now in my state of Kentucky, saying 20, anything above 20, there people, of course, the bourgeois are going to go crazy over that. I understand a lot of people who have small businesses. They can't, if you can't afford to pay your employees a livable wage, then you probably shouldn't be, having employees. You shouldn't have a small bit. Now there are other perspectives too. Like there needs to be, if they are going to raise the minimum wage to something that high, then they're going to have to subsidize some of these small businesses. When I do side work, like I've worked in forestry and tree work for almost a decade, and I'll do side work sometimes, and I'll have to I climb trees, and I'll need a ground man sometimes, but I'll pay the ground man the same that I would pay, I would make. I will split. Like a lot of people who climb, the climber, it is a little more dangerous, but being on the ground is very dangerous too. It's a very dangerous job if anyone's familiar with forestry, but and it actually is one of the most dangerous job and in the U.S. and it's doesn't have any union representation hardly unless you're working around power lines or unless you're wildland firefighting. And same with agricultural and forestry workers need to be unionized. And I also work for a union too. I work for the AFL-CIO in the wintertime. And so unionization and syndicalization is very important to me, and because voting is one aspect, but labor organization is another really important vehicle for change that we need to work on. So, and I also, and of course, yes, the maximum wage I fully support.
Steph, wanted to also chime in with your own question, a follow-up question to this as well.
Yeah, gentlemen, I have a question. I have a lot to say to each of you at some point. I don't know, on the air, off the air. But I'm going to just make one recommendation because I got to say this. Here's a recommendation, gentlemen, that you make sure whatever is behind you when you go on different shows, show like a poster of what you're running for or anything so people can connect with you faster. Just a recommendation about what you should do. Okay, now here's my question. We're talking about the minimum wage earlier. I live in the state of California. I grew up in California. I cannot believe the degree of homelessness that I've seen. I don't know what your experience is or what influence that you want to be able to solve this problem. So, gentlemen, we have a serious issue of homelessness here in the state of California. I believe in the United States, we're seeing just such a devastating degree of poverty. How will you use your position of influence to change that? And we're just you know what? Let's start with Mitch. Hey, Mitch, how's it going, amigo? Let's go with Mitch.
So far, so good. Well, I mentioned earlier that I was a Georgist, and I believe that land is a rightful thing for all men and women. I feel all people have the right to access to land, and I believe housing is a human right. And I think that implementing a land value tax and getting land, telling people if you're going to own land, you have to pay everyone, you have to pay for using that land, the value of the land that you're using, and you're using up all this land. During the 2020 pandemic, Bill Gates became the largest owner of farmland in the United States. He'd be paying for all that land he's taking up right now. And when we're talking about homelessness specifically, I believe the number, you said you're from California, I think the number of homeless people that live in San Francisco, I believe 50% of them are from San Francisco, like grew up in San Francisco public schooling. So we're talking about, it's not like homelessness is, oh, well, they're going to Florida and California because the weather's nice. No, they're from there. And that the system is failing around them. We need public housing. We need multifamily housing. We need land value tax. We need to abolish landlordship. We need to make sure that every citizen has a home that they can call their home.
All right. Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate that. How about John Keating?
Hello. How you doing, Steph?
I'm great, John.
So that's something that we, homelessness is something that we've worked on heavily locally here in Springfield, Illinois. And one of the things that we've been modeling after is Rockford, Illinois is the first community in the country to have functionally eliminated homelessness or chronic homelessness. So they'll have temporary housing insecurity, but they have functionally eliminated long-term by using mostly existing federal programs. And what we're seeing is that there are programs targeted for veterans who make up a huge portion of the homeless population. There's youth targeted programs. There are programs targeted for women. And if you attack each group separately and you work through these, you can generally find funding that a lot of areas aren't using that's already there. Obviously, we drastically need to expand funding for getting people into long-term housing, and we need to take the barriers off the existing shelters and facilities that we have now. Low barrier housing is one of the hardest things to come by, and it's one of the most important to getting people in the first steps to getting them off the street.
John, remind me of the place again that eliminated the homeless problem. What was the city that you mentioned?
Rockford, Illinois has functionally eliminated chronic homelessness.
That's amazing. And I think what's appealing about that, and Ethan, you're going to be next, just so you know, what's appealing, John, is that there's actually a model out there that we don't have to reinvent things, that, understanding that one city is able to do that. Fantastic. Yes. I'm interested in reading more about that. Thank you. Ethan, do you have any kind of, policy that you'd like to share or?
Sure. This is something that's, personal to me because I was unhoused for almost 5-6 years. And that was when I lived in California. I lived in Redding, in the Redding area, and it's a small town, but the homelessness up there is out of control. Luckily, I have my truck. I was able to live in my truck, but still, it's still unhoused. And no one should be homeless. It is a human right to have shelter. It's a basic human necessity, just like food and water. So just like food and water, shelter, food, water, and shelter shouldn't be an issue to provide these for people. And it's not, so when you compare homelessness in California to homelessness in Kentucky, it's a little different because in California, it's out way more out in the open. And in Kentucky, it's a problem too, but they push it to the margins and they really brutalize homeless people here. Like they just locally in a city where my opponent, the Republican that I'm running against, near where he lives, they had a homeless camp. They just went in and razed it and burned it all down and offered no explanation for it. That's how they treat the homeless people here. We have more of we have a rural poverty issue in Kentucky that it's not really as well documented or seen because of, being rural communities. These people, they're not necessarily without shelter, but they're living in ramshackle,
Conditions, yeah.
conditions, and particularly in the Appalachian region. I'm in northern Kentucky. I'm in, near Cincinnati, Ohio, right across the river. So I'm in I'm in the urban center of my congressional district. And, but there's homeless issues here too. But the rural poverty of Appalachia, it's one of the most poorest region in the entire country. And the politicians here they do nothing to help it. And there's a lot of things they could do. We have how many Walmart supercenters that are abandoned could be providing shelter for people. It shouldn't be this hard or this complicated to provide shelter for our citizens. And that's a big deal to me. There's also there's other aspects that are intertwined here, including criminal justice reform and mental health issues, because a lot of homeless people have untreated mental health issues, and that's why they're homeless. And there's a lot. And then, back to California in the Redding area, one of their issues with homelessness is they bring all these newly released inmates from the surrounding prisons like Susanville and Pelican Bay. And they just drop them all there because that's the nearest city, and they don't provide them resources to reintegrate society. They just dump them there, and it's just a massive problem. So, with my personal experience, had I had the access to the mental health care that I needed at the time,
yes,
it would have saved me from getting in trouble with the law, it would have saved me from being unhoused. So that just my own experience, my own life experience with the whole issue.
Ethan, that's very powerful. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you sharing that. Let's go to Terrence, and then we'll conclude with Jose on this. Terrence?
Yeah, I have to agree with Steph. What Ethan had to say there is incredibly powerful. So thank you for sharing, Ethan. I just want to tie it back to the last question about minimum wage. When we look at these issues, we can't look at them in a vacuum. So when I talk about wanting to have a minimum wage at a certain level, I'm also thinking, well, we also need to bring the price of housing down. And I'm actually part of a small new affordable housing group in Gloucester. We actually don't have a name yet, so I can't point to it.
Right.
But we're really concerned on the way we talk about it in the group is affordable housing with a capital A. It's basically, for those who don't know, when you talk about affordable housing, it's usually measured as like a percentage of the average income in the area. And so people will say, should it be 80% of the average income? That should that be the measurement, or should it be 50%? And the fact is, when you have areas that are that have such income inequality as we have in my area, that means that you're throwing a lot of people out of housing that they would normally be able to afford. So when we talk about affordable housing with a capital A, we really need to talk about making it affordable for everyone. And we're actually a big sort of tourism town on the North Shore, for those of you who don't know about Gloucester. And so we get a lot of folks in here, but if we don't have workers that can afford to, fill the restaurants and live near where they work, then that tourism is going to dry up, and we're going to have a real economic issue. So suffice it to say that affordable housing is a huge issue to me. And another thing that I'm thinking about and sort of trying to bring to the group is the idea that we have a lot of vacant housing in Gloucester, in part because people can't afford it. And to me, the fact that those vacant houses are vacant is criminal, and they should be filled with folks who can't currently afford housing. And Ethan was also alluding to something I think which is really important for those who are housing insecure or unhoused and have untreated mental health issues. We absolutely need to support supportive services for affordable housing for people as well. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Terrence, that's great. Thank you so much. How about you, Jose?
Yeah. So the issue of housing is incredibly central to what's happening here in the 51st Congressional District. Southern California, nationwide has just a really bad rap as kind of what the housing situation is. Like a lot of people were mentioning that there's this idea that the people who are houseless here are like from out of town, that they're not, that there's not like a housing issue, that people just come to to be houseless here because of the weather. But a lot of what everybody was saying is very true, that the people who are houseless here grew up here. And a lot of people, it's the unseen people the people who are couch surfing, who are having to live 2 or 3 families to a 2-bedroom apartment, that don't get counted in these discussions about houselessness. And it's very much by design. So our solution as a campaign and as socialists is that the idea of housing should, being this for-profit commodity that can be owned by large corporations, like what we see here in my hometown of El Cajon, where Blackstone just went in and bought an entire neighborhood. Basically, they just buy up these neighborhoods. They start jacking up the rents. We saw rent increases up to 20% just here in San Diego over the last year. San Diego just actually recently surpassed San Francisco as the most basically cost ineffective place in California to live. And we're seeing more and more people, including elderly people, living on fixed incomes, like pensions, being pushed out into the streets. And when we talk about affordable housing here locally, usually what that means is, we'll convert an old Motel 6 or something like that into housing that will turn 10% of the units into affordable, and then the rest will be market rate, and we're going to give the developer a huge kickback. It's like a shameless money grab that parrots the language of progressivism. But because the vehicles of power are in the hands of the same people profiting off of our exploitation, namely local government officials and their kind of federal allies that are making huge profits and getting large donations from lobbying corporations representing real estate developers and corporate landlords, it's not surprising that any sort of solution that we're offered under the system is one that is just enriching the same people that are profiting off of it. So our solution as socialists is that we need a nationwide movement to not only cancel the rents and mortgages that have already accrued during this ongoing pandemic, but to guarantee housing as a constitutional right, because there's no guarantee. Right now, people have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, whatever that means. But that doesn't mean anything to me if you don't have housing, healthcare, education, childcare, the things that make a person actually have the material basis for a high quality of life. So we need to not just fight for developers to give us a larger piece of the pie. We need to fight for a nationwide movement to eliminate corporate landlordism and this kind of for-profit landlordism. Here in San Diego, a big chunk of that is people wanting turnkey operations, wanting to basically operate Airbnbs, non-union like hotel rentals. Basically, is what they want. And a lot of this housing is sitting empty. Like what Terrence was saying, it's a crime for housing to be sitting empty while police are carrying out raids on housing encampments here in the riverbeds of Southern California. So we're fighting. We need it can't be just a local campaign. It has to be a national one, uniting, because whether you live in Southern California or like the comrade was saying, you live in Appalachia or you live in or Appalachia or you live in the Pacific Northwest, we're all facing a housing struggle based on basically for-profit landlordism, this like beating war drum that like is draining all of our tax money so that it can go directly in the pockets of warlords and millionaires and billionaires. The only way we're going to come out of this is a nationwide movement and fighting for housing as a guaranteed human right, as a constitutional right, even using language that a lot of American people now can kind of get behind. Like what Steph was saying, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can use the language that the system tries to parrot as like, oh yeah, we're so democratic. Look, we have a constitution that needs to be upheld or whatever. It's like, well, how about including housing or healthcare or any of these major things that like people are overwhelmingly in the majority in favor of. So we're when we talk to people, that's what they're saying, and that's what we're running on.
Oh, Jose, thank you so much. James, next question for the group.
All right, so I'm going to shake this up a little bit. I know I had an order here, but I'm actually going to go out of order because I'm JB and that's what I do. So we're going to go to, because it's kind of interrelated, we're going to go to income inequality.
Right.
Because income inequality is closely related to housing. And just to let you guys know, I have been housing insecure. I didn't even know what it's like to be housing insecure as a child. And so this is directly tied to income inequality. What we see with the, throughout the entirety of the United States, we see how it affects We see all, the primary villains, so to speak. Even one of them actually looks like a villain. Hello, Lex Luthor. But your thoughts on curtailing income inequality, and what methods do you think are a viable means to do this? And this kind of goes into a little bit about talking about capitalism too. So if we can start off with Mitch again, if you can go to that, and then after that, we'll be going straight to John.
Absolutely. Well, I think I just have to double down on two policies I've already spoken about. I think a land value tax needs to be implemented, where I feel like land ownership is one of the greatest qualities of income inequality, where owning land is a human right. And I feel like anyone who is taking up use of land should have to pay back the community for using said land and taking it away from other people and viable options. And number two is the maximum wage. I feel like working class people, small business owners, they shouldn't be paying taxes if they're not. When I say maximum wage, I think about like 2020. There was a day where Jeff Bezos made $13 billion in a single day. When we're talking about a maximum wage, I'm talking about the second you hit $1,001,001, you're getting taxed 90 cents to the dollar. At that rate, Jeff Bezos is still making over $1 billion that day, but he's getting taxed on money he didn't earn. Mind you, every bit of profit in our capitalist system is exploitation made from the worker's profits, that the worker made those profits for the business owner, and he is taking advantage of it. That is what profits are, stolen wages. And until we get to the point where we have worker-owned and operated businesses, which I think should be the ultimate end goal, I think a maximum wage would be the way to get there. That's the first thing we should do to implement it, to get to that point. And I think that would help with income inequality.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, John. On the subject of income inequality.
A few things that I really think would have a huge impact on income inequality. One of the things that's part of the Green Party's Green New Deal is a federal jobs guarantee. And ensuring that all Americans have a job, that are able to work, is going to drive up the median wage. And then couple that with a negative income tax. A lot of folks like a UBI, but I prefer negative income tax to bring folks up to the median. That way we're not also giving money to folks who have no issue and are those who are contributing to the inequity. But it's really simple, and I think those are two things that are going to have a huge driving impact.
Okay, thank you so much, Ethan. And then we're going to go to Terrence.
Sure.
Oh, hang on. I'm sorry, John. Oh, you had something else to say?
Oh, I was just saying I'm moving to somewhere quieter. I'll be right back.
Okay, all right. All right. Now, Ethan, your thoughts on income inequality and what you would do.
Yeah. First, Steph, thanks for the advice on the background. I'm literally in a closet that I converted into an office.
Honestly, your audio is great. Your video is great. It's just when you have such heart, Ethan, I want to honor your heart. And I want, people to see who you are and see your name there and what you stand for. So you're right on target, buddy.
Thank you. But back to the income inequality, something else that is crucial to this is busting up corporate monopolies. And also, like we talked about, the maximum wage, and UBI is it also an option for that? The specifics of that are, to be debated, but I think those are probably the top three things on my ideas that I would have for addressing income inequality, because we have the Walton family owning more wealth than almost the entire, not almost, the entire working class of the U.S. If I'm not mistaken. What is it? 20% of Americans, the wealthiest 20% own 84% of the wealth, if I'm not mistaken, if this graph is correct. But yeah, so a maximum wage would affect these people like the Walton families and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, but also the it's a problem of corporate monopolies and busting and not stopping recognizing corporations as individuals. We have to ban that.
All right, thank you so much. To you, Terrence.
Sure. So pretty simply, my platform calls for lowering taxes on the middle class and lower, as well as small businesses, and raising taxes on the wealthy and larger corporations. So when it comes to tax revenue, which pays for everything that we do in our state, I'm running for state office, as I mentioned. This kind of stuff is just a complicated math problem. And so the question is, how do you grow the pot so that you can do more for social services for people? Well, you do that. You lower the income on those who are struggling to afford their taxes. The income tax, I should say, on those who are struggling to afford their taxes, and you raise it on the wealthier. And I think it's pretty simple in that aspect. The other thing that I will say is to echo a bit of what Mitch was saying. What he's getting at there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mitch, is economic democracy. And this is a concept that we don't talk a lot about in circles outside of this one, these kinds of ones, which is the idea that we need more democracy in our economy, and we need to incentivize that through tax incentives. We can do that at the state level. We can say, look, we want to give you a tax break for converting to a worker co-op. We think that that's something that is helpful to our people, and so it's something that should be done. We want to incentivize greater employee stock ownership instead of random investors owning these huge amounts of stock. Allow workers to have a say and a stake in the game for how their company performs and to benefit from that work. In addition, just employee representation on corporate boards, I think could really help to move the needle on issues like this, and helps to move forward the topic of making sure that the work that you're involved in is equitable. And so I think I'll leave it at there for now, but suffice it to say, it's kind of an education problem for my district to talk about what economic democracy is. People hear it, and they usually, from my perspective so far, seem to think, oh, that sounds interesting. I don't really know what that is. Well, we just want democracy, not just in our political system, but in our economic system and the way our economy functions. And usually people are like, oh, that sounds really interesting. I'm really interested to hear more about that and how that would work. And I think that goes a long way to getting at this income inequality problem, at least in my state.
Thank you so much. Jose, just discuss the income inequality issue and what do you think should be done about it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Income inequality is fundamentally tied to the capitalist mode of production, mean of production that the United States utilizes. It's part of what preserves the kind of reserve army of the working poor that the capitalist class can mobilize when they need to fill gaps, when there's strikes, or when there's righteous and justified actions against the actions of these big corporations. And fundamentally, we can't really, I think, address income inequality as effectively as we should without acknowledging the class kind of dynamic within this country between the working class and the ruling class, the owning class that owns the property that owns, for lack of a word, the factories, the farms, the things that produce all the wealth in this country. And a lot of this conversation that we're talking about how do we address income inequality? Well, it's like, okay, well, you win the U.S. House of Representatives, you get to take that political platform, and we're expecting these same ruling class factions of people, these oligarchs who, like, frankly, the stock market is 87% owned by the same top 10% of income earners. That's who benefit from the stock market. We're asking these people to pass legislation and ultimately uphold laws that take money from their own pockets. They're the same people that have the control over the vehicle of power. The people that have control over Congress, the people that have control over local and federal government aren't, working people. They're not made up of working class people. They're coming from a class of ruling class people with direct ties to the owner class of this country. And as socialists, our solution is we have to address that real material class contradiction, that we can't expect the people who have power, the ruling class of this country, the owner class, to basically abolish income inequality unless we have an organized and disciplined movement of people willing to fight, like what we saw in the 30s, right? And what we saw in the heyday of the American labor movement that abolished things like child labor, that abolished things like working 12-hour days for 6 or 7 days of the week. And, income inequality, I think, can only be addressed when we've eliminated from society and eliminated from our economy the rule of the owner class and of the capitalist class as the way that our economy is structured. We can't have, I think, we could try to win, I think, certain concessions and reforms, which we should do, and which is like the whole purpose of our platform and our campaign is to go out there and organize people to demand higher wages, to demand human dignity in their workplaces. But we're not going to fundamentally, because at the end of the day, the system right now possesses the means of control. They have the police, they have the prisons, they have the media that's able to tell us it's our fault that we're not making 70,000 plus or 6 figures as media consultants or Bitcoin miners or influencers or whatever. There's all of this superstructure and structure that's there to keep us away from actually having control over the means and modes of production that we have to use. I think really, we got to fight for those reforms, but we have to really fundamentally address our enemy, not as just individuals within the current economic structure or like benchmarks that we should be trying to reach for like dollars that we earn per hour or something like that. I think we should be shooting for control over the means of production, creating a society that is, not based on just producing as much garbage as we need to just increase a profit, but based on what people actually need, the amount of housing, the amount of material needs they need. I think that ultimately needs to be our long-term goal. But in the short term, yes, we address income inequality by basically combating these large corporations, by nationalizing, frankly, things like Amazon, which frankly are built on things that we've all paid for, roads, things that we've already contributed to. I mean, Jeff Bezos didn't invent the internet. Elon Musk used basically University of California, Davis as his research facility for his Neuralink. I don't even know what you call them, nightmare experiments that he's trying to do. So, I mean, like our resources, our public resources are already going into creating all of this wealth. It's just privatized and held away from us. And we need to nationalize that wealth. And that's how we can abolish income inequality. You make it illegal.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for that. I just wanted to add one comment from myself. The wealth inequality is a means that is by design to keep the rich powerful, because they need you to be impoverished in order for them to have as much power as they have. For the rich, especially billionaires and multimillionaires, it is extremely dangerous for them to have the resources that they have, because now they can steer the nation in which way they see fit and take it out of the hands of the populace of the people. And so one of the reasons why I say that is this is one of the reasons for taxation, as I am, a little bit of a student of MMT, is that the taxation is used in order to keep, having so much power in the hands of this small group of people and keeping it within the power of the hands of the many. So Steph, your next question and or follow-up question, if you please.
All right, gentlemen, I was a public high school teacher for over 20 years. I mean, over 20 years. And I valued the idea and concept of public education, that everybody has access to that. And, with all my years of experience, we see in different communities, some communities are in despair and some communities are just soaring. It's a very broad question, gentlemen. What is your vision? How does it fit in the future for how you see it? How would you want to utilize public education? What do you think needs to happen to public education? What would be like the perfect scenario? So it's very open. It's kind of an open-ended kind of question for you. What's your vision? How do you see it? What are the concerns? Up to you, gentlemen. And let's go right back to Ethan Oz. Ethan, you're stealing my heart. Go ahead.
Thanks.
All of you are terrific. This is really so informative for me. All right, Ethan, what do you think about it?
Well, I'm glad you picked me because my mom was also a teacher. She was an elementary school teacher. She taught kindergarten, K through 5, and the local elementary school where I went there too, actually. And that school needs to be rebuilt. It's crazy. I don't want to get into it. It looks like a jail. It doesn't really have windows. It's one of those style of schools that was built in the 80s. Really weird. But anyways, so this is a pretty complex, complicated topic. But I'll start by saying I feel like the education system overall is just completely inefficient, especially with the curriculum and what people are taught in their public education. And so, like, looking back, I wish, if I knew now what I know then, or maybe I got it backwards. Like, I wish when I was in high school, I would have went to vocational school and learned a trade while I was in high school. That way, when I graduated, I could have went straight into a union and be retired by now. But instead, they had us learning a bunch of BS that I've never used since. And then I ended up going to college. And in college, I feel like the general studies, I understand the need for some things, but the 2 years of general studies for a bachelor's degree, that could have been taught in high school. And the stuff that, it could have just been more efficient, and I could have learned a lot more if that time would have been used towards what I was studying instead of all this other stuff. And they do that to just milk money out of people. And then on top of that, you pile up all that debt. I think my college debt was about 40 grand I have a bachelor's in geography, and yeah, I got racked up at least 40 grand in that. And we have to forgive the student debt. That's a major issue. And I am extremely lucky that mine was recently forgiven because of my veteran status.
Okay.
And that was like a major deal for me because it helped my credit repair, because now that that's gone, my credit score has started to rise to where I can actually get a loan for my own place instead of renting, which I've been doing my whole life. So so that's one thing. I'm just looking at some notes. Back to the class dynamic that Jose mentioned earlier, that applies to education too, because the rich had their own system of education and the public schools are neglected. And you got the charter school issues. Like, if it's the same. All these topics, really, it all boils down to the same things of inequality and access to, equal access to all of these things, including education. The rich have their own education system, just like they have their own criminal justice system. It's the best courts we can buy and the best education you can buy, and the underclass are neglected in every single thing we're talking about, and education is part of that. So I think we should probably get rid of charter schools, maybe ban private schools altogether.
Ethan, I really appreciate your response. I think, sharing the concept that there's a lot of inefficiency in public education. And I was at a school that they constantly were saying, go to college, go to college, go to college. Let's make sure the kids go to college. And I kept saying, not everybody is meant for college. Where are the vocational? Where are the trades? Where are these experiences that kids need to get that otherwise the public education can provide something, but that real experience of having a mentor or being in a trade, they got rid of wood shop, metal shop, anything that was hands-on. They've got rid of that. I'm going to throw this now. I'm going to go with John, and then we'll go to Mitch, just so you gentlemen are ready. So, John, what do you think is what's your goal with education, and what are your concepts?
Just 1 second, Steph. But right before I go, I just want to say that I am a product of vocational education. I actually took commercial foods and culinary arts right out of high school instead of going to college. So I don't have college debt. So that's one thing I can definitely say. So I thank you so much for that. And just want to let you guys know that I am headed out. Sabby is now here. The substitute teacher is leaving. So it was so good to see you all here. And I wanted you guys to continue with this amazing conversation. I'll be listening in on YouTube as well. Please make sure to give this also a like. And if you're not subscribed, what the hell are you doing? All right. Mwah. Good night, everybody. I'm out.
Thank you, James. Thank you. All right, John.
See
We'll
you,
continue
JB.
with you.
The class distinction is a massive issue. We look at our public schools and they aren't getting the resources that these folks who have access to a different system are getting. I don't think anybody here would argue that our public schools and our curriculums are designed almost entirely to stifle dissent as we're pushed towards standardized testing and the one-size-fits-all model. I think that we're going to see if we were able to switch to a model that actually focused on interests and skills rather than teaching all of these specific things and having the prerequisites knocked off the list that folks don't have applicable to what they're going to end up doing in life, then we're going to see people who are much more developed, not just educationally, but socially by the time they're finished with high school. A huge portion after that is moving not just to publicly funded higher education, but publicly funded trade schools as well. I am not the product of a specific vocational program, but I am the product of learning a trade after high school rather than going to college. And it's something that it's not built for everybody. And we've been pushing people towards this for-profit system. And that's entirely what the push towards higher education for degrees that aren't as valuable as they're being portrayed as has been. It's just feeding into capitalism more. So publicly funded higher education, publicly funded trade schools, and actually focusing on the individual student's needs rather than a one-size-fits-all, and providing the resources for that is massive. Instead of defunding our teachers, we need to reallocate the funds from these programs like the police that we've seen aren't effective and put them into places with new technologies and new standards that we know now work.
All right, John, thanks so much. I'm going to go with Mitch next, and then we'll go to Jose. So, Mitch, what's your response on education, amigo?
So likewise, just on the subject of police, I'm from the greatest city on earth. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. And all our police stations are state of the art and our schools are not. We have a big problem making sure that the police get all the funding and that our schools are left to the dust. We also have a big charter school problem in the city of Chicago. Like Ethan, I'm very anti-charter school. One of my big problems is that they're publicly funded but privately owned.
Yes.
And to the fact that in Chicago, I don't know if it's still the problem. It was one of my biggest problems. They weren't allowed to unionize the charter schools in Chicago, which
I've heard that
disgusted me beyond belief. Education is a privilege, not a right. Information should be free and accessible. And I believe that in our day and age that we are using it as a for-profit model, and education. I didn't finish college. I ended up leaving school. It wasn't for me. And I wish I had realized that, but I was on a path thinking that it was a must do, must pursue. I have to be on this path. And I know kids that also left school who were in far, far more debt than I was. That I actually have a friend that is no longer with us. And I'm sure that had something to do with it. What I'm trying to say is when we're talking about education, we need to focus more on the actual subject of education. Right now, it's for profit. We don't care if kids finish or not. We'll throw them here's a bone. Here's an extra 10,000. You'll have to pay it back eventually, but here's so you can get in right now. Give us 6,000 right now. It's not a system that cares for the people. If you want to be educated, you shouldn't be punished monetarily for wanting to be educated.
Yes. Mitch, thank you so much. All right, let's go with, do I have Jose?
Sure, yeah. So Education, an important subject. My mom's an elementary school teacher my entire life. I worked as an in-class aide for children with special needs for several years, and have seen very just clearly, what the state of, our education system, both in the public side of things and also the charter school side of things is. I would agree with a lot of the statements that people have said here about charter schools, that a lot of the time that they are very much intended for just siphoning outright resources from public schools, for union busting, for union breaking. That is definitely very much my experience with charter schools, despite whatever kind of aesthetic they try to apply to the outside of them as like, oh, progressive or whatnot. That being said, the issue of education, I think, needs to be broken into short-term, like kind of reforms, and long-term kind of goals that we need to address as a society. The short-term, goals that we should be shooting for are for just more equity and access to education, just in general. We've seen two complete kind of different sets of education that exist in this country, like the people before me have talked about. One for the wealthy, that includes subjects like the humanities, that includes subjects like art and music, that includes subjects that are broader than just the utilitarian kind of nature of what we've been told education is, which is, for most of us as workers, education is what we need to do to make money to survive. It's not necessarily even about like particularly bettering our communities, because if that was the case, there wouldn't be so many marketing and advertising people in this country getting degrees in that, instead of something more valuable and useful like environmental engineers or other kinds of things that may not necessarily be in as demand right now. So I think we need to really, really rectify that. We need to address that people in low-income areas, people that are, working class people, aren't being provided an actual education that includes things beyond just the bare minimum of arithmetic, reading, comprehension to go out and work, for the ruling class. And then the long-term goal is to eliminate the for-profit nature, and we should be doing that right now in the short term too. To eliminate the for-profit nature of higher education, we should abolish all of the student debt that's accrued from now and until way before. The idea of debt being a prerequisite to education is ridiculous. It's obviously very classist because, I don't know very many people that can go out and just drop $50K to go and study to maybe go get a degree. Or the people that I do know who have degrees who are working in food service or the retail industry is ridiculous as well. You shouldn't be indebting yourself for life potentially just to go get a higher education. It makes me think of a different social system that existed even, within a lot of our families' lifetimes in the Soviet Union, where somebody was able to go and live on a collective farm like Tereshkova. Her name was, what was her name? Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman in space. She started out in a collective farm, but because education was a guaranteed right, it wasn't a for-profit system. They were able to take correspondence courses and graduate from college. They got interested in a parachuting class, basically, that was just offered because such things, leisure was just a part of life in a socialist society. And they were able to basically use that to go to space, to become the first Soviet woman in space. And I think that we should be modeling our education system off of a very similar model, one that allows people not only the means to develop the infrastructure that we need to survive as humans, right? Like food production, economic production, like factories, stuff like that. We should also be offering education as a means for bettering our society through the things that oftentimes aren't prioritized in a for-profit society, like art, like music, like civil projects, like having, like in the person I was just talking about, those those parachuting courses, and just other kinds of civil society that we can have. So, obviously that's the long-term goal. Short-term, get the cops out of these schools.
Yes.
Actually give them funding to have, dignified classrooms and teachers, staff these classrooms with special education staff to help start addressing some of these traumas being done by this capitalist system. Those are the things we need to do in the short term, but we also need to address that we can't have dignified education under capitalism. Only
Gentlemen,
socialism.
I can't tell you how inspiring this conversation today has been. It gives me such hope, that you all have such heart and dignity in what your purpose is. Let's go with Terrence. Sir, let me hear what your concept is, regarding education.
Sure. So first off, I have to say I deeply resonate with a lot of what I've heard from my colleagues here on the panel, with regard to public education and public college being free. I think that's something that we absolutely need to do at the federal level. In addition, eliminating student debt, I think, is hugely important. When it comes to my state, I have to admit that I'm a little bit in sort of a cogitation mode with regard to developing my education policy. And that in part comes from, to be honest, something that I think I've gotten a sense of from the panel, which is a deep sort of disillusionment with the education system as it is in our country. And that comes from some personal experience. My undergraduate degree was in international studies. And as you might imagine, most liberal arts colleges, so to speak, still have departments for this kind of study that is very neoliberal, that is very imperialist, that is very neocolonialist. And suffice it to say, I almost dropped out the semester before I was about to graduate because I came to my seminar teacher for my for my thesis, and basically the project that I came to him with, which was very sort of anti-colonialist and very sort of about returning to pre-colonial systems of governance. It became very clear that he wasn't going to have much of what I was going to say. And so I almost dropped out, and I was convinced otherwise, and I kind of stumbled through. And I was a very high performing student, I should say, but just the degree to which I was disillusioned really sort of brought me down a rung and brought me low. And to keep the story short, I had a similar thing happen when I returned to school for 2 years of graduate study in linguistics, a completely different topic. Near where I live now, a little bit of a ways away at Boston University. And again, I came forward with a topic that sort of was about kind of shaking up the status quo and thinking about issues of language in a different way. And basically they told me, we can't support that research. We're not interested in supporting that research. So come to us with a different topic. And by the way, you finished up your coursework here. In order to finish your thesis, you have to pay us more money. And I couldn't afford it. So at that point, I did just go ahead and drop out. And so basically, when I look at education, I absolutely think we should support the better funding of public schools. But really, I think we need to look more broadly at how we educate as a country. And it goes to a lot of what folks have said. And part of that, I think, is recognizing that cognitive diversity is a reality, that people learn different ways and people have different approaches to how they understand education. And we should work to personalize education in an equitable way that doesn't overwork our teachers, by the way, but also works to establish better standards for online education so that students can learn in a way that works best for them, and also re-envision an education system where you're entitled to a decent and fulsome education regardless of your economic status. And so I'm still like kind of in a thinking mode about the formation of policy for my state here, but that's my general thoughts.
Thank you, Terrence. I think that is exactly what we need to hear, that experience and how you're still grappling with it. And of course, we're going to hand it over to Sabby. But before we do that, I just want to say, look at you, John Keating. Let's fix it. I love that you went and got the sign, John. You're in the moment. I love it. All right, Sabby, back to you.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late, but I'm here. I have a lot to say about education. Terrence, both of us are in Massachusetts, and there's a lot of inequalities here when it comes to public education system here. So I'm gonna split this up into two different parts. So I was an academic advisor in higher education, and I've done it at Boston University, MIT. I also worked in K through 12 as a teacher's aide. And one of the things that I can tell you is that in reference to higher education, if you want to attend a four-year university, I highly recommend, if you can do so, that you do so outside of the United States in a country that has free college, because the student loan debt, it's not worth it in the end. I know all of my friends and we all have student loans. One of the things I think that I saw is I would repeatedly see students graduate with all this student loan debt. These colleges here are very expensive. and they would get salary offers that I knew there was no way they're going to pay off their student loan debt. So it doesn't make sense at this point in time to go that route. If you can do so, I just recommend that if you're going to do that, you do that outside the United States, or you go into some type of trade if you can. In reference with K through 12, Massachusetts is number one in public education, but that's only because of the schools in the suburbs. The schools in Boston are not good. The schools in Worcester are not good. The schools in Springfield are not good. And I think it's important to remember how we got here in the first place. Why are the schools in the inner city underfunded and under-resourced? This goes all the way back to the New Deal, and a lot of people don't talk about this. Some of those policies that FDR had for the New Deal did not apply to Black families. And one of those policies was housing. So when white families moved out of the city and moved into the suburbs, they took their money with them. And the Black families were stuck in the inner city schools that were now underfunded and under-resourced. So we don't have it overtly like that today, but I can tell you here in Massachusetts, most of the families that live in Boston, that grew up in Boston, they cannot afford to move out of Boston into the suburban areas here because the houses are just incredibly expensive. So I think one of the things that has to be fixed, we really have to get property taxes away from public school funding, because obviously people that live in the city don't own as much. Most people rent in the city. That's the big part of the problem. I'm not sure exactly how to fix that, but one suggestion is to fund public schools with federal dollars instead of the state dollars, instead of property taxes. That just has to change. I think charter schools have got to go. And what I've seen happen in Massachusetts, instead of fixing the schools in Roxbury and Dorchester, they just build more charter schools. And the kids have to test into those schools. And most of them don't get in. Or they have a lottery here, education lottery in Massachusetts. If your family wins the lottery, then you can hop on a bus and go to school in Newton. And the schools that are very, funded, well funded here in Massachusetts. It shouldn't have to be that way. It's 2022 and kids are still being bused to school. I really can't believe it. So I think that, again, at the end of the day, I think this all goes back to the funding and the money and the way that the states spend the money. And I really encourage all of you to try to shift your focus just a little bit onto local politics, because this is where we can implement the most change. Most people I talk to don't even know who their city councilor is. That doesn't make any sense because the city council controls the budget. It's important that you know who these people are. You need to know who's on the school board. So I really want people to focus more on local politics as much as possible if you can, and focus on ballot initiatives where we can actually get some of these things done and implemented. But a lot of this goes back to capitalism, and that leads me to my next question. How do you feel about capitalism in the United States? And do you feel that this is something that can be reformed, or do you feel that it needs to go away altogether? And I'll start with Jose.
Oh yeah, no, I had to adjust myself in my chair right now because I was so ready for this question. Because I was just like, yeah, I mean, as I'm a socialist, I'm going to let that cat out the bag with a capital S, socialist. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The Peace and Freedom Party is a socialist unity party here on the ballot since literally the anti-war era of the Vietnam War and the civil rights era that kind of accompanied it. So definitely anti-capitalist. I don't think in our party's position is capitalism cannot be reformed, that its very core is based upon exploitation and the extraction of wealth through the suffering of working class people, both here, but also, also something that doesn't get brought up a lot is the super exploitation of people all over the global South, whether they're in South America, Africa, Asia. Capitalism at its very core is tainted in the blood of millions, if not billions, of people to support, even the facade that people get here in this country of democracy or what have you. So our position is that we need a radical upending of the economic and social structure of this country. The only way to do so is to have a mass movement of people calling for what we all know and what polling has even shown that people already are wanting, which is guaranteed access to housing, healthcare, higher education, childcare. The majority of people support these positions already. And our position as socialists is that capitalism cannot, by its very definition, provide those for the majority of its people, and therefore it needs to be abolished and replaced with socialism, where workers' power is accountable to working class people, where the vehicle of the state is in possession of the people, where we have the ability to oppress these terrible elements within society, like the far right, that the ruling class right now doesn't have any sort of interest in actually oppressing. You can be a far right paramilitary terrorist, I'll just say it, and it's completely legal and okay in this society. And we need to have, obviously capitalism not only, is okay with that, but is actually like premised off of that. It needs those groups of special bodies of armed men to oppress us, to maintain its power over us, since they're the minority and we're the majority of people. So yes, I'm definitely anti-capitalism and pro-socialism as the only avenue for combating climate change, for combating the housing and just economic inequality that we've been talking about. For all of essentially all of our problems that we're encountering, we can trace it back to this poisonous and tainted tree of capitalism. So we need to dig it up big time.
Great.
Terrence?
Thank you. Yeah. So this is a bit of a big platform for me to be saying this, and I'll admit to you guys openly that there's a chance that this is the difference between me winning 55% of the vote in my district and losing with 45% of the vote. But I have to say it. I am an anti-capitalist, yeah, and that's so I have to do a lot of educating in my district about what that means to be an anti-capitalist. I don't technically identify as a socialist. I identify as a left libertarian. What that means to me is that I basically value equity, freedom, and security in equal measure, and I value them very highly. And so with that in mind, I have to do, like I said, a lot of educating of my district on, what it means to be an anti-capitalist. But the fact is, when I go out onto the streets to protest, I'm almost always protesting against some capitalist system. That's what I'm doing. And so it would be disingenuous of me to say that, I'm still a capitalist, even though it might benefit me in my race, frankly, to say that I'm a capitalist. So I'm not. And I had a conversation actually with CJ probably a week ago on his call-in show about like what it means to be a capitalist or versus an anti-capitalist, and not just in terms of the definition, but in practice, like that it means that being capitalist means supporting the ceaseless accumulation and centering of capital in society. That's what it means in practice. There might be a dictionary definition, but that's what it actually means in practice. And the fact is that most people aren't looking to ceaselessly accumulate capital. Most people are looking to live a life of dignity and to just, live well and be happy with their families and that sort of thing. And they just want to be not exploited by the system. And so, like I said, a bit of a big platform for me to be saying. This is the first time that I've really said it out loud. But I think it's important to be clear about what my values are, even if it means not winning an election.
Cool. Ethan?
So same kind of deal here. I'm in Kentucky and running in Kentucky. So, but the truth is, I'm a unionist. I work for the AFL-CIO, and I've worked for the Forest Service before, and work in forestry still. I work right now. I'm with the private company that contracts with the Forest Service and CAL FIRE and other government agencies. So I would consider myself a syndicalist for sure, and trade unionist. And I know that, we live in a capitalist society, so we have to operate within its framework, but it's doomed to fail. The term redneck comes from, the Cold Wars here in Appalachia. And so the people who live here just need to be educated. And I know that I'm probably not going to win. My chances of winning are very dismal. It's possible, but the way that, for me to get on the ballot, I had to get all 400 signatures, and I was trying to get 1,000 extra, and I just ran out of time because I'm doing so much other stuff like work and school and stuff. And so I ended up getting the 400, and it was really tough to do. I mean, because I'm doing it by myself basically. I mean, I'm affiliated with other parties, but me going door to door, getting the petition signatures, that was all me. And even with getting on the ballot, it was really difficult. And I'm lucky I was even able to get on the ballot because a ton of my signatures were disqualified because they sit there and they go through all of them. And if it's not precisely filled out to the T, and also the Board of Elections people here in Kentucky gave me conflicting information repeatedly. So, I was told, okay, you don't have to have the city on there. You just have to have the zip code. And then they were like, oh, you need to have everything or what. They were nitpicking everything. And I had exactly 400, which was just crazy. But they can, now I'm just saying, so if I did win, let's say just in some parallel universe, I actually won. And my opponents could challenge my signatures and they could be brought before a judge, and they would most likely they would find something to disqualify them. So yeah, I mean, I'm not running this to pander to people to get elected. I'm running to force issues on the candidates and try to deprogram people and into the truth. So the truth is capitalism is oppressive and it's a failure, and we have to figure something else out if we want to survive.
John?
Yeah, as everybody has stated so far, capitalism is inherently exploitative and violent. I'm a green eco-socialist. I'm a member of the Young Eco-Socialists, so I am a socialist. I believe there's a lot of things that we need to nationalize if we are going to see the quality of life that anybody in this country deserves. Unlike some of these races, I don't have to worry about saying that out loud because I'm kind of the socialist boogeyman in our area for the Democrats and for the far right. But like Ethan said, we have to, the ballot access issues that we see are a symptom of capitalism. The things that Terrence was speaking about protesting in the streets are all symptoms of this system of capitalism. And until we, as Jose said, uproot it, we're not going to see any benefit from it. The Democratic Party is just as bad for voters as the Republicans are. The Republican Party, they disenfranchise individuals, whereas the Democratic Party disenfranchises parties. In 2020, we had ballot access relief, thankfully. But here in Illinois, the Democratic Party got ballot access, or the major parties got ballot access relief. And the third parties, I have to get 5,000 signatures compared to the major parties' 400 signatures. And they do that because they don't want the people to have other voices other than things that are benefiting the systems of capitalism that they're bought and paid for by.
Thank you.
Mitch?
And just bouncing off that point of only needing 5,000 signatures, let's be clear, we only need that because we just had our census redistricting, where the normal third-party ballot needs like 5% of the last election signatures. So normally we would need to get like 15,000 or in that ballpark, depending on your district. So only needing 5,000, which is a lot, is a blessing. I couldn't believe it. But I'm sorry, that was a tangent. What was the question again?
To bump there, that's why I'm running for U.S. House rather than state rep again this time, Mitch.
How do you feel about capitalism?
Thank you. Oh, it's awful. So it is minimum input, maximum export is how you can really label it down to the bare minimum with capitalism. And when you're looking at that, you're looking at how exploitative it is. You are trying to pay your workers as less as you possibly can so you can get the biggest profit margins as you possibly can. You're going to be looking at, well, can I get it cheaper here so I can get it for the most here? We let the United Fruit Company overthrow Central American governments. Jose, you're the one who mentioned, I'm disgusted. I'm a very big believer in Pan-American relations, that we need to improve our relations throughout the Americas. I've said when I was last on here that the United States Empire has done a great job taking the word America and American and only meaning it to be about the United States and the United States citizens. Americans are from the Americas, you know, and we need to start repairing relationships throughout them. We took democratically elected Salvador Allende, and we had a military coup and overthrew him because he was trying to nationalize coal in Chile. It said, hey, this is Chilean coal, not the U.S. oil coal company coal. And we overthrew him. That's the end goal of capitalism. That is what we're looking at when we're talking about capitalism, and it's unacceptable. We need to move towards systems that benefit the people. I think worker owned and operated with everything is the way to do it. And until we get to that point, we need to continuously beat down the system, because capitalism, the fact that some U.S. states are now considered tax havens in the world is disturbing to me, especially when you're talking about the United States, where poverty is among the worst of any first world country. They said that poverty in Alabama was worse than they've seen in some third world countries. And I use third world in the sense of what Western media refers to as third world countries. It's disturbing to me that we can get to this point. I feel that in no good conscience can you call yourself a capitalist, knowing what capitalism has ravaged upon the world and what U.S. capitalism has ravaged upon the world. I'm very much anti-capitalist, anti-U.S. capitalism especially.
Well said. I'm gonna pass it to Steph for the next question.
Hey, all right, Sabby, it's so good that you're here. I'm so excited that you get to meet these gentlemen. And okay, what's your number one issue? Gentlemen, what's your number one issue? What's that issue that has fueled you, that's gotten to you here right now? What's that number one issue that just is inspiring you to go to the finish line? And we're going to go with Terrence, then John.
Sure. So I wanted to really quickly, if it's all right with you guys, I wanted to quickly
go right ahead.
Respond to some of the comments, because clearly people do not understand what left libertarianism is. A lot of people don't. So this is something that Mitch was talking about when he was talking about Georgism. That's a left libertarianism concept. To some folks, people are saying, do libertarians support public education and free education for all? Yes, this one does, at least. What is the pro debt? No. Do libertarians believe in Medicare for all? This one does. Yes, absolutely. Do left libertarians also build their own freeways? No. Okay. So I just wanted to, address this a little bit because I think people need to really look at these terms and understand. When I talk about being a left libertarian, that doesn't mean that I don't find a lot of solidarity with socialists, with communists, with folks on the left. These are my comrades. These are the people that I build my coalitions with. So I just wanted to kind of address that head on. To the question about my biggest issue, the way I put my biggest issue is that I consider myself a real democracy candidate. What that means is I want to actually really get at, and this means, confronting the duopoly head on. This means allowing third parties ballot access, as I'm sure everyone here would agree with, and making it easier for people to get access. This means supporting voting systems that are more properly oriented towards voter opinion, whether it's ranked choice voting or there are other systems that better represent voter opinion. In addition, I think we need to build coalitions regionally for issues that are, as I believe someone alluded to earlier, very democratically popular. If we were a true democracy, we would have Medicare for all. We would have free public college. We would have a lot of these things. And so building coalitions across these borders that we kind of tend to isolate ourselves in when we say, oh, well, I'm in New York or I'm in Massachusetts, we have our own issues. If we were to coalition build together, we could move things forward a lot more aggressively than we are now. So I think I'll leave it at there for now. But thank you for letting me respond a little bit to some of what I'm seeing.
And Terrence, if I were to go to your website, would that you have that definition for your position? If I were to go there, do you have that explanation?
I actually don't, but I definitely
Yes,
should.
better.
Given the comments, I definitely should.
I think you should. I think that's great. Hey, we're gonna go with John next, and then Ethan. Go ahead, John.
Similar to Terrence, my main focus with this is almost an umbrella issue, is working class solidarity, because I think that a lot of people don't realize how many of the things that we fight for as leftists that affect people on the right, people in rural America. My flagship issue specifically is healthcare. Improved Medicare for all, nationalizing doctors, pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, because if we just push Medicare for all, then it's just going to become a feeding trough for these companies that are already, what people don't realize is they're not even healthcare companies, they're holding companies. This is Wall Street that pushes these policies out, and you pay into them every month, and if you don't use them, the payments just go in for stocks and bonds and their investments. Growing up, my dad was diabetic and my sister was as well. And we saw, even with good health insurance, how much that cost our family and how that made it harder for us to scrape by. And as I got older, I actually ended up becoming an insurance agent for about 3 years. And I sold supplemental health insurance, which is insurance that pays out-of-pocket expenses for when folks go through major things. And I sold it to folks in rural America, small towns and counties, folks and farmers around Illinois during the 2015-2016 election season. So I actually saw these grievances from the folks in these communities, why they were supporting Trump going up to this, because folks don't realize that a lot of these people aren't racist. They aren't bigoted. They just don't have experience to other things. And they don't understand that it's not something that's pushing back directly against them. It's something that's going to be working for all of us. And I saw folks losing their family farm because they came down with cancer. So this farm that's been there for 150, 200 years is just gone. And that's really what drove me to be for healthcare and Medicare for all and socialized healthcare being the main flagship of my campaign.
Thank you, John. Let's go with Ethan, then Mitch.
So that's a really tough question to pick what's at the top of the list. But I will say, like, honestly, what really got me started into this was when I had to move back to Kentucky from California to evacuate from the wildfires. Basically, I mean, I worked, on the wildfire cleanup and prevention when I lived there. But as far as my family, just constantly having to evacuate from these wildfires, we moved back here because it's just getting too hard to deal with. And so when I came back here and then remembered a lot of the reasons I left Kentucky. One of the biggest reasons I moved away from here was because I had an injury that I couldn't get treated here because I couldn't afford healthcare. And that was one of the things that appealed to me about California was maybe I had a torn ACL for like 3 years, and I had to work with the torn ACL for 3 years, and it was excruciating. I mean, I couldn't even bend my knee, and I had to work like that for 3 years. And then, I mean, there's many other reasons I moved to California too, like trying to grow weed there was one, and for the green rush. And like I was explaining earlier, people go out there just like the grapes of wrath. They think they're going to get rich, and they end up working as serfs in the middle of nowhere. It's crazy. People know about that. But anyway, anyways, I moved out there, had to move back, and moving back here, I'm back to Kentucky, back to Mitch McConnell, back to Rand Paul, and then my congressman, Massey. And I think they're all terrible. And so I don't even know where to start, but what I will say is they're all supported by the John Birch Society, and they're all supported by the Council for National Policy. And if you've never heard of those groups, you got to look into them. So, I mean, my Congressman Massey, he just gave a speech to the John Birch Society on their 60th anniversary, which is outrageous. No one should be in power that's supported by that. That group wants theocracy in the United States. That's what they want. They want, and they're like they thought JFK was a commie. That's how extreme they were. They wanted to assassinate JFK because they thought he was a communist. That's how far to the right they are. That's how they thought. So, but that's one of the biggest. And Mitch McConnell's an oligarch. He's pillaged the resources of this state since I was a baby. And I think we need to nationalize coal and take the power away from those people. And then another big deal is, of course, the gerrymandering of the districts here. It's outrageous because Massey, his supporters are just wealthy rural landowners. That's how he maintains his power. The population of, almost all of the population of this congressional district lives in northern Kentucky, which is an urban center, which is basically it's connected with Cincinnati in a way. I mean, it's right there. And it's made up of 3 counties, Boone, Kenton, and Campbell County, and they're all mostly urban populations, and they don't have any representation in this district, hardly at all. And it's and so this district is 14 counties, I believe, and they're mostly rural counties and made up of wealthy white landowners. So I want to see real direct democracy here. I want to see the filibuster abolished. I want to see an end to gerrymandering. I want to see ranked choice voting, criminal justice reform, and nationalization of our resources, decriminalization of all drugs, decriminalization and unionization of sex work. My website, oz2022.us, has my platform. So I can't pick something at the top because they're all connected.
I hear you on that one, Ethan. Thank you so much. Again, what was your website?
oz2022.us.
All right. Let's go with Mitch and we'll conclude with Jose.
Sure thing. So I'm 25 years old. I didn't finish school. I work at a pizza place. I am not a typical candidate. And I think that's the point. I don't think that there's any working class people who think they have the power to go out and run for office. And I chose the United States Pirate Party because I think that they're the most honest party for me, that they allow me to be the most honest candidate, to be the working class man fighting for the working class. And I wanted to run because I think everyone should be able to do the same thing that I'm doing. I feel like everyone can make a difference if they just go out and make that attempt to do so. Everyone has their opinion and their opinion matters. They should be able to fight for that opinion. And a big thing for me, if they send me to DC, the Pan-American problems that I've addressed earlier, we need to fix our relations with the Americas and the Caribbean. That is my number one. We have not been a good neighbor. We've been an empire of the Western Hemisphere, and we need to correct that issue immediately. But if you ask me why I ran, it's because I shouldn't be running. They don't think I'm the type of guy that should be running, and I want more people like me to run.
Yes, that is fantastic.
And I think I have to.
Oh no. All right, maybe Mitch will join us back momentarily. I'm sure he will. Let's go to Jose.
Yeah, no, the thing that gets me up out of bed every day and to keep doing this, going out, knocking on doors, identifying myself very publicly as a candidate for public office is, my belief and its kind of validation in history and just the world that we live in, that socialism is the liberatory force that's going to actually bring about material change for the people I care about, the people in my community, my family. I met socialists in the parking lot of a police brutality uprising in my hometown. I was not a socialist. I met socialists there, and it made me a socialist, seeing that they had a path towards liberation that could actually not only, made sense, that it was something that involved not just, screaming into the void of the internet and lamenting at our righteousness, the purity that the world didn't recognize within all of us. It was something that was rooted in dollars and cents. It was rooted in power, in the application of force against an authority that is currently using special bodies of armed men to apply their will to all of us collectively as millions of people. And it really appealed to me as a person dominated by colonialism here in the United States, here in the belly of the imperialist beast, like people have been talking about, that has oppressed so many people. I mean, let's not mince terms. that my experience as a Chicano person here in this country is very radically different than other people in this country based on the kind of history of my community in this place. And socialism offers a path forward to true liberation, not just like symbolic or almost like almost a pandering kind of nod to representation, but an actual path forward to ownership over the economy in a way that a lot of like Chicano people have never had the opportunity. So what gets me out knocking on doors, talking to people, is the genuine belief that in order for the world to be saved from environmental catastrophe, for us to end the constant beating of war drums that the ruling class is trying to whip us up to currently, both with what we're seeing with the invasion of Ukraine, but also with the very, very profound silence that we're seeing about the the bombings and starvation of people in Yemen and Somalia. The very tactical reason that's being left out is all tied to the capitalist system we engage in, and that the only path forward materially, not just like ideologically, people wishing for what they can have, but the one that's actually liberated people that look like myself in Cuba, in Central America, in Vietnam, in the DPRK, is socialism. And that's what gets me up into the streets every day to knock on doors and to talk to people. Because when I talk to them, people don't know what socialism is. They're told it's something from, they're told to be scared of it by some billionaire media mogul or some terrible local politician that like points them in a racist or sexist or homophobic direction. But when I actually take the time, when we go out and we talk to people in the real world as workers, I work in a call center. I work 40 hours a week for basically minimum wage. When we go out and we actually talk to each other and explain what socialism is, outside of these weird abstract terms or armchair socialist academic terms, people vibe with it because they vibe with housing, healthcare, education, childcare, an end to exploitation. All of those things intrinsically are within all of us because we're all experiencing that. So that's what gets me up every day, is knowing that the majority of people believe in socialism. They believe it in what we're doing. They just don't know what it's called yet. And giving them that definition is what inspires me to just continue doing this work. And that I'm just one cog. If I died tomorrow, just real shit, like real talk, excuse my language, I would, the party would replace me because socialism is bigger than just an individual. It's, it's a complete economic and political, ideology that's backed by a science, an analysis of material conditions in the world. So that's what, really is the central platform point of our thing, is building not only socialism in the abstract, but right here in our communities, right in the belly of the beast that's, terrorizing so much of the world, and we can stop it here.
All right. Once again, gentlemen, those were powerful responses, and you have such heart. Thank God. All right, Sabby, I throw it back over to you.
All right. Final question for all of you. The press issue is a huge one for third-party candidates, independent candidates, even some progressive candidates actually as well. The question that I have for you is, what is your plan to tackle the press issue to get your name out? I'll go ahead and start with Terrence.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, isn't it? Yeah. So I was fortunate enough to be featured in a local paper early, and that has certainly helped. Just because I'm challenging, one of the most established Republicans in my state, and it's a very, Democratic state that I live in. Democratic in the capital D there, not lowercase d, of course. Yeah, so I was fortunate because I'm challenging. He's also the Senate minority leader. Because it's such a blue leaning state, so to speak. But yeah, in terms of getting press, I mean, I think it starts with independent media here. I think what the service that RBN provides, and I'm so happy and so delighted to be able to be back here again and to see you again, Sabby, and speak with you. I think, yeah, it starts with independent media. That's where it is. And I'll go anywhere and speak to anyone that's willing to listen. And yeah, I think other than that, I guess I'll leave it there for now. I think independent media is very important. I think getting out into the streets and protesting is very important. The other thing that I try to do a lot of is volunteering in local communities and joining local groups, like I've done for affordable housing, like I've done for domestic violence. Joining groups and basically every way, subversive way that you can to get your name out there is the best way, as far as I found it. Kind of a fight on all fronts for the press, if you will. So I'll leave it there.
Awesome. Ethan?
Yeah, so again, alternative, media and stuff like that is, coming on here is great, and I really appreciate you having me, because I'm pretty much a nobody. I started out just lurking on Twitter. I honestly hate Twitter. I think it's toxic, and it's nice. It's refreshing to actually talk to people, because it's just people's, and it sucks you in too. And I found myself getting sucked in, and it's just to splintering into circular firing squads is not productive. And I wanted to add one thing, because there may be a chance I might not be able to make it to tomorrow, is one productive thing I really think we should all try to get out of this is maybe form some kind of third-party coalition that can actually pressure the other parties to listen to us more and take us more serious, because they want us all divided up and fighting each other. And I think it's just not in our interest to do that. And that's what I wanted to add. But then, as far as media stuff, coming on here, this is my first media appearance I've ever done. I do live right next to my public access studio, which I've already signed up for. I'm trying to learn how to use their equipment. And so hopefully I can utilize that to help my campaign, which is, something else that I really support is public access and funding that. And, so anyone can get in there and have a voice. I think that's really important. And reaching out to underrepresented people is my duty as a public servant. So that's what I've been trying to do. I reach out to all of the Latino community here, because they're not represented. They're demonized. The wealthy rural landowners, they demonize them, yet they use them for their cheap labor and exploit them, and it's disgusting. So, and politicians and those parties, they don't reach out to them, because they assume, oh, well, they're probably not even citizens. Wrong. That's such a racist thing to think. And I'm very multicultural myself, so it's easy for me to be an emissary between different groups. And I use my church. I'm a Unitarian Universalist, and it's you can be whatever religion you want and go to this church. Can be an atheist or a Buddhist or a Hindu, or anyone's welcome in a Unitarian church. So it's a great place to network politically too. Reaching out to the local mosque here. They're another group that gets demonized, and they're not representative. And the Democrats and Republicans don't care about them here, and they don't pay any attention to them. Reaching out to the poor working class, the underclass, and just trying to get Amazon to unionize here, because Amazon has set up shop here in Kentucky, and it's a major hub, and they need to unionize. And that's something I'm working on fighting for during my campaign. I mean, I have a lot going on. I'm doing this, I'm, like I said, I work and doing this recertification of wildfire stuff is really, and I have to get back in shape after being on the couch for the past year. Just a lot of things going on, but I'm just doing this. I feel like I should. I feel like it, I'm worried about my son's future, and I want to bring us all back together. And it's the past 4 years. It's just been it's traumatic for how everyone's families have been torn apart, and had problems with my own family over politics, and it's horrible. And we have to heal the wounds and move on together. So in solidarity. So I'm just really grateful for you to have me here, because I probably won't be able to make it tomorrow. So thank you.
Well, we're lucky that you're here today too, Ethan. Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Real quick, John, then Jose. And I think some people are trying to come on for the next panel.
All right.
All right. Well, so I'm in a unique position. I got lucky in 2020. I went viral for advocating in favor of public health precautions and masks at the beginning of the pandemic. If anybody has seen it, it's I was in a P100 respirator, and I had a sign that said, "If requiring a mask infringes on your rights, so does having to wear pants in public. # dicks out for COVID." It trended for a few days, and from then I got fairly. I got attention for things I've been doing my entire life. My dad was a union organizer, so I've been on picket lines against sweatshops since I can remember. During Occupy, we learned that you have to create your own media and make sure that your message gets out there and that you're taking pictures, you're taking quality video so you can disseminate these, not just to get the message out there, but to dispel anything that is incorrectly put out about what you're doing. And then when George Floyd was killed in 2020, when he was murdered, folks just kind of asked me, what do we do? And so I helped organize the initial rallies in Springfield and was very active through that. So when I ran in 2020 for state rep, they really didn't have a choice to black me out like most third-party candidates do get, because I had already been receiving the media attention before I had announced and kind of blindsided them by the candidacy. This time has been different. I announced at a peace rally 2 weeks ago, and the local Sinclair station was there and recorded all of the speakers, recorded my announcement, and they went with footage of a local Democratic group giving out bundles of sunflower seeds instead and made no mention. So this time I'm feeling a little bit of the sting of the third-party media blackout, but something that I'm excited to announce, and this is actually the first time that I'm talking about it outside of Green Party channels, is that we're hosting a really large end federal prohibition rally on the Illinois State Capitol steps on 420 from 6 to 8 p.m. We got the permits. We're working on getting it. So the street's going to be closed down. If you're in Illinois, come to Springfield on 420 from 6 to 8 p.m. and call for everybody else to get what we're kind of enjoying, because it's not really legal if you can't grow it yourself. But we also have, and I'll be announcing on my Twitter, Keating for Change. It's over right here. Soon, a list of cooperating states. We are doing a call for a National Day of Action. We've got a month. Let's get the people out in the streets. And on April 20th, let's call for the end of federal prohibition, the ends of these archaic policies that are still harming communities. People in legal states really don't think about the effects that these have on other places. And if they do, then they also realize the effect that it has on the expansion of business and the expansion of worker-owned cooperatives. So that's what I'm hoping is going to kick off a large portion of the media for my campaign, is this large rally in a month. And if anybody has any questions or wants to get involved in the rally, just hit me up on Twitter at Keating for Change. info@sangamogreens.org is the email address, and I can send you all the information. And if we can get everybody working together on this, we can actually hold them to some of the campaign promises, because this is something that is going to be easy to do, but also is going to be super impactful.
Awesome. Really quick, Jose, we have like 4 minutes left.
Yeah, no, I'll be very quick then. So just about the media blackout. I mean, for me, myself, we've been fortunate enough that we've been able to secure a place in our voter registration guide booklet here, which goes out to hundreds of thousands of people. That was a very uphill battle. We had to raise thousands of dollars, but our supporters, because it's obviously anti-democratic, they don't want working class people like ourselves to actually, be able to have a statement in a book that's going to go out to so many people. So we were able to do that. We utilize third-party media. So there's great resources with Breakthrough News. Liberation News is, a newspaper aligned with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We bank on going on programs like this one. So shout out to you all for having us, and I'll be participating tomorrow in more of the discussions. But also, fundamentally, how I came into this movement was in the parking lot of my dentist's office during a police brutality uprising after the murder of Ugandan refugee Alfred Alongo. And fundamentally, what continues carrying me out in this work is that I don't really abide by this belief that the halls of American democracy are so hallowed that civility must reign supreme. I mean, in the last campaign cycle, I ran against, far right reactionary Darrell Issa. And, when they wouldn't let us on the stage in a town very similar to the one I grew up in called Valley Center, they wouldn't let us in the only debate of the cycle. Well, our people took that as a challenge to be like, well, if you won't allow democracy to be taken, we're going to, take the stage ourselves. And we did exactly that. We took the stage. We forced their hand to say, we're on the ballot. We have hundreds of thousands of registered voters, here in the state of California, and you're not going to give us a platform. We'll take this platform because our people aren't comfortable. You're not going to be comfortable either. If people are dying in the streets of preventable illnesses, you're not going to sit here and have your, catered meals and just act like, this is business as normal. And one last thing I just want to close out on is building unity amongst our class. Here in California, we're fortunate enough to work, closely with the Green Party. We have a unity slate that's coming out for different political offices, including, insurance commissioner, a few other kind of offices. I have the endorsement of the San Diego County Green Party chapter here. So, building those relationships, continuing to expand our networks, because together, obviously, the media blackout for third parties is real. And here in California, we're a top 2 primary state. We have to combat that with every avenue possible. So that's how we're going to do it. We're going to do it with a lot of people power, basically.
Gentlemen,
really?
this has
Go
been
ahead, Steph.
tremendous. And we're going to give you all 30 seconds, closing remarks. Let people know where they can find you. We're going to go with Terrence, John, Ethan, Jose. I feel like I've met 4 new friends. Go ahead. 5 with Mitch. All right, go ahead. Let's go with Terrence.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this opportunity. And we talk about a third-party coalition. I think we have the beginnings of it right here. And I have so much love for my other panelists.
Yes.
You guys are great. I'll just say, I deal with social anxiety, a lot of it, and coming into these spaces is hard for me, but I knew it was important to get my opinion out there, to get my voice out there. I will say thank you for the opportunity to respond to the comments. There's nothing that frustrates me more than people that are confident in their ignorance. And so I will call those things out, and this has brought me out of my shell a little bit. So thank you for the opportunity to do that. And I will leave it there. My name is Terrence Cudney. I'm running for state senate. You can find me at Cudney4MA, CUDNEY4MA, on Twitter and Facebook and all those, and Cudney4MA.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's go with John.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody who's tuned in and has watched. My name is John Keating. I'm the Illinois Green Party candidate for the 13th District in the U.S. House. You can find me right here. Oh, wrong way. Change the .us, because that's what we need to do. We need to change the .us. You can find me on Twitter at Keating4Change. It's over here. And if anybody is interested and wants to help out with my campaign, currently I'm getting other accounts set up, but you can currently donate through Cash App at JKEAT42 and on Venmo at THAMC217. Thank you to everybody who is tuned in, and let's change the U.S.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, Ethan.
So my website again is oz2022.us. You can find a link to my Twitter on there. I think my Twitter is also oz2022us, if I'm not mistaken. And thanks again for having me. My slogan is Get Smart Kentucky, because they need to get smart and stop electing people that are oppressing them. So thanks again for having me, and I hope to talk to you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. All right, Jose.
All righty, we'll close it out. Cortez for Congress. That's our platform. You can find us cortezforcongress.org. That's our website. You can find us on all the social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. And of course, if you live in the 51st Congressional District, you can come out. We actually did, while I was here with you all today, our comrades here in San Diego were carrying out a phone banking fundraising event here at our office, the San Diego Justice Center, located in La Mesa, California. You can come out, participate, door knock, do the kind of work that we do as socialists, outside of election cycles, but, including in this one.
Yeah.
And of course, if you can, please donate to our campaign. Help us continue to bring this message to as many people as possible right there on that website, cortezforcongress.org. But thank you, RBN, for having us on this panel, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much.
Ladies, that was a great debate. Thank you both for doing this. I know you took both time out of your schedule, Steph and Sabrina, actually. So thank you for doing that. I see the panelists behind the stage already, but what I want to tell you, Steph, is I saw a lot of comments are saying you need to be a moderator more often because you ask the right questions. You know your stuff. So great job, both of you.
Well, it was a pleasure being invited today, and I think the Third Party Summit is a wonderful, wonderful platform for everybody to share this weekend with. And I know you're continuing tonight. You already have a panel going on next, and tomorrow as well. And thanks for inviting me to be a part of it.
Absolutely, Sabrina.
Thanks so much, guys. This was awesome. Sorry I was a little bit late. Story of my life. But yeah, I enjoyed meeting all the candidates and great topics, great conversation, and hopefully people are learning something from this summit.
Absolutely. Thank you, ladies.
Bye.
And Rome, I'll let you add yourself. I don't know when you're ready, so I'll let you add yourself. Or unless you want me to do it, I could do it.
All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. So, Compton or Jay back again for the next panel. And I'm gonna introduce the panelists here, but just so everybody understands, this is the Why Can't the Duopoly Be Reformed panel discussion here. Oh, that's Aaron. That's trying to get in, and Teddy. So, soon as guys, I know you're watching. As soon as you get back in, I'll put you back up. So, we have a great set of panelists here. I'll start right below me, and this is actually your first time on RBN, so I should introduce and let people know that you are also a candidate too. He's also a candidate, so you'll see him tomorrow on some panels on the candidate debate or segments. So let's start with John. John, can you just kind of introduce yourself briefly, sir?
Yeah, my name's Jonathan Howe. I'm running for the 14th Congressional District as a Libertarian. The 14th is currently represented by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Basically, my platform is peace, justice, and a clean planet through individual liberty. I wouldn't be running if I thought the duopoly could be reformed. Allegedly, my opponent is one of the more radical members of Congress. I don't think that's actually true. So I'm running, a campaign that's, focused on environmental issues where we can agree, things like ending the war on drugs, things like ending our wars overseas and abroad. I've worked with Green Party candidates. I'm trying to work with the Forward Party right now, and any party that is willing to work together, because I do believe we need third party unity.
Absolutely, and thank you for joining this particular panel. So, of course, there's Rome right there, right next to me, Rome. So whenever you want to say something, just do. And then we have, you haven't seen her. Maybe, I don't know if you've been on somebody's show, but you haven't seen her since the General Strike Summit. And happy to see you back. Laura, how are you doing? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that's correct. Thank you for extending the invitation, CJ. And it's that was a pleasure to join the General Strike Summit, and I feel excited and nervous. Somebody mentioned getting a little bit of social anxiety, and I think I have a little bit of that. Anyway, how do I want to introduce myself? Everybody knows me from the Red Berets and as a craftivist. They might know me. Although I've tweeted less about it recently, as a veteran for peace. What's fresh on my mind right now is I'm really grateful to have healthcare. I have healthcare because, I served for a few years, but my husband retired, so we served in the military industrial complex. That's what affords me the guarantee that I can go see a doctor. I have something really weird going on. So I feel a little bit nervous. I hope I don't tear up. I've been to the ER and to urgent care a couple of times in the last 8 days. I have numbness. Sorry, I think I just need to share this or it's going to be weird because I've had back pain for quite a few months. I'm a holistic health practitioner. I do massage and craniosacral therapy. But anyway, there's this like numbness in my skin. It's as though I had a general anesthetic. Everything around my stomach, all around the side, my mid to lower back, and all the way down the anterior part of my leg. And it's like, I'm thinking that, they're waiting to get the they have to look at the x-ray before they could maybe potentially make a referral for an MRI and or a neurologist. But I just think to myself, what the hell would I do if I didn't have health care? And there's just people that this kind of shit happens all the time. And if you don't have health care, you can't go see a doctor. Anyway, we're just on introductions. So I wanted to say I'm pretty much for a fight on all fronts approach, as long as people are working on the cause of healthcare justice. That's what I choose to focus on. Healthcare, not warfare. We can fund it. The money's there. And it'll save lives. So that's me. Thank you for inviting me today.
Absolutely. Let's go to Michelle. Michelle, how are you? And a few words about yourself, please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me on to the RBN group. And it's amazing to be on with the people that are on the panel as it is right now. I am a nonprofit person, but I'm also a Green Party member and a Green Party leader in my county where I'm at in California. I'm also a very, very active in vocal disability rights. And I like to stretch to the inclusive design element in how we can meet the needs of the people in the room. So that's kind of me. I'm grateful to be here. I look forward to the conversation.
Absolutely. And below you now is Liv. Liv, quick introduction, Liv. How are you?
Hey y'all, so good to be here. Wow, I was like getting all nervous, probably social anxiety about like who's gonna be on this panel, and I was so anxious. This is so great to be here with all y'all. And everyone in the chat, thank y'all for being here. Much love.
Absolutely.
Oh, and I guess I should mention I'll just say sorry, CJ. I'll say I'm a co-chair and chair of the Maryland Green Party, but I'm also for completely burning the system down and rebuilding it. Through mutual aid, community defense, self-defense, community aid, all that jazz. Get involved in your community, revolutionize your neighbors. Start there.
Absolutely. I had a pop-up screen just pop up on my window there. So, so let me go to the one last panelist who's not a candidate before I go to the candidates, because there's a couple of candidates that have been added. So let's go to Aaron. Aaron, how are you doing today, sir?
What's up, CJ? I'm doing well. What's up, everyone? I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to be here and just sharing the knowledge and the experience. Y'all doing an excellent job with this. And yeah, I'm here ready to learn. My background right now is I'm working on building a new party in North Carolina. So that's the perspective I'm going to be coming from. Collaborating with many others, working in coalition with a group that really I think could potentially be the future with UPA. So I'll talk more about that as we go on. But yeah, I represent. I'm currently serving as an interim treasurer of the NC People's Party, and we're working on doing a direct action group, basically like a pressure group, nonprofit, 501c4, in addition to a 527 electoral path. So we're doing both at the same time right now, and so I'm very excited to represent that and kind of share my perspective on that.
Absolutely. And let's go to Jabari, because the final two will be candidates. So Jabir, how are you doing, sir? I know I just saw you a couple hours ago, but just for the audience that's here and the panelists here, if you can just kind of speak on yourself for a second.
Sure. My name is Jabir Assad. I am a Pan-Africanist with the All African People Revolutionary Party, as well as the Huey P. Newton Gun Club Alpha Company. I'm also with the Cleveland Peace Action Board, representing the anti-imperialist line on there. So that's kind of the perspective I'll be talking with y'all with from today.
Absolutely. And then last but certainly not least, we have two more candidates on today. Let's go to Teddy. Teddy, if you can take a few seconds to just tell us about yourself. Hold on. I think you're muted. Let me see. Yeah, you got to unmute yourself.
Hey, how about that?
There
Is
you
that
go.
better?
There we go. There we go.
The challenge of being an independent candidate. You have to be your own IT guy and cameraman and everything else. But all that being said, my name is
Absolutely.
Teddy Pickering, and I'm running for Congress here in Virginia's 8th Congressional District, which is comprised of Alexandria, Arlington, and Fairfax, Southern Fairfax. So right in the middle of the Beltway, in the heart of the beast, as they say. I'm running as an independent for one reason, and why I'm on this panel, because the duopoly cannot be reformed. I was on a radio interview yesterday with Garland Nixon, and what the analogy I gave him was, if you could keep pumping in fresh blood into cadaver all you want to, it will not revive the body. And so we need independence from these two bankrupt political parties that are bankrupting Americans. And so that's why I'm running for office as an independent to represent Virginia as a Virginia's congressional district. So thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. And last but not least, Daniel, can you tell us about yourself?
Absolutely. Hello. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, Compton and Compton J and Revolutionary Blackout Network, for not only doing this, but for all of the awesome independent news and media and commentary that you provide, as well as a platform for candidates like myself. What you are doing is extremely vital, not only to the political discourse and what we're all trying to do, but for candidates like myself to get this opportunity. So thank you all very much for that. My name is Daniel Wilson. I'm running as a nonpartisan in California, California's 38th Assembly District. So I'm running for the state assembly. For those of you who don't know, that is basically the state's House of Congress. We just call it a House of Assembly instead of Congress. So I'm running nonpartisan and non-corporate because I believe that there should never be anything standing between an elected representative and their constituents. I believe that the political parties inherently subvert the will of the people, and they are the reason we aren't getting anything done. And it's not in there. And I tweeted this the other day. I think a candidate in, I can't remember his name, somebody running Fetterman, John Fetterman tweeted, can we just for once, the Democrats, do something good for the people? And I quote tweeted and I said, there's no interest, there's no incentive for them to do so. So they need these problems. They need us to stay fighting. They need us to stay divided, because that's how they keep making money. The Democrats have never raised more money than they have in the last 4 years with Trump in office. So, and we've all seen, and you all have clearly laid out the problems with the duopoly and how they're just invested in maintaining the status quo. And so I am here to fight for the people. I have been fighting alongside California Nurses Association for the last year. Since the moment we found out CalCare was going to be introduced, I participated and held statewide days of action for all of their, held rallies for all of their statewide days of action. And we were extremely, extremely blindsided and disappointed and outright felt betrayed when the Democratic Party failed to even get to the floor for a vote. And I know most of the people here are probably advocates for forced to vote and, just that process in itself. So here fighting for CalCare to get a non-corporate, non-affiliated representative in the state house so that we can actually get healthcare for the people. I'm a working class veteran, so of, by, and for the working class, we need our voices in the legislature to make sure that we finally get policies that will affect and help the working class. Thank you for my time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got everybody. I'm gonna go to Jabari then Aaron on this first question, and but before I do that, let me just say, we maxed out on the amount of people we can put on this panel. This is the only panel where we maxed out, where we have to tell people, sorry, like you can't be on. And I think that's telling. That's not the right one I was going to put up. I think that's telling. So for those watching, the title of this panel or this segment is "Why Can't the Duopoly Be Reformed?" So let's start with, I keep calling you Jabari because you look like,
yeah, we're going to talk about
guy
that.
I keep calling you that because you look like my friend Jabari, who I trained. You look just like him. But anyway, Jabir, no, Jabir, I want to get your take on this question. Why can't the duopoly be reformed?
Well, we got we got to fundamentally understand what the nature of the duopoly is in order to be able to understand why reform is not the way. Because these reforms only end up ever leading to concessions from the working class that leads to the class being bought off, and then eventually it just leads to the things being the things that we got reformed away being led right back to. It's kind of a cyclical process. You take something like the New Deal that was implemented in this country, for example, that was framed as working class policy and legislation. And then when you take a deep dive into it, you realize that the Dixiecrats at that time would only sign off on the New Deal if Africans would be excluded from receiving those benefits. Then you take a deeper look at it, and you see that what led to the 1929 Great Depression in the first place, and you see that you see the way the banks were behaving at that time, and how Glass-Steagall was meant to like bring their behavior in so that they couldn't do commercial and investment banking at the same time. Then as soon as people's eyes were off the banks, they gutted and they gutted and they gutted Glass-Steagall until eventually they ended up repealing it in 1999. So you can try to reform as much as you want, but eventually, all you ever ended up doing is buying temporary concessions that end up being gutted and taken away from the working class as soon as they feel like they can run out the back door with all the benefits and all the money, and we end up right back in the same situation. Permanent upheaval of this system into something that's a more working class system is the only way that we can finally move forward with getting people what they need. So that's why the duopoly can't be reformed, because the duopoly is constituted in a way that fundamentally repairs itself whenever it has to make the concession.
Right.
Gains are only ever
That's a great
temporary.
point. That is a great point. Like the things that are put in place as concessions at the time, and they're always never in stone. They're like temporary or can be undone. But you can't undo something like New York State passing a law that cannot hold nursing homes responsible. That shit can't be repealed.
Or even if you want to go on a grander scale, you could take something like the Green New Deal, as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez proposed it, and when you take a look at it, the lithium-ion reserves that they wanted to get to use to be able to get into that would have came from Bolivia, and at the same time that the Green New Deal was gaining prominence, Bolivia was having propaganda from this country picked up against it, and was going through all kinds of smear campaigns that eventually led to them having a coup and installing a fascist. So we don't even propose things that don't end up leading to somebody in the global South being exploited in some way. So reform is a fundamentally imperialist tool that they use to keep workers arguing with each other on what we need, because the idea is to get you to not care about the fact that the gains that you were looking for yourself have to come at the expense of some black or brown person in the global South. If you're an anti-imperialist, that ought to be unacceptable to you. But some people have just kind of decided they have this "fuck you, got mine" mentality. And that's just no way for a socialist to be interacting with the world. So if we really want change, we have to start with the fact that change is going to come from fundamental upheaval of the system and not just reforming the same old shit.
That was the gospel. Let's go to Aaron. Aaron, so what say you? Same sort of question. I think because I think you were one of the people I asked. I gave a list of questions or topics, and this is one of the questions you pick. So what, why can't the duopoly be reformed?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree with everything that was said. I mean, I think at the end of the day, the system is built the way the system is built, and so we can either continue to try and play their game. We can continue to beg for crumbs be thrown our way, for little reforms here and there, but we've seen. To me, I think the nail in the coffin, and this didn't even need to happen for me to know, but I think for a lot more people to be aware, I think they should have seen the fact that we just lived through a pandemic, and they still wouldn't give us health care. they still wouldn't give us health care. So, I mean, at this point, I don't understand when people don't like see that. They still want to try the same things over and over again, hoping for, some sort of, change, some sort of difference. And the other problem I'm seeing is we fall into the trap. We live in a society where there's all these celebrities and all these people with huge platforms, and they people just like end up worshiping these celebrities and put all their eggs in the basket. Like I personally, I fell into the trap twice, with Obama and with Bernie. I'll be honest, like I fell for it twice, and I'm not going to do it again. Like I learned my lesson. I should have learned it sooner, but I did. I learned my lesson, and I realized that there's no one coming to save us. No matter how good on paper they look or how good they sound, there's no one coming to save us. So we have to build it ourselves. So for me, I still put about 80+% of my efforts to the outside game. But the efforts that I'm currently putting toward the electoral politics, I would say it's like 10-20%. But it's in such a way that I think will actually do damage. And at the very least, it will bring more people toward the outside game, toward the activist side of things, the grassroots sort of things. But yeah, I mean, politicians are bought and paid for. I mean, we live in a country that big pharma controls everything, and the military-industrial complex, they control. I mean, they control everything at this point between those two. And I mean, if you follow anybody following Joe Biden's career, could have seen this coming. A lot of us were calling it from the rooftops, and a lot of us we got dragged, we got smeared, and now all we can sit there and be like, told you so. Like I don't know how. I'm sorry that you're finding out this way, but we tried telling y'all and you didn't want to listen. So yeah, I don't think it can be reformed doing politics as usual. I don't think it can be reformed playing within the Dem and Republican duopoly. We have to find outside ways. So that's how I approach this.
Absolutely. I can't remember if I said somebody next. Did I mention somebody next?
John, CJ.
I didn't. Oh, John.
John.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Jonathan. Did I mention Jonathan going next?
Is there a John as well?
There is no John here. There's Jonathan. But anyway, so let me just yeah, let's go with Jonathan, then Michelle, then Laura.
Okay, so if it's the same question, I'll be quick.
Absolutely.
I think the main issue, why can't the duopoly be reformed, is that politics is a career, and it's a very, very profitable career. Someone was talking about incentives before. There is an incentive to run for office to not fix the issues you run on so that you can continue to raise money on fixing those issues. And until we fix that issue, like no matter, we're in very different parties here, but until we fix that issue, we're not going to make any major systemic reform, because control over the government is the ultimate prize for anyone who's seeking power and control. So, I'm a public defender. I represent parents in family court. I represent parents who've had their kids taken away from them in the Bronx. And if I were to represent someone else's interests in court, I would lose my license. I could potentially go to jail. But when our representatives represent corporations instead of the people they're elected to represent, they just get reelected over and over again. They get plenty of money, and they eventually get a nice congressional pension. So I think the first thing, and something that we all have to start coming together on, I know a lot of people have, is term limits. We have to really push for term limits, because it makes each individual legislator less of a target for big money. So I've taken a 2-term pledge. I won't seek re-election after 2 terms. I won't run for any other office. I think that saying that and calling on all our opponents to do the same, it's a start. It puts it into the conversation. So I think if we start with term limits, it's the easiest way to start picking away at the duopoly power, because each legislator is less of a target for interest with money.
Absolutely. And Laura?
I want to, everything that's been said, great. I want to point to 2 fundamental facts that I have experience with. And let's just look how it is at the very basic fundamental building blocks. I don't know if it's this way in all states, but in Washington state, if you wanted to just start in your very own community and run for precinct committee officer, there's no other option. You can't check other, you can't file as any other party. There's only two options for precinct committee officer, and that's to run as a Democrat or to run as a Republican. So I ran for PCO, didn't get that, but then ran for executive board in the 27th LD Democrats, and a couple of years worth of organizing there was actually, it didn't even take that long, but I got a real clear picture of how it's rigged just even from the very bottom. So when people want to talk about how, change comes from the bottom up, you just look at the very bottom fundamental blocks and the system's rigged from the very bottom. The other thing to point out that we already know is just despite quite enormous pressure, both for federal public hearings for healthcare, force the vote and the marches and all of that stuff. And then, in my own state, what we've done through Whole Washington and other healthcare organizations, pushing to get healthcare hearings. It's so bought and owned. We can't even get public hearings despite quite and here we have Chair of the Progressive Caucus, Rep. Jayapal, who won't put the pressure, for us to get these hearings in the middle of a pandemic. So I think, I'm a big advocate for direct democracy ballot initiatives for a couple of reasons. One, let's do what we can to circumvent the corporately owned legislature. The other thing is when we go out and talk face to face with people, whatever the initiative is, we can bring people in and get them to be part of the grassroots action network infrastructure. Because my question, whether it's with the marches or back to the General Strike Summit and organizing for a general strike, my question is always, how are we going to get more people out into the streets? How are we going to get more people with direct action? Because I think it doesn't really matter who's in office at the top, but it would take monumental, and I don't know what the tipping point for that is, but in order to get anything moved on healthcare or any other issue, we'd need massive amounts of people in the streets. So I guess, I do support third-party candidates. I think more people should run. Hopefully more people will run just so that people get kind of socialized to seeing more and more candidates at every level running outside the duopoly. But, I tend to support people and organizations. However, if they're doing the work, that's kind of my litmus test. It's my litmus test for independent candidates anyway, I guess that's my answer. We're out of options. We have to think about how we grow our movement. And so, yes, we have
absolutely. Now, I'm going to go to Michelle, but I'm going to add this part to it. It could be, I guess, could be a related question. But so the initial question is, why can't the duopoly be formed? But let's add, what are the biggest issues with third parties? Because the duopoly can't be reformed, and we're using this third party summit to promote other options outside of the duopoly. But what is preventing third parties from having better success against the duopoly? I guess could be an added question, or if you want to address that also. But first, Michelle, why can't the duopoly be reformed?
The duopoly was created in a structural system that sustains itself. It's much like the stock exchange can be, where there's a set number of funds, and when one set of them are up, the other set's down. When that set's up, the other set is down. And there's trends that you can track in all of that, but they're made to balance each other out. They're made to keep everybody locked into one set structure. And that structure is based in our history of colonialism and racism and sexism, and then you get into the corporate structure of everything. And the duopoly has the power. When you're talking a local election and very small percentage of a huge amount of money was invested in the smaller party candidates because of that structure, because the Democrats support not Democrats they believe in, they support Democrats that will continue to toe the party line. They support Democrats that know how to work with other people to support the owners and not necessarily, the working class. To kind of segue into the other part of your question, there's a reality with third parties, especially I'd say the Green Party. We are grass up, we are bottom up. And because of that, we're restricted, we're limited. When it costs $25 a word for a candidate statement, when it's we don't have the money to pay somebody's staff, we don't have, and it takes such a huge effort for that. And how do you fight the inadequacy of the resources at the same time as there's this huge demand to educate voters in
Yes.
understanding that voting the duopoly is a losing game. We have to educate more people that we need the person you think is the least likely to win to actually get your vote. And I think that that's a change that is, again, it goes back to a structural composition, and it's a hard process. And I just want to add one other thing, which is
Absolutely.
a disability advocate that I follow. She's very active on TikTok, very active on Twitter, recently posted a video on the reality that her party, and she's a Black disabled woman, her party is Black people. And that's all she said. Everybody's party needs to be people and not about money, not about anything else. We all need to vote with the people and for the people, and they need to be our center force and not necessarily the money and the game that everybody else is, especially the duopoly, is engaged in.
Yes, and I'm gonna add up something here. I think actually I'm not gonna add that. It's not right for this. Okay, so let's go to Daniel. I'm gonna bring in a couple of candidates here to get their views. So let's go to Daniel and then Teddy and then Liv. So Daniel, Teddy, Liv. Daniel, same sort of questions. Why can't the duopoly be reformed? And you have a unique, you're a candidate. So what is some of the biggest issues for third parties?
Absolutely. Okay. So what I would say about why can't it be reformed is because no one that profits from a system is going to draft legislation to change it. And so until we, again, the incentive, until we remove the profit motive, remove the incentive of running for office is about making money. I mean, who is it? Crenshaw that came out recently when they were talking about the banning the stocks. And he was like, oh, well, if you do that, then we won't have any way to better ourselves. I'm sorry, you make more money than most Americans. And have,
You're already there.
Time of opportunities, even if you only serve one term. What are you talking about? You have no way to better yourself. There's no incentive to run for office. The incentive to run for office is supposed to be to serve the people. And so that's where the narrative has been completely flipped and twisted. And so no one who is profiting, like I said, no one who's profiting from a system is going to draft legislation to change it. And so regardless of whether we burn down the parties as they stand or not, nothing is going to change with or without them, within or without them, until we have other options. And I know that most of the people on this video, on this panel right now, have seen this clip. If anybody watching hasn't, I encourage you to go watch it. But Lawrence O'Donnell, a long time ago, he said the quiet part out loud, and this is when I love what they do when they do that, is that the Democratic Party doesn't have to listen to anybody on the left because they know we have nowhere to go. We need to create somewhere for people to go because they know we're never going to go to the Republican Party. And so we're this captive audience that they know that they can ignore, and they don't have to do. I mean, they literally removed Medicare for all from their platform, which is, garbage and doesn't hold them to anything anyway. But even that performative gesture was too much for them, and they removed it. So there's absolutely no hope there. So we have to go outside. And so that's why I'm running nonpartisan. I fully support anybody who's running third party, but I wanted to take the opportunity because what I saw happening to a lot of candidates is this question: how are you going to be different? How are you going to be different? We've been betrayed. We've been betrayed. We've been betrayed. That coupled with my experience working with my community here, whenever politics comes up, everybody kind of hunkers down in their battle stance. Yeah. And so no matter what you say, it's just like, oh, you're a dumb Democrat or you're a stupid Republican. And my response would be, no, I'm actually neither. I'm nonpartisan. And confusion would come over their face more than anything. You can do that. Yes, you can do that. You don't have to be a part of this system. And so, just like several people on here have already said, it's about education. Another common thing that I hear is people say, oh, well, I'm a Democrat, so I can't vote for you. No, actually, that's the beauty of nonpartisan. And it's what I believe is the most democratic thing that an elected small d democratic thing that an elected representative can do is to run nonpartisan, because there is no party primary lockout. There is no, oh, you can only vote for me if you change your registration to this. Everybody can participate in voting for me as a nonpartisan candidate. And so with that, once I said, when they're hunkered down in their stands, I'm nonpartisan, you see their shoulders relax and we begin to have a conversation. And that's where I get to go beyond slogans. That's where I get to go beyond these mainstream talking points and have dialogue with my community members. And I have been able to engage with people across all spectrums, from conservative, libertarian, anarchist, communist, everything, and get them to engage in one way or another. I have actually a really good friend who's conservative. It took me 5 years, but I finally gotten her on board for Medicare for All. And it's because I continue to engage in that dialogue. I continue to educate and not just write her off because she was a conservative. Now, I know that there are some people that, I don't know, QAnon and other crazy stuff. There's some that is beyond, and how do we have dialogue with people that are post-truth and post-fact and post-reality? And so you have to pick your battles and see when you're in and not winning one. But running nonpartisan has actually given me so much more of an opportunity to engage with people who might have immediately slammed the door in my face if I was running as a Democrat or a Republican. And so when people ask me, how are you going to be any different? How do we know that you're not going to cave and buckle to the pressure? Well, I'm nonpartisan. There is no political pressure. I don't give a shit what the Democratic Party says. I don't give a shit what the Republican Party says. They need my vote. If I am in the legislature as a nonpartisan, they cannot guarantee that I will caucus with either of them. And so they have to come get my vote to get what they want passed. Also, it takes a nonpartisan person who doesn't have any of those affiliations to write the legislation that's going to change things. Some of the problems we face is a lot of the lockouts you all have been talking about, and listening to some of the panels earlier. I want to say this to anybody that's listening that is not running as a Democrat. For a donation platform, use anedot.com, ANEDOT.com. They will take anybody. They started working with churches and nonprofits. They're based out of Louisiana, and they will work with any political campaign. Act Blue, I emailed them and they said, you're not a Democrat, we won't work with you. Period. End of discussion. And so you see candidates going to Cash App and Venmo and GoFundMe, which actually is not, depending on the state and your regulations, is not actually a valid form of accepting contributions. And so I want to share with everybody who's running that's not a Democrat or Republican, anedot.com. And I will put that hopefully in the chat so that we can share that as well. It's a huge resource. So that is one of the problems I've seen. Again, NG.
Hey, let me actually cut you there because we're going off of the topic. So let's stay on topic here. Yeah. So let's go to Teddy. And the topic is, how can the duopoly be reformed?
So the short answer,
can't the duopoly be reformed? Yeah.
Sure. The short answer is it cannot be reformed. That's like saying, how can the KKK be reformed? It cannot be reformed by the very nature of the beast.
Analogy.
So these two I was about to say corporations, which is a Freudian slip, I guess, because they are. Both Democrats and Republicans are corporations. They're incorporated, and they serve to protect and preserve the interests of corporations. Maybe not too many people know this, but the corporate, Mitt Romney told the truth actually when he said that corporations are people, my friend. According to the Supreme Court, the 13th Amendment was used to give personhood. By the way, the 13th Amendment was passed to give personhood to freed slaves. That same amendment was used to give personhood, the right of personhood, to corporations. So corporations are literally, might as well be American citizens. They have that right as legally. So these two corporations are an extension. They're mouthpiece of these multinational corporations. I can't think of anything more. If you want to talk about anti-American, multinational corporations that have zero interest in the rights of Americans and the well-being of Americans are basically funding bribing Democrats or Republicans. And so anyone that signs up to be a Democrat or Republican and then has the temerity to say that they're not going to take corporate money, call them what they are. They're liars, because they're taking money. They're serving corporations, which are Democrats, Republicans. So when they take DNC money, when they take PAC money, though, all those are money that's being funneled to these two corporate entities. This is not even a two-party system; it's a uniparty. They're two factions really of the same beast. Now, I want to kind of pivot as to what we need to do to actually present an alternative. The advantage that these two parties have, which really they're one and the same, and they're behind they pretend that they're fighting in public, but no, when it comes to the interest of the people, there's always gridlock. They always point to the other side. But when it comes to the interest of corporations, notice what they did in 2008. When Wall Street came knocking, immediately there's no gridlock. When this COVID relief fund came, which most of it went right into the pockets of big companies like Amazon, Zoom, and Walmart. Again, they immediately snapped to attention. Whenever a billionaire comes knocking, they answer the door. But when it comes to the issues that we care about, gridlock. It's the other side. There is no other side. They're one-sided. Now, the advantage that they enjoy, and the reason that they seem insurmountable, is because they're coordinated, and the opposition is fractured. And that's they have they sit down and have 5-year vision, 20-year vision. We are reacting day to day. So people that act as in they have an action plan will always defeat people that react. So we as a third party or / independent, I'm independent. I'm not running as a party. I don't myself personally. I don't believe in parties. I think people should be running on the merit of their ideas. The minute that you sign up to a party, sadly, it shows over time you kind of devolve into the very same thing. And this has happened not just in America, throughout history. Factionalism is the death of ideas, because it becomes an ideology. So to that point, what we need to do to overcome this, for 1 year, take a moratorium on sectional issues, the issues that we care about as within various segments of society, and go for the common denominator. What is the common denominator? What pisses off Republicans, Democrats, leftists, rightists, every identity and ideology in between? At the core, it's all about the economy. Everything, injustice, the root cause, if there is one, the root cause of injustice, the root cause of inequities in America and throughout the world is economic. So we need to focus like a laser and put aside all the labalism and just say, listen, it's time for the people. We the people, we want our interests to be heard, irrespective of our differences. It's kind of what Fred Hampton did. I'm a big fan of Fred Hampton and what he did in the 1960s. He sat down with the Young Patriots organization, which in today's age, they will be looked upon as white supremacists. But yet they sat down again and they said, you know what? We have the same struggle. And there's a iconic picture where on one side there was a Confederate flag, on the other side was a Black Panther Party flag. And that's why they killed him, because he figured at a young age, at the age of 21, he figured out the answer. The answer is to unite beyond the social divides. I'm originally from Ethiopia. The way that Africa and now Ethiopia too, Ethiopians for a long time, we said that we were never colonized. But if you look at what's going on in Ethiopia right now, the way that we're being divided and then against each other, the way that we're bushing each other, this is endemic. This is a classic case of colonization. So colonization works very simple. You divide the people based on tribe, and then you convince them to go at each other. Meanwhile, the wealth of nations are being siphoned off to outsiders, and a very few privileged elite are enjoying the life. Well, that's happening right here in America, except the tribes here are based on color, based on ideology, based on gender orientation, but we're all getting pillaged. We're all getting pillaged. The wealth gap between the vast many and the very few is astounding. it took 2 years of homelessness for me to realize exactly how this game is being played. There was a time I was just as, I used to be a hardcore Democrat. I used to bash all Republican voters. I used to, castigate white people for the ills of the world. And it took 2 years of homelessness and me seeing the suffering that transcends our differences to realize, man, this is beyond our differences. This is something, essentially, it's the root cause of racism, sexism, all these isms is class. If we don't focus on class, then we're always going to keep being bamboozled. So that's what we need to do. We need to call a moratorium on these red meat issues that they throw at us to pit us against each other, and unite somehow. We need to form a coalition that goes beyond our differences. When we do that, that's why Martin Luther King went to Memphis to unite black and white workers. That's why he got killed. Malcolm X came back from Mecca and say, you know what, it's not about white or black anymore. It's he or she that's an ally to justice is a friend of mine. He didn't last too long after that. So when these people on either on the left or the right, when they come around inciting, gaslighting you, pretending that they're your friend, that you use, hanging on to the latest hashtag only in front of a microphone, but then they leave the impoverished areas the minute the camera's off. They're doing this, the same thing that Ted Cruz and Trump did to the right. These people on the left, who they're on MSNBC and CNN, they're doing the same thing to us. It's very easy to understand when the other side is being manipulated. It's harder to realize when it's being done to us. So I guess the solution is get beyond our differences and form a critical mass of people that cannot be stopped. If not, the more that we divide each other and we fight over crumbs, let me just wrap it up with this. I don't want to have a competition about who has it worse. I want to find a solution so that we could all do better, and that's what we need to focus our attention on. And that's why I'm running for Congress as an independent, because you can't get this message from Democrats, Republicans. You can't, because their very survival as politicians depends on them doing what Bernie and AOC are doing to the left and what Ted Cruz and Trump are doing to the right, is to point to the other side, and meanwhile they're all laughing at us. Enough. So,
absolutely. Thank you. Rome, did you want to say something before I go to Liv? I know you said in the notes you have to go or something. Did you want to say something before you jumped off?
I didn't want to stay too long for the other people that wanted to join in.
Right. I think you're freezing up, but I think he sees that there's another person trying to join, but we've maxed out. So Rome, shit. I'm gonna take you out. It froze up for a while. Now it's back, but yeah, that whole time we couldn't hear anything you were saying.
I just wanted to say, is it working out? You can hear me? Okay, I just wanted to say,
you can say, you can go ahead.
I just wanted to say that this shit isn't going to get broken up because this is how it was made. And I just wanted to give like a warning to all you candidates right here. It is a good thing you are running outside, but just because you are running on the outside doesn't mean that there aren't sharks on outside waters. And I'm a firm believer of who you around is who you become. So once y'all get into these places, if you win your races, watch it, because we are watching you. And you might be on this panel, we might be giving you a platform now, but just like this, I can be at you. And I'm going to be on your toes, because I need you people to be true to your word. It's easy to say this and deliver nothing. We've seen this before, and you got to stay true, and don't be scared when you see them, the monsters that's really in those closets. We got to turn them knobs. Don't be afraid. We got y'all back. And just because you're not in these parties don't mean that you can't sell out or take corporate money also. Don't give me that. But we're watching you. I hope you guys do good. I hope the best for you. But yeah, Just
don't
watch out.
don't end the stream again. Like
I'm
last
not
time.
like I'm not.
I'm gonna tell you that shit every time. I'm gonna tell you, do not end the stream.
All right, y'all love
Because we
y'all.
only
Y'all
got
take
one
care.
more hour after this left, so we don't want a separate stream for 1 hour. I mean, because we got Howie,
All
and
right.
that's it. That's the only thing that's gonna be left. So, all right, Rome. Thanks for everything, and all right, man. You can jet out because we got somebody. I think that's Howie trying to get in now to the stream,
Bet it
so
up.
you can jet out. All right. So let's go to Liv. Let's go to Liv. Liv, why can't the duopoly be reformed?
Can't be reformed because, like Rome just said, and like a lot of people have just mentioned, it was built this way. And like we've discussed, CJ on Straight Out of Politics, what do all roads lead back to in America? Slavery. Why do we have the police? Slavery. Why do we have the prison industrial complex? Slavery. Why do we have the electoral college? Slavery. So when you start like identifying all these things and what these systems have been built on and how they're systemically racist and all of these horrible, oppressing, violent things, then there is no reforming. There's no amount of band-aids and patching up that you can do that make that a good system when it's inherently evil. So there is only burning it down and rebuilding and moving on from there. And I do not believe we can do that at the ballot. I do not believe we can vote our way out of prison industrial complex, the military industrial complex. I don't discourage it at all. Like I have mad respect for people who are running. I never want to discourage anyone. I do not think these reforms or these radical systemic changes that we need to see, these will not be things that until we demand and have a mass movement that is making their demands very clear. And I hear what Teddy's saying about what Fred Hampton did with the Young Patriots, but what he was able to do before uniting with them was get them to realize how harmful their ideology was. So they're siding with maybe Trumpers, like CJ, you put out a tweet the other day, a poll about like, can we like still get Trump supporters or Trump voters to be on our side if you're a leftist? And that's the question. Can we get these people who are and part of the reason that we are built in the system is the binary thinking of colonialism, where it only can be one or the other, male or female. Side note, there's at least 3 sexes. Throw in their intersex, and gender is a social construct. So, when we have those polarized binary ways of thinking that so many people have been propagandized with and then fed that you only can choose the lesser of 2 evils. It's also this self-defeatism that comes along with it of, oh no, I've heard, we only can have these 2 parties, and no one is going to vote third party, and no one's going to, even if I vote third party, I live here, or XYZ. So there's definitely some self-defeatism that comes with it. But that's why it's important to educate and continue to push on, especially white people and other white people, especially white moderates, because that has been the biggest obstacle to getting radical systemic change, as MLK, Malcolm X have identified. That still is true today. So keep pushing. Also, get involved with mutual aid, which Rome had really inspired me to do. And get involved starting in your community, starting in your neighborhood. And there's so many ways you can do that. I'd love to talk more, but we totally flew through this time.
Yeah. So we didn't expect this many people. Like I said, this is the first. We've never went over 6 people on a panel so far. So this is the first time. So I know that everybody didn't get a lot, other than one question. We were supposed to cover 3 questions during this segment, but we just had so many volunteers for this segment. So maybe something tomorrow. I'll reach out or I'll have the main account tweet out something if we have an open space tomorrow, just for any follow-ups on any topics that we weren't able to get to. So I'm going to give everybody 30 seconds. I'm really asking that you stay with 30 seconds. Don't try to fit anything else in, because we do have the the feature interview that's waiting. So Howie Hawkins is already here waiting. So let's stay with 30 seconds. I'm just gonna go the top line and then the middle line, then the last line. So actually, let's start from the bottom. So let's start with Michelle. Any final words?
Not really. I think this is a complex topic, and I appreciate that we're starting it.
Yes.
Everybody ideally would also start something similar in the circles that you navigate, because through this discourse, we can make some change.
Absolutely. And Jabir.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's analysis, and I definitely wish good luck to the people running for office. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you can get the money out of politics, but if you don't change what the point of politics is, which is to keep capitalism intact, then you're never going to get the fundamental change. So let's organize to dismantle capitalism once and for all.
Absolutely. And thank you, Michelle and Jabir, for participating in today's panel. So let's go ahead and go to Daniel. I don't know if Daniel's away from his desk, or should I? Okay, so I'll go to Aaron just in case Daniel's away from his desk. So Aaron, and then Teddy, and then Jonathan. What say you? Your final words?
Yeah, I just appreciate, I want to echo what's been said. I appreciate everyone here. I wish luck to everyone that's running. I just wanted to take this opportunity to plug a couple of things. One, I wanted to shout out the United People's Assembly. I think there are a lot of solutions to what has been discussed within that organization that's forming. It's a grassroots, place for people of all walks of life to come together. It's helping states. It helped our state in North Carolina. The People's Party of North Carolina helped us get going. We got our 527, our 501c4, but we collaborate. We work with all people. Many of us support. We have a candidate, Matthew Ho. He's running for the Greens for Senate. So we support that. It's all solidarity. It's all love. It's all inside outside game. It's not zero sum, and I can't stress that enough. So a lot of people know NC. We severed ties with MPP for a lot of different reasons, but we're still out here doing our thing, and we're working with people all across the country doing that. And so for more information, I put a link in the private chat. I wasn't able to share it out to the main chat, so please share
put
that.
it in there. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
And so that's all I have. So please join that. That's our Gilded. That's our workspace. And I invite everyone to join the United People's Assembly. People there it's all love. So that's what I got to say. Thank you.
I just I put it in the comments. You can view it. Thank you, Aaron. I'm gonna take you out. I'm gonna skip over Teddy and go to Jonathan. Your final words, sir.
Yeah, well, first, thank you for having me on. I've been a longtime fan of the channel and the show. All I'm going to say is that for all the people running, I don't think I need to tell anyone here, but just to reiterate, people are afraid. We need to listen to them, and we need to respond with love and understanding. I think everyone wants peace, justice, and a clean planet. I put it on my shirts. And
Nice.
We're not going to get those things using division and fear. That's why the duopoly will never get those things. We need love and empathy. So all I would ask is that if you can support my campaign, please go to how2022.com. And if you're in New York and you're a registered voter and you can help petition, whether for my campaign or any other third party or independent campaign, it starts on April 19th. So we've got about 4 weeks to get 3,500 signatures for me, really about 7,000 because other parties will challenge them. And for statewide candidates, it's about 45,000. So find a local candidate, and if you can help out, please do. And thank you again.
Absolutely. Thank you. We're going to go to Liv, then Laura. So final words, Liv.
Oh my gosh, I feel I have so many final words, but we have so little time. So thanks so much for doing this panel and this whole summit again. Y'all are amazing. Thanks for everyone listening. Thanks for everyone in the panel. Thanks for everyone who's running. To everyone who's boots on the ground. Thank you. Everyone has a place in this fight. I am doing mutual aid in the Baltimore City area and in my community. You can support that by following me on Twitter. which is my username at live_Romano. That's also my Fansly. I'm a loud and proud sex worker. That's also where you can find me on Fansly. It's at live_Romano. I'll be hopefully, now that, if y'all have been following me, my housing situation has been a little crazy. Now that's been sorted out and all figured out, we're going to be hopefully having a mutual aid event hosted by a lot of people in Baltimore. So if you're in the area, please let us know. Hopefully we're also doing bringing Rome's tour for the poor to the East Coast. So stay tuned. Again, follow on Twitter at live_Romano. Thank you.
Absolutely. And actually, let's go to Daniel, because Daniel, your camera was off when I went to you the first time. So Daniel, we're just taking 30 seconds to do your final kind of send off. So tell everybody where we can find you as a candidate, and thank you.
Absolutely. And I do apologize for that. I was having a technical issue. So I put my website in there if you could post that. So really easy, just votefordaniel.com, votefordaniel.com. All of my social medias are right down there at Daniel for VC, Twitter, Instagram, and all of that. I believe it's not at the ballot box, or it's not on the ground that we're going to do this. I think it's a both and. I think we need to be marching to constantly pressure the candidates and our politicians, as well as voting to make sure that we get good candidates in that will be fighting alongside of us and marching with us. So I think it's a both and. I look forward to fighting alongside all of you. Please support, just like Jonathan said, any non-corporate, any nonpartisan candidates, independent, third party that you can. Volunteer to them, donate your money, your time, whatever you can to them. Support us all. Funding is the hardest thing we do. It costs so much to reach voters in our area, and so any dollar you can give, even if it's $2-3, it goes a long way in helping us reach voters. Fighting for Medicare for all, healthcare, climate, housing, justice. We need all of it. We need people on the ground fighting for working class people, fighting for better for all of us. We all deserve better. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time and everything that you're doing for not only our country and society, but like I said, candidates and organizers that need a platform. Thank you all very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Daniel. And let's go to the other candidate, Teddy. Go ahead, Teddy. Final word.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Jay. So just want to kind of circle back real fast to what Liv said. So so for me, what I've come to is this: the only way that we can overcome the system is through a collective effort and a connective front. And so, this idea of dismissing, for example, Trump's supporters as a bunch of racists. I fell for what Obama did to the left, Trump did to a lot of people on the right. And so we do a disservice to dismiss the pains that a lot of people feel in places like Iowa and Kansas. I've been saying this for a very long time. Our pains are not made any lesser if we connect the pains that we go through. If we convince people on the quote unquote other side that the pains that I'm going through matter to you, because I know it's tough for you as well. These are the issues that I have, and I know that you're going through stuff as well. Because the fact of the matter is this: unless you belong in the caviar and Chablis club in the top 1%, we're kind of, humanity's in a meat grinder, and some of us are closer to our being. Some have already been ground to dust. Some are right in the grinder itself, and some are headed towards. So for me, the only way that we could actually affect the change that we've been waiting for is to say, listen, our pains are connected, and there's a commonality of our pains, because this whole system depends on squeezing resources and money from the vast majority of humanity, irrespective of our differences, and putting it right into the accounts of the billionaire class and into the multinational corporations. So we need to focus on that. So that's what my campaign is built upon. I don't dismiss the struggles that people go through. The people are going through hardship. And like I said, for me, it took 2.5 years of homelessness for me to understand that pain is universal, and that I don't have to sit up here and say, only I'm going through this. In fact, my pains, the struggles that I go through, gain a meaning when other people understand and you connect it with theirs. So that's what I'm running on. It's this idea that we're in this together, because if we're going to keep marching apart, we're going to suffer apart. So you can find out more about me. My campaign website is www.fikre, fifth grade, number 4, VA, like Virginia.com. And you can follow me on Twitter. It's at Teddy _FIKRE. Thank you, Jay. And I really appreciate this opportunity. And to kind of answer to if I end up getting elected, please hold my feet to the fire at all times.
Absolutely.
If I'm not doing what I say I'm going to do, then come at me with full force and might, because I'm here to represent you. This is not an achievement for me. This is not an opportunity to climb the ladder. I'm going to keep working. If I go to Congress, I'm not going to sit up here and just bankroll my life based on connections in the political class. I'm currently working as an IT project manager, working part-time, driving Uber part-time. So this is the life that most Americans are going through. I know I don't have to feel your pain. I know your pain because I live it daily. So I'm running for Congress for that reason, so that we, the people, can finally have one seat. And you give us one seat, and we'll see what we can do with that. So thank you, everyone. Peace.
Thank you, Teddy. And I put your website in the comments so everybody will have a chance to see that. And Laura, you have the last 30 seconds before Nick joins us right here. So Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start with my gratitude to Revolutionary Blackout Network for this summit. Thank you very much. It's really important work. And I want to echo what Aaron was saying about a shout out to UPA. Some people from UPA, United People's Assembly, I have that right. And a shout out to PPOW, People's Party of Washington. My friend Jamin, who's the vice chair, says, don't talk about it, be about it. Every time that we've called to action, they're there, whether it's to gather signatures or just build coalitions. And I also hope that people will keep understanding the importance of boots on the ground, direct action, being out in public, being seen. On April 9th, Scott Denoyer's he's taking on Centene. So again, there's no time for this, but if y'all want to go and look and follow Scott Denoyer, or you can go to archivistentertainment.com. You can watch, if you're not familiar with Danny's story, but he's doing a direct action on the 3-year anniversary that he lost his son due to Centene denying his son he needed that medication and he committed suicide. So that's on the shoulders of Centene. And I really hope everybody's following Scott Denoyer on Twitter. You can amplify his action. You can get out on April 9th and be in solidarity. And so thank you so much for inviting me and including me.
Absolutely. And thank you, Laura. I'm going to pass this now to you, Nick, and have a great interview. And thank you, Nick.
All right, absolutely. I hope you guys have been enjoying the Third Party Summit thus far. This next segment, I have the honor to having a conversation with someone I voted for. I voted for Joe Stein, and I voted for Howie Hawkins in the last election. So I want to take this time to introduce the 2020 Green Party candidate for president. Welcome to Revolutionary Blackout, Howie Hawkins. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's finally great to have this conversation with you, Howie. And there's a reason why we hosted the Third Party Summit, because I think it's very important to challenge the duopoly. We cannot join it. We have to challenge it. Now, you have been known for running multiple elections, not just for 2020 presidential election, but as a third party candidate. So since this is the Third Party Summit, we want to make the argument for or against, but I would love to hear your argument. Why has that been your main focus, like challenging the two-party duopoly from the outside, and why do you think it's so important to build a third party? I would love your thoughts, Howie.
Well, I came to this conclusion as a teenager in the 1960s, and as we're headed toward the 1968 election, the Democrats and the Republicans are dragging their feet on civil rights. They're losing the war on poverty in the U.S. war in Vietnam. And I'm asking, where's my party? Where's the party that really does stand for civil rights and against poverty and for peace? So the Peace and Freedom Party was organized in 1967-68. I'm 14 going on 15. I couldn't do much about it, but they got on the ballot by registering a certain number of people in the party. So I'm pestering, coaches, community center people, adults to register in this party so they could vote against the war and for civil rights and a real anti-poverty program. And then after that, the Peace and Freedom Party and other state level parties formed a federation called the People's Party, 1972 and 1976. They ran Dr. Benjamin Spock, who was the baby doctor for my generation. Everybody knew who he was. And Julius Hobson, who had formed the Statehood Party in DC. And that was one of the affiliates of the People's Party. And that kind of broke apart in the mid 70s. So then the next round was the Citizens Party, where we ran Barry Commoner, the nation's foremost environmental scientist at that time, along with LaDonna Harris, who was a Comanche Indian who happened to be the husband of a senator, a former senator, Fred Harris. And that kind of fell apart in '84. In fact, we had our first Green Party organizing meeting in the same city as the last convention of the Citizens Party. They were down the road. I went over there Saturday night to see what they were doing. It was just coincidence that we were there. So anyway, the Green Party stuck. And there have been, 4 or 5 other, serious attempts to form a third party on the left since 1984. And they all ran out of gas or folded up their tents. Or one of them went into the Democratic Party effectively, the Working Families Party. So all the reasons I had in the 60s, we got a new nuclear arms race. And these are the themes I ran on, proactive peace policies, including disarmament initiatives. Second thing was economic Bill of Rights. That's what was first broached on the March on Washington in 1963 for jobs and freedom, and was part of the Poor People's Campaign. They were demanding an economic Bill of Rights, and that's what we're still campaigning for. The Democrats don't have one. The Republicans don't have one. And then the third thing was an equal socialist Green New Deal. And this addresses the climate crisis. And I was the first candidate in this country to run on a Green New Deal in 2010, running for governor of New York. And it became the signature issue of the Green Party in the 2010s. Jill Stein made a Green New Deal for America, the theme of her campaigns in 2012 and 2016. And it was popular. In fact, it got picked up by some progressive Democrats. Unfortunately, as usually
they watered it down.
they radically watered it down.
Mm-hmm.
They dropped the ban on fracking, the new fossil fuel infrastructure, which is the frontline demand of the climate movement. They dropped the phase out of nuclear power. In fact, people like AOC say, yeah, I'm for nuclear power. It's carbon free, which is, once they're built, yeah, a little bit. They're backed up by diesel generators, as we've seen in Ukraine recently. But the worst problem is all the money they spend trying to build them, and they're not very successful in building them. They usually get cost overruns and construction delays. All that money could be put into wind and solar and heat pumps and other renewable energy sources. So they dropped that. They dropped the deep cuts in military spending to help pay for a Green New Deal. And they extended the deadline from 2030 for zero emissions to 2050. And they didn't say zero emissions. They said net zero emissions. Which is coming from the fossil fuel industry, because they say, yeah, we can keep burning these fossil fuels. We'll just capture the carbon and put it underground. And they've tried to do that. There've been government money for that, and they pocketed the money and the plants don't work. I mean, it's ridiculous. So on the other hand, this is what third parties do. They bring issues to the fore that the major parties are neglecting. And that's been the tradition since the Liberty Party said, we got to get rid of slavery, when the Whigs and the Democrats didn't want to talk about it. And you can go through the whole history of the farmer labor populist parties in the late 19th century, the Socialist Party and the progressive parties of in the local labor parties of the early part of the 20th century, right down to, at least the Greens got the Green New Deal talking about. So that's why we run. We make a difference even if we don't win the office, because we move the debate.
Yes.
And we leverage the whole political system toward us because, in most of these issues, a Green New Deal, Medicare for all, tax to rich, people can go out and protest and demonstrate and lobby and make phone calls and show up at the public hearings all they want. But the Democrats ain't going to take you seriously if you don't compete for their votes. And then they got to deal with the issue. Otherwise, they can say, yeah, we're with you, and then they're not really. So that's why it's so important for us to challenge them from the left. And even if we don't win, we move the system. And I know I've been going long for the first.
No. There's so much great things that you said. I was actually going to ask you about the Green New Deal as well, because this is the stance that you guys have on the military and the fact that you guys actually take climate change seriously, because this is actually how I got started out as an activist, organizing with KC Sunrise, and eventually I got into the Bernie campaign, became a citizen journalist, and now I'm doing what I'm doing. It all started with the climate crisis. I was more of I always joke I was a nerd before I was into politics. I read a lot about science, read a lot about history as well, but the climate crisis was one of those things that freaked me out. And there have been studies that have been shown that people in my generation has a ton of anxiety because of this issue. And now when you look at who is the largest polluter in human history, we have the United States military, which why I was glad to see that you had on your platform that you guys wanted to cut the military budget by at least 75%, which I think that you have to advocate for that if you're going to be serious about challenging climate change. And that's something I learned earlier. I wasn't even that well read about the progressive Green New Deal until I learned they allow fracking. Then they allowed the military industrial complex, and then you see how the progressives started to hedge. Now you call yourself in the Green Party as an eco-socialist movement. Now I have been critical of other third parties, especially libertarian, especially the Andrew Yang Party, because I see if you're running as a capitalist, it seems like you're running just to replace the duopoly and become the new oppressor. So I just want to ask you, why do you embrace the eco-socialist label, and why do you think it's important to challenge capitalism? If you want to take that question, Howie.
Sure. Well, capitalism is based on endless growth. It's an imperative within the system. Every capitalist firm has to grow or they're going to die because they're in competition in the market. That imparts a growth dynamic that has no regard or any sense of reciprocity with the environment. So it just consumes the environment. It's inherently anti-ecological. It's also exploitive. You don't get the full value of your labor. The capitalists take some of what you created by working and pocket it for themselves, even though they didn't do the work. I mean, that's theft. But that's the way the system works, and it creates more and more inequality. And particularly, we first had the New Deal, which had some regulation of it and some social programs. For the last, 50 years, we've been in a neoliberal phase, which means deregulation. The rich get subsidies, but the rest of us pay taxes in a system that's more regressive. So actually now we pay higher tax rates, all the taxpayers, than the top 1/10 of 1%. It's pretty much a flat tax when you count local, state, and federal taxes. The payroll taxes are a flat tax and so forth. So all these changes since the 70s, it's created more inequality. That's capitalism, run amok. So, there are two basic reasons. And then the third I would add is that capitalism in all the countries of the world are, one form or another capitalism. And, the bigger ones, that creates an imperative toward imperialism, trying to dominate and influence other countries to get their resources, their cheap labor. And now in the case of, Ukraine, just take their land and destroy their government. So capitalism creates these inter-imperialist or inter-capitalist conflicts. And, this is a life or death issue because the world's got nuclear arms now. And if we don't change the system, we're going to have a war one of these days that is going to go nuclear. And that'll be the end of everything. So we got to change the system to deal with these social problems and environmental problems that we're facing. Now, ecological socialism, socialism in the 19th and 20th century was about expanding production to end poverty. But now we're at this place where we're so productive, we don't need to, improve the technology to be more productive or to produce more stuff. We need to distribute what we produce more fairly and probably stop producing some of the stuff that's particularly damaging. So that's why we say ecological socialism, a socialism that meets everybody's basic needs within ecological limits. So it's a change in, what the socialist tradition has normally put as a top priority, which is to expand production to end poverty. Now the problem is distribution and limiting production within ecological limits.
Absolutely, and that's a great discussion, and we've been highlighting how capitalism is the highest form of imperialism, and in order to be anti-imperialist, you have to be anti-capitalist, and that mechanism is what leads organizations like NATO to be this hostile military alliance that overthrow countries so they can sell arms to them, and you always have this giant military-industrial complex that will continue to fund a war. So this is why it's very important to challenge our society through an anti-capitalist lens as well. And now there are a lot of people who they want to run away from this. And I want to ask your opinion on this, Howie, as well, because I see some people, they run third party and they advocate for populism over socialism because they're afraid of like the backlash. What is your general opinion about it? Do you think people should continue to champion socialism? What do you think about like this populist movement versus like socialism? Do you have an opinion on that before we move on to the next question?
Yeah, in terms of what we're actually fighting for, it's got to be a democratic and ecological socialism. We got to change the system. The people that talk about populism I'm hearing these days have this, I think, stupid notion that you can get the right populists who are racist together with the progressive populists who aren't. That has been the Achilles heel of progressive movements throughout American history. There's a book by Robert L. Allen called Reluctant Reformers. And he goes through all the, progressive movements, even going back to the abolition movement, where, the white leadership would compromise on the question of racism, hoping they would get more white people involved in the movement. Of course, then they lost the black people. You can't have class unity without racial unity. And so you got to deal with the question of racism. And what I hear the populists, they're trying to, brush that under the rug, calling it identity politics and stuff like that. Rather than dealing with, you got to fight racism, and you got to, you got to do that if you're going to have the working class united so they can take power.
And I'm glad that you brought it up like that, because when we talk about this issue on International Leftist Coalition, I talked to Dr. Kareem Batet, Dr. Kareem Batet and Dr. Peter Beatty, and we make the argument, and I continue to do so, that class is related to race. So when you deny people, and I've been very impressed by the Green Party because you guys actually are willing to challenge the liberal establishment, the white capitalist class, by supporting reparations, because that's a debt owed. And when you look at the wealth that is extracted, it is literally justified using white supremacy. Civil asset forfeiture impacts black people around 60% rate. Redlining, like these things go way beyond slavery. So I'm glad that you brought that up, because these are things that we always trying to educate people on. Instead of running away from these issues, these are key issues that we must challenge. We must challenge the white supremacist system of policing, and how capitalism and Wall Street targets disenfranchised classes as well as the white working class. Because this is how we connect our issues together, which is what our revolutionary leaders wrote about when they spoke about identity politics originally. And now this powerful concept was hijacked by the liberal class, because they see how if I'm a black man, I can connect my issues to with an indigenous person, and I can say, yo, we both being exploited by capitalism. We both being exploited by the military industrial complex. So I seen the liberal class kind of hijack this very positive solidarity term that existed for a very long time and use it to like bastardize it. But that's a whole nother subject, because I see, and now I'm gonna shift gears slightly, and I'm gonna ask you this question, because I see the Democratic Party as the most effective evil, and there are a lot of people who get it twisted, not because Republicans don't want to be more evil than the Democratic Party. It's just that I truly believe, looking at the Clinton era, looking at what Joe Biden accomplishes now, where he's actually getting away with more state violence than Donald Trump, I see them as the more effective evil. So it really disheartens me when I see people continue to fall for the lesser two evils, which statistically they have when you look at the Green Party voter numbers. So I'm going to ask you, why do you think people are so hesitant? I asked Dr. Joe Stein the same question. Why do you think people are so hesitant to support third party, despite the incredible crimes against humanity our ruling class it commit against us and the blatant lies of the ruling class? Why do you think people are so hesitant to pull the trigger?
Well, first of all, let me agree with you're using a phrase that Glenn Ford popularized.
Yeah, I learned a lot from that brother. Absolutely.
Yeah, and he was pointing out that Clinton, and he particularly focused on Obama, they basically carried out the Republican program, and they were more effective in getting it done because they were Democrats. And, in Obama's case, he was a black man. So people said, well, he's got to be on the right side. So in a way, they were more effective than the Republicans were when they were in power and getting the program through. On the other hand, I definitely think the Republicans are the bigger danger. They are openly racist. They, look at the border with Mexico and what's been done down there. Not that Biden has corrected anything that Trump did, but they, accelerated the awful exploitation and oppression of those people. And then now they're setting it up so they can steal elections. It's not just making it harder to vote. They're intimidating election officials. They are removing the administration of elections from nonpartisan people to partisans that they control, secretaries of state, state legislatures, so they can steal damn elections. And the Democrats, as bad as they are, and I'm the first to criticize them, party suppression, which they do to the Green Party, is a form of voter suppression, which is actually Bruce Dixon's phrase, who used to be the managing editor of Black Agenda Report. I got that from him. But that is, the Democrats are bad. I mean, they're really awful, but the Republicans are worse. Now that creates a problem for us in the Green Party, because a lot of progressive-minded people say, yeah, I like what the Greens say. I wish I could vote for them, but it might split the vote and it let the Republicans in. So they settle for the lesser evil. And which brings, up the question of, well, what can we do about that? I think we've got to prioritize changing the electoral system, ranked choice voting for executive officers and proportional representation for legislative bodies. That gets rid of the spoiler effect. And if I was running for president now, I'd have 4 themes. In addition to the Green New Deal, economic bill of rights, and peace policies, it would be an inclusive democracy agenda, starting with ballot access, proportional representation, and ranked choice voting. Because if we don't change that, we're in this dynamic where people, and it's understandable, people like Trump and those far-right Republicans, the Republicans are no longer just a conservative capitalist party. They're an extremist party. They're a neo-fascist party. They're an authoritarian party. And, I think that's more dangerous than the Democrats, who are, just run-of-the-mill neoliberal capitalists. We can fight them, but if we can't vote and they have very repressive laws that make it hard to educate and organize and demonstrate, that's what the Republicans have on their agenda. And so on the one hand, yeah, the Democrats are more effective in getting that conservative agenda through. But on the other hand, the Republicans are damn dangerous. They're the worst evil.
So this is, and you make a lot of good points, because I don't want to undermine what the Republicans has done, because I live in Missouri. I'm the victim of a lot of Republican policies. One thing that I don't like as a strategy, and I think this actually hurts the Green Party in particular, when you kind of fall for the lesser of two evils. Because I'm looking at Joe Biden, I'm looking at Nancy Pelosi, I'm looking at Hillary Clinton. Especially, we don't have to go back that far in the past. We can just look at the Biden administration right now. If you look at all the worst things that Donald Trump has done, like in terms of ICE detention centers, he has expanded that. He continued to expand the genocide on Israel, against the Palestinians in Israel, continue to bomb Syria. And whenever you put the lesser of two evils, it becomes almost like an oppression Olympics. Like what people oppression matters the most versus what people oppression matter the least. When you look at Joe Biden, his career, he has absolutely destroyed the lives of Black Americans. He absolutely destroyed the lives of the working class people. So even if your personal opinion is, oh, maybe the Republican Party is worse, I don't know how you judge that. And I also think it's a bad strategy, because why would people, like, if you give the Democratic Party any sort of credibility of being better than Republicans, that gives people more incentive to vote for the Democratic Party. Why they like, why will I vote for Green if we have to stop the Republicans? And I think this logic is kind of why the Green Party, especially, been hurt recently, because if they listen to you and they hear you say the Republican Party is so evil, why would they vote for the Green Party over the Democrats?
Because we stand for the policies they stand for. Green New Deal, Medicare for all, economic bill of rights, tax the rich. And if you don't vote for what you want, you're never going to get it. If you don't vote for what you want, you get lost in the sauce. Like in the last election, you want Medicare for all and you voted for Biden. You voted against Medicare for all. you silenced yourself. You took your power away. So even though you can always find a lesser evil, you could argue that Mussolini wasn't as bad as a fascist as Hitler. But that doesn't mean you support Mussolini. You support and fight for what you want. So, I always advocate voting for what you want. That at least registers your voice in the process. And then the other argument you get is, only the privileged can afford to vote for a third party, as if the Democrats are delivering on helping people out of poverty and economic hardship. They're not. Only the privileged can afford the Democrats as well as the Republicans. So, you got to vote for what you want and fight for that, or else you're just taking yourself off the battlefield.
Yeah, I love everything you're saying. I do hear a little bit of a contradiction. Like you like if you're a homeless person, if you're a black person, you continue to be brutalized by the police state. If you're homeless and you're being brutalized by the police state, that doesn't feel better under a Republican president versus a Democrat president. And I just personally think we can move. I want to pass it back to you. We can move on. I just think it kills the revolutionary spirit needed to uplift the third party when you dull that spirit by saying, the Democrats are not as bad as Republicans. Even though you do say the Democrats are really bad, you do tell people that they shouldn't have to vote. I just think it's not a. I think it really hurts. I think it undermines the argument that we want to make on why we need to build a third party. But I'm gonna toss it back to you if you want to add anything to that, and then I can move on to the next question.
Well, I think, most people can tell there are differences between the Democrats and Republicans. If you don't acknowledge that, then you're not being real with people. So I think that's where you got to start, but then make the argument that you got to vote for what you want. If you don't vote for what you want, you vote for Biden on issues, if you want Medicare for all, or a real climate program, or have the rich pay taxes so we can provide the social and public services we need. If you vote for Biden, you're voting against that. So what's the point? I mean, I think you can, acknowledge the reality that there's a difference between the Democrats and Republicans and still say the most powerful thing you can do is vote for the Green Party.
So the last thing I'm gonna say on this, because I vote for you for the Green Party for a third party in 2020, and I voted for Jill Stein in 2016. The reason why I did this because when I look at Hillary Clinton, I look at Joe Biden, and I would love to hear your thoughts on it. I don't understand how anyone can possibly, when you look at their track record, and I don't know if you want to look at local party, like what do the local Kentucky Republican Party does compared to the local like Florida Democratic Party, but when you look at like the highest levels. When you look at Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, I don't know how anyone can possibly make the argument like you are trying to make that they somehow are lesser to evils of Republicans when they tend to expand Republican party policy, like expand the Bush tax cut. And I just think it undercuts our message in terms of challenging the two-party duopoly to pretend that's the case, because Wall Street will continue to get power. The military-industrial complex will continue to get power. The police state will continue to get power. We will continue not to get health care. We won't continue to get wages, no matter who is in charge. So I think it's just a better strategy for the Green Party moving forward, just to call it out, and then that would make people more likely to abandon the two-party duopoly. If there's any hint in the average, we in the weeds of politics, but the average person, if there's any hint in the message that the Democrats are better, they're gonna take it. They're not gonna be into the weeds probably like we are. But I do want to ask you this question here, because when I look at Joe Biden, when I look at Donald Trump, I'm looking at two horrific candidates, and I think both of them ran two horrific campaigns. And despite that, maybe I was a little naive. I had a lot of expectations. Maybe we can get a third party surge, but it unfortunately did not happen. In 2020, I believe, and I think a lot of people would conclude that the Green Party really underperformed. I think there's a lot of good reasons why that is. But before we really dive into the issues, I kind of want to ask you a broad question of what do you think personally kind of slowed your campaign down in 2020, and what led people to continue to vote for the lesser two evils, which they did instead of supporting third parties? Like, what do you think the biggest struggles that you guys are going through right now?
Donald Trump. People scared to death of him. Progressive-minded people. And, the public intellectuals we got, such as they are, did a series of open letters telling people they got to vote for Biden and not Howie Hawkins. And then, I was so blanked out of the media, I couldn't even get my responses published in the places where they published. I got it, Counterpunch was good. I got one of them in the LA Progressive. That was about it. So the intellectual leadership of the so-called left in this country spent more time attacking me than they did Trump. Mainly, I guess they assumed their people, already were going against Trump. So I think that, and this has been a problem on the left since the 1930s. In 1936, the communists pushed the Popular Front. And they said the way to defeat the fascists was to unite with the so-called liberal capitalists, the liberal bourgeoisie, FDR and the New Deal, and, similar situations in other countries. And so they went into the Democratic Party and never left. And they brought not just Communist Party members, but most of the, the periphery, the left that's not organized into parties. And by the 1950s, the Socialist Party had taken the same tack. They called it realignment. Michael Harrington's most associated with that. He's the guy that was really the founder of DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, which is now pursuing basically the same policy. We're going to support progressive Democrats, hopefully socialist Democrats. And so socialism, the ABC, the first principle was political class independence for the working class. Marx and Engels put that out after the 1848 revolutions and, addressed to the Communist League, which was a group they had in 1850. And it was a, first principle of socialist politics till the 1930s. Today, people that call themselves socialists don't even realize that. They're in an environment where for, it's 90 years almost now. The so-called left has tried to reform the Democratic Party. And if you look at the Democratic Party's policies, they've moved to the right because they take their left for granted. Economic class issues, they definitely move to the right. Take single-payer health care or Medicare for all. That was national health insurance under Truman. It was in the Democratic Party platform every year from 1944, or maybe it was 48, until 1992, when Bill Clinton kicked it out and went with what was the Republican program, which eventually was adopted as Obamacare, public subsidies for private insurance. That's what the Democratic Party has done. And then, you alluded to how they have used the so-called identity issues. So they mostly go for symbolism and a little bit of affirmative action and equal opportunity in the job hierarchy, but not the economic side of racial and gender oppression. So they appeal to the professional middle class in the cities, the cosmopolitans, who are for social equality, but who are less eager to pay more taxes for a real welfare state that provides the basic needs of everybody. So that's what we've got from having most of the left work within the Democratic Party basically for the last century, ignoring what third parties had done in the previous century in moving the agenda. So that's a big problem. And, the Green Party has swum against the current. We started when the Rainbow Coalition was the big thrust into the Democratic Party with the Jesse Jackson campaigns, the Obama thing, the first black president, and now, anybody but Bush in 2004 and anybody but Trump in 2020. Now, you said we underperformed. We kind of performed normally. Got about middle range for what the Green Party has got. It was a year like when Ralph Nader running as an independent that year. It was anybody but Bush in 2004. He got 465,000 votes. I had anybody but Trump. I got 405,000 votes. And Ralph was on more ballots, even though the Democratic Party made an unprecedented attack on his ballot access. We've never seen it before or since on that scale. But, if I can get near what Ralph Nader got, who was a nationally known figure, I think it shows that the Green Party has a core base of nearly 500,000. People that voted for us, despite us not being on the ballot in nearly half the states. So, maybe you could nearly double that. That's still 1/3 of 1% or less of the people of the country, although the kids can't vote. But, roughly it's still a small fraction, but it's still a lot of people. And I believe it's, indicative that what we know from public opinion polling, the platform I ran on was more popular than Bush and or Trump and Biden's platforms. I'm for Medicare for all. The people are for that. They both were against it. I'm for a Green New Deal. They both were against it. The public opinion polling shows the people want it. And I could go down through a whole list of issues. So, to me, it gets back to the voting system. It's winner take all. And so you vote for somebody who is not, one of the two major parties, and people feel like, well, my vote is going to be wasted. Although, of course, I argue against that. Your vote is wasted if you vote for one of the two major parties because you're silencing yourself and not voting for what you want.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that the election system has to be changed. I do think that's something that's giant. I've been doing a lot of research into star voting recently, and that is a system that pretty much makes it so you don't even have to vote for the lesser of two evils. Now, one big reason that you gave on in terms of more people not voting green, because as you mentioned, you said the voting remained around steady. The reason why more people would not continue to vote green because things are getting worse is because of Donald Trump. Now, I will argue there's a lot more that goes to that. I will argue that because, and this is something that I don't think you could have helped because there was a much bigger media blackout against you than there was even against Joe Stein, who was already blacked out. But I want to ask you, how can the Green Party improve and continue and overcome the challenges? Because if you think that the Green Party has a brighter future because maybe Trump may go away, I have bad news for you because I have a Missouri senator named Josh Hawley who may run for president. There's a DeSantis in Florida. You got, and I look at all these insane up and coming Trump-like Republicans. So if you're putting blame on Donald Trump for the reason why the Green Party is not growing, I want to ask you, what can you guys do better? What can you guys change? Because that problem is not going to change. Because even when Donald Trump steps down, you're going to have Josh Hawley. You're going to have DeSantis. So you guys are going to continue to fight this battle that you claim is the biggest obstacle. So what can you guys just flat out do better in order to get the message out that people need to stop voting for the two-party duopoly?
Well, let me first say the problem's got worse since 2020 because the Republican Party is now basically trying to set it up to steal elections and become, an authoritarian ruler of this country. So it's worse. And DeSantis and Hawley and a whole lot of other wannabes represent that, which means for the progressive-minded voter, they're going to have that dilemma. I got to vote against the Republicans by using the Democrats, even if I don't really agree with the Democratic platform. So what that does for me, and why I say if I was running again, I'd have four top issues. And the fourth one would be electoral reform. We need, for example, for president, we need a ranked choice national popular vote. And for Congress, we need proportional representation. There's even a bill in Congress for that called the Fair Representation Act. Although the progressives haven't jumped on it. And we should be shaming them into, getting on that and making it an issue. And I will say, what gives me optimism is that ranked choice voting is growing. We have basically doubled the number of jurisdictions. It's over 50 now than we had going into the 2020 elections that have ranked choice voting. And I think we got to expand that to get ranked choice voting in multi-member districts, which gives you a system of proportional representation for legislative bodies. So, that's where we got to expand the ranked choice voting movement. So we got to win those reforms. In the meantime, I think, actions and deeds speak louder than words. The Greens have elected over 1,500 people since our start to local office. There are over 100 in office now. There should be thousands because we can win those races. And, people on the left should get off the couch and stop narrating the movement on their keyboards and go out and talk to voters. I mean, one thing about running for an election is you get outside your usual circles. You got to talk to a lot more people. And you're going to hear a lot of things that you're not hearing from your usual circles, which gives you, a lot more knowledge about what's going on and what the issues are among the people. I mean, I've gone into campaigns thinking I got, these three issues, and then hearing from the people, there's another issue they want solutions to. So all that, I'm just saying that we got to run more people. The left has got to run its own candidates, not have them get lost in the sauce of the Democratic Party, where they make the Democratic Party look better than it is.
Absolutely. And there's been a lot of discussions about the role of third parties and what they play, because there are a lot of people who lost faith in electoralism as a whole, like even going through third parties. So I want to ask you this question because this is something I actually want to see third parties improve upon more. And I know that you are a longtime UN activist, healthcare activist. And I want to see what your thoughts on having third parties work as a worker class movement. We had a general strike summit as well. And you bring up a lot of issues like election reform. Even when I look at the Green Party platform, these are amazing things. So I'm going to ask you kind of more about strategy, because the only reason I call for a general strike, not just to be alarmist, but I don't think we get election reform. I don't think we get healthcare reform. I don't think we get those things without a general strike. So I want to get your thoughts on whether the Green Party can do more on working with worker class movements, and do you endorse a general strike? What path do you think the left should go in embracing change? Like, because I don't think we're gonna get anything through the ballot box. But I would love to get your thoughts on that, Howie.
Well, the movement and the party got to work together. So the party gives voice to the movement in the electoral arena. It forces the people in office, particularly the Democrats, to deal with those issues, because now we're competing for votes they take for granted. And they can just let these movements roll off their back, like water off a duck's back, because there's nobody competing for that vote. The peace vote isn't going to the Republicans. The climate action vote isn't going to the Republicans. The racial justice vote isn't going to the Republicans. And the Democrats can take those votes for granted and not deliver anything. They can just talk about it a little bit. So electoral politics has got to be part of it. It amplifies the voice and leverage of the movements in the streets. On the other hand, if you're just electoral and you're not involved in those movements and you're not supporting them, then you're going to end up, if you do get elected, not being held accountable and pushed forward. And then you're going to have people that are going to decide, well, to get reelected, I got to make these compromises. Or even, and we've had this in the Green Party, switch to the Democratic Party because there's more money there. And I can get reelected more easy. And the Democrats, if you get in as a Green, they're going to try to co-opt you that way. And then double cross you. Because I know cases where the Greens said, okay, I'll become a Democrat to get this money. And then they primary that person and they lose. So anyway, I forgot what the original point was.
That was okay. I think you made a really good point. I kind of want to shift gears once again. I think we got another 15 minutes or so. I kind of want to shift gears on foreign policy, because I think I saw you in the very beginning of the conversation. You kind of alluded towards it. And as someone, and if you watch my reporting and based on what I find important, I think foreign policy, state violence, and the class war is the most important. And if you're a third party, but you repeat the same talking points of the establishment when it comes to empire, like I have seen the progressives be guilty of, right? So I kind of want to ask your opinion on the like Ukraine-Russia conflict, but not only that, because I see this as a symptom of a greater disease of this new Cold War. So what is your general take on the direction of the U.S. empire and this like Cold War that now almost turned into a hot war against Russia? They're pretty much fighting Russia through Ukraine. I kind of want to get your thoughts on that issue in general, Howie, if you want to share.
Well, in the Ukraine war, we got a demand with the peace movement around the world that the Russian troops go home. That's an invasion. Russia's an imperialist power, attacking a nation they've oppressed for centuries. So that's clear. Then the question is, what is the role of U.S. NATO imperialism in this situation? And obviously, Russia does have security concerns. NATO has moved up to Russia's border, although the last country on Russia's border to join was 2004. That's been on the table for a long time, which makes you ask, why did Russia feel they had to invade Ukraine? Because they're afraid of NATO at this point. So I think, there were slogans, demonstration a couple of weeks ago, Russian troops out, no to NATO. And I would just rephrase that second one as, that's negative. We should be positive. We should say the U.S. should, and demand that the U.S. take diplomatic initiatives with Russia, first of all, but all the nuclear powers and all the European powers, first of all, to set up a new security framework for Europe. So it isn't NATO versus Russia, and it has a few other states that are under its tutelage in the so-called Collective Security Treaty Organization. But anyway, negotiate with them for a security framework that includes Russia. That was on the table in the 90s when, you know, the Berlin Wall fell and the Warsaw Pact was dissolved and the Soviet Union then dissolved. And then what that should talk about is include Russia in that framework and then move it toward disarmament, conventional and nuclear, and stop the war games on each other's borders and begin a progressive and mutual disarmament and withdrawal from that border. And then the third point is, you know, the goal should be complete and mutual nuclear disarmament under the terms of this new Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And I think, you know, as a movement, we should put that forward. That should be our demand on Biden. No to NATO, you know, what does that mean? You know, NATO has so many crimes. I mean, everybody who's been running NATO countries should be in the International Criminal Court in The Hague, right there with Putin, you know. But
I'm glad you said that part, at least. I'm glad you said that because
yeah, well, I mean, that's obvious. And, you know, we've been opposing that. But, you know, in the immediate context, what do we demand? I think we should be positive, saying the U.S. should take Russia's security concerns positively. Now, I don't think that's going to happen until there's some kind of settlement in Ukraine, because right now, you know, Russia doesn't want to negotiate that stuff. I mean, Putin said as much. He said the Minsk agreement is over and, you know, we're taking over Ukraine. And I think we also have to recognize that there's more than just the security concerns in the head of Putin and his inner circle. I mean, they are great Russian chauvinists. They are socially conservative, authoritarian. They want to restore the Russian Empire of the Tsars. I mean, he was criticizing Lenin in that speech a few days before the invasion for giving the Ukrainians the idea that they're a nation, a nationality with the right to self-determination. I mean, Putin's been on that theme. He first told it to the Bush administration, but he wrote a 7,000-page essay. You can read it. It's in English on the Kremlin website. And it's, you know, it's basically racist toward the Ukrainians. You don't exist. You're basically Russians that are confused, and we're going to come in and fix it for you. So I'm afraid that imperial ideology is motivating Putin even more than the geopolitical concerns. But we got to propose the geopolitical concerns and try to get some negotiation on that, at least to expose, you know, what he's actually doing right now. And then, you know, that's a hard demand to get, you know, the U.S. and NATO to do. So they spent the last 30 years thinking they were the only, you know, they were the only superpower in the world for a while, and they just pushed their advantage. And, you know, they pushed, you know, this neoliberal capitalism on the post-Soviet space, including Ukraine, which has been a disaster economically, and then militarily. You know, I said that, you know, NATO hasn't expanded to the Russian border. The last country on the border to join was 2004, and a bunch of them joined that year. But in 2018, they put what they say are anti-ballistic missile batteries in Romania and Poland. And they say it's to stop Iranian missiles from hitting Europe. Of course, the Russians say that's to stop our nukes and enable you to do a first strike and wipe us out. And, you know, that's a legitimate concern on Russia's part, to get the NATO countries to reconsider how they've related to Russia and try to have a continent-wide security framework instead of, you know, NATO just being a bully. I mean, that's going to be tough. But I think this war should enable us, and it'll take a while to put this on the agenda, because where that agenda leads is nuclear disarmament. And we've had, you know, Putin saber rattling his nukes. And of course, we've been modernizing our nuclear force, which Russia and China have responded to. We're in a new nuclear arms race. And now we got a war where I think it wouldn't happen intentionally. I don't think Putin is suicidal, but an accident, you know, one of these hypersonic missiles they fired yesterday, what if it went off target and landed in Poland? You know, it's a dangerous situation. So I think that's where that second demand we had a couple of weeks ago, no to NATO, we need to reframe that as positive pro-peace policies toward a European-wide security framework and disarmament.
Yeah, and on the left, it's very important for us to call out NATO and the West aggression, because when I look at the history of this conflict, it's clear that when you look at the United States coup in 2014. And I want you guys to understand the United States, and I've been reading much more into this, they hosted multiple coups into Ukraine. So as an anti-imperialist, as someone who lived in the imperial core, I find it very I think our strategy, I think it's just because it's empirically true, is to call out the West aggression on this because it's the government that we can hold accountable. And I actually would love to get your thoughts on this because I heard like the demands from Putin in terms of demilitarizing the region, denazifying the region, getting rid of harmful and hateful groups like the Azov Battalion, and like you said, no to NATO. So do you think Putin's ask is unreasonable? Because I actually have heard, because if you're on the left in Russia, a lot of people they have other strategies, but a lot of them see the reasoning that Putin did this because there's just West hostility for a very, very long time. And I understand the instinct to immediately go after Putin on this, but don't you think it's a better strategy to call out Western aggression? And do you think like Putin's demands for halting NATO and demilitarizing the region is unreasonable?
Well, what left in Russia is supporting Putin? I mean, the left I know, the socialist groups, they're all critical. The independent labor movement is critical. Unfortunately, the repression is so bad, they have a hell of a time organizing. And, you know, the elections are rigged. There were independent leftists that had to run on the Communist Party line because ballot access is an issue there too. And they won on election day. And then Putin's minions called in the online vote, the electronic vote. And suddenly these guys lost. And there was a dissident member of the Communist Party who could call a demonstration in the form of a public meeting outside in front of the Duma to protest. And they sued. But the guy they called that protest, suddenly he's got an illegally hunted elk in his, you know, in the back of his car, and he's arrested. He's out of the Duma. That's how they do it there. But you know, there are statements from the Russian left coming out critical of the invasion. And you listen to the Ukrainian socialist groups like Social Movement. They say the West has got to talk to them because they'll tell you, yeah, we got the Azov Battalion, we got fascists here. We've had our asses beaten, you know, counter-protesting against them. But, you know, you in the West need to look in your own backyard because the parties that represented the far ultranationalist right, and that would be Svoboda and Right Sector, in the last election in 2019, they got 2.2% for their parliamentary slate and 1.6% for their presidential candidate. And while they had a few, there was a 450-member parliament, they got as high as 13 representatives in 2012 before the 2014 revolution. And then it went down to 7 in the 2014 election. And now they got none. And meanwhile, in all the Western European countries, you know, La Liga, you know, in Italy, the National Rally in France, Alternative for Germany in Germany, these fascist parties have much bigger representation. And of course, we got the fucking, excuse my language.
No, you okay. You okay.
No fascist Republicans here. You know, so they're saying, you know, you want to fight fascists, you got them in your own backyard. They say, look, right now we're invaded by Russia. You know, send us arms, demand that your governments cancel the foreign debt so we have the resources to, you know, provide medical supplies. And then when we end this war, reconstruction, and we'll take care of our fascists. That's what they'll tell you. There's statements, you can find them online. If you can go to their websites and you got to use Google Translate, but, you know, read their statements. So I think there are a lot of people in the Western left that are basically buying Putin's line, you know, that's coming through their propaganda, you know, system and exaggerating what's going on in Ukraine. The problem is Ukraine is they got parties that are not programmatic and run by oligarchs, which is what we got in this country. And, you know, the left there says, you know, we'll deal with that. You know, right now, we got to save our lives. So, you know, basically they say, get that debt canceled, send us arms so we can fight back. And, you know, you take care of your country. You change your country, we'll change ours. That's what they say.
And that's my ideology, and that's why you see me go after the West so much. And I don't, especially as a black man in Imperial Core, I feel no need or desire to waste time going after people like Putin. And now one thing I want to get your take on this, because I was looking at polls, and it's so hard to shift through information right now, because especially people like RT being banned, the West is controlling the flow of information. Like, I'm sure Russia is too. I'm sure they're doing the same. I saw a poll that showed that 70% of Russians are supporting what Putin is doing, and around 6% of them blame him instead of NATO. Only 6%. Now, there is an argument that I read from Russian leftists who are they disapprove of what Putin is doing, but it's not necessarily coming from the place that you are coming from. I've seen Russian leftist criticism of Putin, and a lot of these Russian leftists, they've been one of the main people that are arguing that they need to resist NATO encroachment. Like, they were extremely anti-NATO. They've been following what's going on in Ukraine, but they disagree with Putin's tactics, because their mindset, the Russian left, based on what I've been looking into, their mindset is they want to halt NATO expansion, the same way that Putin claims he wants to, right? So they criticize Putin because they say his Putin's tactics actually made things worse, which it had. And I actually agree with that criticism, because if you're a Russian leftist and you want to stop NATO aggression against Eastern Ukrainians, if you want to stop the Russian the West aggression against Russians, their argument is that Putin actually made it worse. And now you see Facebook is allowing people to call for the death of Russian citizens. So their argument, the Russian left argument, is arguably correct, because now you got the world that has been whipped up into this insane hysteria where nuclear war is possible. Now people are doing hate crimes against Russians, and that's the criticism that I have seen. But on the other end, there are a lot of Russians who support Putin, and this is the polls I've seen, and I would love to be corrected if we get new information. About 70% of them support Putin because they know the history of NATO aggression. They know how there's been a civil war in the Donbass for 2014. So anyway, I think it's important to acknowledge that point as well, and continue to be critical of the U.S. Imperial Corps, which I think at least you calling for the dismantlement of NATO. So I want to ask you one more thing, because it's kind of related to this foreign policy point of this. Because now we get into a little bit of the criticisms that I have heard of the Green Party, and I actually have heard this criticism before, and I heard you, and I'm assuming that you answered on this many times. There are many people on the left that was very hesitant to support Howie Hawkins for 2020 because they will call you a Russiagator. Now, I would love to give you an opportunity to clear the air on this. I kind of looked into this as well, but I would love to give you the opportunity on this, because whether we like it or not, this is just something that just stuck on you. I hear this all the time. Howie Hawkins is a Russiagator. So do you want to like kind of give background into this, and is that true or false, and where did that start from?
Well, what is Russiagate? What is a Russiagator? As people started, smearing me with that, I did a Google search and like, well, who is using this term Russiagate? And except for Joy Reid on MSNBC, it was all the people that said the Russians didn't do anything in 2016. I think any intelligence service that doesn't try to influence the politics of another country would be fired. So I think Russia was trying to do what it did. And then you got to go to the specific allegations. Did the internet, what does they call it? The Russian internet, what do they call that thing? The troll farm that, the Mueller investigation came up with an indictment against. Do I believe they were trolling and trying to get those emails? Yeah, I do. I read the indictment. I think it's a pretty good case. Do I think that's what caused Clinton to lose the election? It's really hard to say, because, the Comey, nonsense where he says she's under investigation and then, oh, no, she's not, which was totally out of, FBI procedure. That really hurt her. She hurt herself. She was talking about, what was her theme? I forget the slogan, but it had no class politics. So, a lot of working people, Trump was talking to, a bunch of BS. He didn't really mean it, but he was talking about bringing back jobs and, stopping the exported jobs. And, people that were hurting and not hearing it from Clinton voted for Trump. So there are a lot of factors as to what happened. So I don't know what Russiagate means. I think you got to look at, each case. Did Maria Butina, who weaseled their way into the National Rifle Association, and suddenly they got a lot of money that we still don't know where it came from, but she's in there with a Russian oligarch, and she got convicted and expelled back to Russia. I think she was part of their information operation or influence operation. She got rewarded. She's now in the Russian Duma. So I think you have to go through each thing. There were, everything in what they call that thing, that dossier, that I think there's a lot of stuff in there that, either the guy believed whatever he was told or he made it up. And a lot of that has been disproven.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
you got to look at it concretely and investigate. And that's what I do. And then some people are like, oh, the Russians didn't do anything. I don't think they've done their investigation. And they don't realize what, intelligence services do. Of course, the U.S. does it. I mean, we saved Yeltsin's ass in 1996. He was going to lose that election. And, Clinton sent in, who's that guy? He's now a Fox News guy, but he was one of Nixon's pollsters and political advisors. And there were some Republicans too. They sent a whole little army of, political consultants to, help Yeltsin win that election. And it worked. And of course, who appointed the next president? Yeltsin appointed Putin. So, Hillary complains about Putin. Well, she needs to look in the mirror because, she kind of set that up back in the 90s. So I don't know. The Russiagator thing is, to me, it's a smear. It's a slogan. It's, you want to talk about specific allegations. Let's look at them.
Yeah, I think the main concerns of Russiagate is because Russiagate was kind of a psyop that was used to funnel more money to the military-industrial complex. It also allowed the public and manufactured consent towards this nonstop aggression against Russia that led to this conflict in the first place. The reason why the West is allowing Ukrainians to die, they're using Ukrainian citizens as a mechanism to fight Russia, is to that people agree with that. 30% of Americans want a nuclear war with Russia because of Russiagate. And now obviously, and this is even at people who debunk Russiagate, we all acknowledge that maybe there was social media spending by Russians, but to even pretend that even if I overestimate the amount, let's say they spend $1 million on Facebook, the idea that influenced the election where billions of dollars are being spent in national campaign ads, I don't think that is even worth repeating. And I would love to hear your take on this, because this is the biggest thing that I found wrong with Russiagators. The people I would call Russiagators, this is the thing that I had issues with, is they would pretend that that Donald Trump's foreign policy against Russia was somehow extremely different than the U.S. empire, when he constantly fucking was escalating against Russia, like backing the coup in Venezuela. He had CIA cyber attacks against Russia. So it was like purposely lying in terms of foreign policy, because if you look over and over again, he was doing anti-Russian shit. So do you think that Donald Trump was like a Putin puppet? Like, do you think that he was in bed with the Russians? Because that's the conspiracy theory that most people mock. Most people on the left will mock the idea, after looking at what Trump did, that he's some sort of Putin puppet. Yes, the Russians may have preferred him to Clinton and Biden because they've been psychopathic against Russia for a while. But I just want to get your last talk on the Russiagate, and I have one more question, and we can wrap up. Do you think like Trump was a Putin puppet? Like, do you think like Russian social media ads really influenced the election?
No, I think the Russians are smart enough not to trust anything Trump says. The only thing Trump was interested in, and he lied to us about this. Oh, that landline, I can't stop it. Sorry about
No
that.
worries. No
It'll
worries.
ring for a minute. He was trying to get Trump Towers a deal during the campaign in Russia, when he's telling us he has nothing to do with Russia. And I think the Russians, strung his people along on that potential deal, just so, Trump would, not confront, Russia, at least during the campaign, on any issues. But they wouldn't collaborate with Trump because he's so damn dishonest. I mean, they had enough intelligence on him. He doesn't even pay his contractors. he breaks deals right and left. He doesn't pay, his loans back. So why would they trust him for anything? Plus, he's so damn erratic, he can't even remember what he said 20 minutes ago. And on foreign policy, you can't find anything on the map. So I think the Russians, they preferred him to Clinton because he was incompetent. He'd be a rollover. It turned out he wasn't because the people around him. See, Trump can't follow through on anything. He's lazy. So, the military-industrial establishment, and the intelligence establishment around him kind of kept things from getting too far off the track. So anyway, that's the way I look at it. I think it's silly to think that, Trump or somebody on Trump's behalf was sitting down and plotting election strategy with the Russians. Now, it's hard to say how much their influence operation had on the election. I do think a big impact was not, how little they spent on Facebook ads, although their bots could amplify messaging already on it. It was the news throughout the last 6 weeks of the campaign was all about the drip, drip, drip of the emails from WikiLeaks. And that's what the media focused on. And that, had, I think, a big impact on how people, the polls flipped, in those last 6 weeks. So, I think that did change the narrative of the campaign. Whether it was decisive or not, it's hard to say.
All right, so we all run out of time here very soon. I have one more question because this is another concern that some people had. The Green Party recently came out in support of the mandates. Now, the mandates has been a controversial and been a hot debate that I've seen many leftists have had. I've heard arguments from Professor Dr. Richard Wolff that outlines why the left must resist mandates. We have seen other leftists and socialist countries that did not have to rely on mandates because they had the public trust already. There's also the previous position of the ACLU that was against the mandates because they feel like it will actually harm workers' freedom. So, how much do you have? Like, I'm not assuming that you actually had say in that decision. If you did, do you want to speak on that? And do you have anything that you may say that may ease the concerns of some of the leftists who are against mandates? Because there are a lot of leftists that were concerned I've seen regarding the Green Party position on this. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Well, I don't have no problem with mandates, whether it's, your polio shot before you go to public school or getting a COVID shot if you're going to be working in the public. I mean, we've been doing that for a long time. I think this has been blown out of proportion. It's a wedge issue by the far right. You look at the funding behind these movements, or look at Robert Kennedy posing with General Flynn and Roger Stone at some conference where they were saying the election was stolen, stop the steal. Why he's associating with them, he's just going off the rails. So, that's on the mandates. As far as working people opposing the mandates, it's nonsense. I don't know where Rick Wolf gets that. It was the teachers in Chicago that didn't go to work because they wanted, the personal protective equipment and the social distancing and those protections. It's the nurses. It was the teachers here in New York. My former running mate for Lieutenant Governor, Gia Lee, was leading protests in New York over that. The working class wanted protection. The National Nurses Union now has a petition out to restore 10 days instead of 5 days quarantine for people that test positive, and to get the masking reinstated. And, the Democrats, here's a case where the Democrats are tailing the Republicans. Republicans started removing all these public health protections. Now the Democrats are falling all over themselves to do the same. And you can declare the pandemic over, but COVID, you may think you're done with COVID, but COVID is not done with you. And we got this BA2 variant now spreading across Europe, usually hits Europe before us, so these measures should go forward. And the idea that these mandates are, taking your freedom away and we're going to have a Nazi state because we got vaccine mandates, that is so over the top. You might as well get rid of stoplights and saying you have to drive on the right side of the road because that infringes on your freedom. Come on. There's certain things we got to agree to do collectively to protect ourselves. And, so requiring a vaccine or wearing a mask on an airplane or whatever, I mean, I got no problem with that. And it's not the working class that's protesting it. It's, it's a movement. It's mostly, I call them conspiritualists, kind of the crunchy granola hippie types and the far right wing, the Marjorie Taylor Greene types. And it's a shame that some people on the left have seen this as a working class issue. It's not. I mean, I'm a Teamster, a retired Teamster. And, they had this freedom convoy or whatever they called it up in Canada. And, some of these fools said, oh, that's a working class revolt. Anybody who's a trucker, they can't take their company's rig and park it for 3 weeks. They have to get, some of the companies, that were right-wing owners sent some people down there. And there were a few owner-operators that were doing okay. Most owner-operators are indebted. They can't afford to take that kind of time off work. So, you actually look at the convoy. It was mostly SUVs and pickup trucks, not, big rigs. So, I feel like a lot of people have lost their minds and just lost their common sense.
What are your thoughts about the previous, like the ACLU came out against mandates before they made the political decision to come out and forward because they argue that mandates will actually create inequalities in the working class. And there have been a lot of countries that are significantly to the left of the United States, like Cuba, that didn't have to rely on mandates because the point of having vaccines, that if you believe the vaccine work, you need to have public trust. And actually having a mandate actually is counterproductive, even if you want people to get vaccinated, because forcing people to have medical procedures would make them more inherently reluctant, and they become disdainful. So do you understand the argument that the ACLU used to use before, that you had to have good public health policy, build public trust? And I personally see mandates as being counterproductive, even if your goal is to vaccinate as many people as possible, because there have been many examples how these mandates tend to be counterproductive and make people hold out more. And also to your claim that many of the working class is not protesting mandates, they had to literally send in the National Guard in New York because there were so many nurses that quit and fired. And I don't like the hypocrisy where you had prison guards where their requirement for mandates was pretty much waived. And also one thing as a leftist, you see a lot of people losing their jobs because of this mandate for a vaccine. That if you look at, even if you get a vaccine, the chance of you being hospitalized is still less than 1%. That's not being vaccine hesitant. That's literally just the facts. So as a working class advocate, doesn't it concern you that people may be fired and lose their job because they may be untrustworthy of a forced medical procedure?
No, I'm not, because that's for the public health. And, the idea that mandates, actually the mandates cause more people to get vaccinated. You look at the numbers, it's 99% plus of, city workers in New York City, nurses, if they aren't leaving because most of them, because they have to get a vaccination, they're leaving because they're tired. They're understaffed. They're underpaid. They just got disgusted and said, I can't handle this no more. That's why and then we had a shortage because we had a flood of cases, with Omicron. So, I don't agree with, your analysis, particularly here in New York, where, I know a lot of people in the leadership of the nurses union, as well as nurses, and everyone I talk to, they are really pissed off that this anti-vaccine movement has so much traction because it's making their jobs much harder. And some of them have quit in disgust because they don't feel safe. There was a nurse who was one of my core campaign people. And when she saw that nonsense, she retired early, not because she didn't want the vaccine, she got them, but because, she didn't feel safe going to work. So the vaccine, there was resistance. I heard that argument from Caroline Lucas, who's the Green member of Parliament in England, and Jeremy Corbyn in England, when they voted with the far right, the Tories, against the vaccine mandate in the UK. But what I've observed in the US is the vaccine mandates convinced a lot of people, I got to get my vaccine, or I'd rather get my vaccine than lose my job. And so I think this thing is an issue where people have lost their common sense.
Well, once again, the previous left position was actually different than that, because once again, the ACLU and many left
vaccines.
No, and the thing is, being against
has been to follow the science, not Scopes monkey trial kind of Christian fundamentalism that doesn't believe in evolution and science. That historically, there's been anti-vax movements. It's always been, Christian scientists and Christian fundamentalists, who say God will take care of it, and they oppose government intervention partly because it was pushing desegregation, and that's when they took that position in the 50s, what little opposition there was to the polio vaccination. So, in the ACLU, I don't know about an earlier position. I read their statement when it became an issue last year, and it was a clear argument that this is not an infringement on your freedom. This is, a public regulation that doesn't get rid of your freedom.
Yeah, and my point of view always has been, and this is why I extremely pro-choice. My personal point of view, and then we can kind of move on, is my body, my choice. And when you look at, and I don't think it's even being anti-science, being anti-mandate. The same way it being anti-mandate is not being anti-vax, despite kind of what you said, because there are a lot of people who are against the mandate, but they got the vaccine because they believe in the leftist principle of my body, my choice. Now, when I look at it empirically, when I see people get the vaccine, but they still spread it, that means the vaccine does not stop the spread of the virus. So if the vaccine does not stop the spread of the virus, it doesn't make sense to have a callous response and saying you don't care about people being fired over a vaccine that doesn't even stop the spread. It doesn't even stop.
The vaccine reduces the spread. The science is clear on that.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop it though. Vaccines, personal freedom, you assume the risk. And people who are against the mandates, we follow the science, because if you look at the numbers, the amount of people who get hospitalized because they don't have the vaccine is less than 1%. So why will you ruin someone's life? Because the argument is you want someone to get the vaccine because you want to protect them, right? So you want
nearly 1 million people's lives ruined because they've died from COVID, and their families ruined, lives ruined. They've lost loved ones. And a lot of that is because of these stupid white people that buy the Republican stuff and don't get the vaccine. And they go to their graves saying, oh, it's not COVID. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, this is, we can talk about this a while. I want to move on to super chats. I appreciate you indulging me. I'm just letting you know this is going to be something that a lot of people will be asking about, because I know it seems like you think that this is a left position, but there are a lot of people on the left that has a different variation. So I just want to let the Green Party be prepared. I have seen this. There have been a lot of pushback, but I do appreciate you indulging those questions. I do got a super chat for Jimmy. Thank you for the 999. Jimmy as mandates are right-wing authoritarianism and have zero science behind them. Everyone is going to get COVID. If you're for mandates, you don't know the science. So that's for Jimmy. Thank you for that super chat. Do you have anything? I'll give you the last word. In response to that super chat, anything you want to add that
I hear this all the time. Somebody sent me a clip of a Jimmy Dore show about, against vaccines, and he posted a CNN headline from about 6 months earlier that CNN soon dropped. And it had to do with the question of how effective people who were vaccinated, how the reduction in the spread of the virus was. That was just dishonest. And so, I don't think Jimmy Dore is a good source on the science of vaccines. Let's put it that way.
So we have a few more comments here I want to get to. Nick, how can the Green Party become a more active partner of the new left? So I think they're kind of asking for strategy. Once again, there are a lot of people that have been impacted, have been hurt by the mandates. A lot of people on the left that are not for it. So that's going to be a very tough bridge to climb moving forward, especially once again, just me knowing people I know. But what is your strategy? I'm gonna kind of reframe this question as well, and we also can kind of have this as a send off because we get into the last 5 minutes here. What do you see as the strategy? How is the Green Party going to just what do you see the Green Party needing to do moving forward in order to expand this movement? And then we can give you your final thoughts after that.
Well, I think we need to run more candidates and win more local races. Like I said before, deeds speak louder, actions speak louder than words. A good example, it convinces people that it can be done. So I think that is the, probably the most important thing we can do, along with pushing for these electoral reforms. Like I said, we're gaining in terms of ranked choice voting, and we got to expand that to proportional ranked choice voting and multi-member districts. I think those are the two things we can do to situate ourselves to expand from local offices to state legislatures in the House of Representatives. And when we have a caucus in the House of Representatives, it's going to be hard to blank out a Green Party candidate for president. So I think that's the path forward.
All right, we just got one more super chat from Justin. Thank you for the $20. Howie is not in line with our Green Party platform, which is against forced vaccinations. Howie does not represent many Green views on this issue. Hoping for a better candidate. Do you have anything do you have anything that, just in response to the super chat, like what can you say that may ease to concerns? And I know you seems like you want to say that there are no working class people that are against mandates, but I'm telling you, Howie, there are people that do not like the idea of the government telling them what to do with their body. So and I know this comment may seem a little bit harsh, but do you have anything you want to respond to? Any last things? And I don't want to, we get near the end, so I don't want to beat this to a dead horse here. But anything else you want to respond to?
Well, there's nothing in the Green Party platform against mandates for vaccinations. It just isn't. Whoever Justin B is, if you find a point, something in the platform that says that, let me know. You can find me online, HowieHawkins.us, and let me know. But I've never seen that.
All right.
And I didn't say there are no working class people against vaccinations. I said, I was speaking to the working class as a whole. Those teachers in Chicago, nurses in New York, they're exactly the opposite. And they're pissed off at this anti-vaccination movement. That's the working class I know. I come from the working class.
Okay, I wasn't trying to put words in your mouth. I was trying to make sure I understand what. Thank you for clarifying that. So anyway, let's get to the next super chat. So thanks for $5. Don't do this, Howie. We have the high ground on the mandate debate. You got lost in the sauce. Anyway, thanks for the $5, Luden. We did get to a few of the super chats. We got a few more because we got to wrap up here soon. Howie, if you want to interrupt me anytime to respond to the super chat, please do so. We got another $10 from Carrie Matthews. No vaccine mandates without universal health care and mandating that Big Pharma provide data on the vaccines. And as a leftist, they put this vaccine out and then they made it so you can't sue them. I made a post before. I'm like, man, even if you're for mandates, if you're for mandates, you better be for reparations for people who are injured for the vaccine. Like, can you at least expect that? Do you understand that position? At least I do know people who've gone through a lot of trauma, who've been injured. Do you at least understand that argument in terms of will you support people being able to sue Big Pharma if they was hurt by the vaccine or anything like that? That's kind of what really holds me back.
Yeah, no, that law passed in the 80s, and it sets a limit on torts for vaccine damages, and it should not be difficult for people to sue for real injuries. Definitely. And healthcare should be a universal public service. I agree with that. Pharmaceutical industry should be a public utility, shouldn't be private corporations where we can get access to the data. I think I talk all day with these different podcasts, but I think I talked about, no, that was an earlier one. This week we found out that the Biden administration watered down a proposal from South Africa and India to the World Trade Organization that they lift the vaccine patents so the world can get vaccinated. And Biden has his own authorities through the Defense Production Act and patent law where he could do that. Instead, he's protecting Big Pharma, as are some of the, particularly Germany and England. That's shameful. That came out this week, but wasn't a headline because everybody's talking about Ukraine. But that's that I have a problem with. If we had a publicly owned healthcare and pharmaceutical industry, wouldn't even be an issue.
Absolutely, and I apologize, guys. I'll try to put the last few super chats on the screen here. We run out of time. I try to read all the super chats I can. So I'll put the last few up on the screen. Thank everyone for the support, but we only had like 90 minutes, so I want to give Howie the last chance, last word in terms of any last thoughts you want to give in terms of selling the idea for third parties, why people should support the Green Party. I just want to give you a chance to give last thoughts. I appreciate you sticking in and joining us today. Any last thoughts, Howie?
Well, I'll just sum up. We face life or death issues, the climate crisis, poverty and economic hardship is a life and death issue for people in those circumstances. You know, they can't get housing, they can't get health care, maybe not even enough food to eat. We got a new nuclear arms race. These are life or death issues, and they are rooted in a capitalist system that is increasing inequality, is destroying the planet because of its growth imperative. And so you're not going to get, you know, the Democrats or Republicans talking about changing the system. That's what we're trying to do with the Green Party. And so, you know, if you understand that, then you got to help build the Green Party as an alternative to the madness we're getting over these life or death issues. We need a Green New Deal. We need an economic bill of rights. We need disarmament issues to you know, try to get these nuclear weapons put away, because if we don't get rid of them, they're going to get rid of us. And these are issues that don't even get talked about much. Certainly the nuclear issue and the militarism and all these foreign wars we're fighting, you know, they're not on the news. They, you know, I think a lot more people would oppose them, like, you know, our arms to Saudi Arabia that is, you know, doing to Yemen what Russia's doing to Ukraine. You know, people would be upset about that if they saw it on the news. So, you know, there's an issue, media reform. There are so many issues, and they're not getting solved by the Democrats and Republicans, you know, so we need to try something else. So I urge people to get involved in the Green Party and don't expect to find a well-oiled machine. These are regular working people. They're busy. They're volunteers. And if you see a problem, help fix it. Don't just whine about it. We got too many people sitting on keyboards narrating the world around them and what other people ought to do, and they're not getting off their butt and doing it. So I guess, you know, the last thing I'd say about that is it feels a lot better to be really doing something about these problems instead of sitting home moping about it and, you know, whining about it on the internet. So get involved in the Green Party and try to make a positive contribution.
Yeah, I appreciate your time, Howie, for joining us on RBN. We have the third day of the Third Party Summit tomorrow. So make sure you guys check us out. If you enjoyed this content, please like, subscribe, and share this video. Hopefully you guys had a good time. And I know these Third Party Summits is very long, but trust me, we're going to have a lot of clips come out and throughout the next few weeks in case you miss anything. But once again, I want to appreciate Howie Hawkins for joining us today. We will have Dr. Joe Stein as a feature. She'll be back on RBN tomorrow. So make sure you guys check that out. But anyway, this is Nick, Socialist MMA at Revolutionary Blackout. We sign out. Thank you guys for watching.